was that? Hey yo! What's up, man? Just getting ready for the day. Moving stuff around. I think we're going to be listening to some jerk docs today. Oh, I hear myself. There we go. Mute that. Gonna catch up and listen to the Jack Kirby docs, which I unfortunately have missed. So yeah, I'm gonna be listening to those today and hanging out, drawing, doing some work. Anyway, I'm gonna finish setting up real quick and then get right into that. I'm gonna see if I can't even I can like even have this on the stream for us, like in the corner. Let me see. Oh my god. Why? Why is it so huge? Oh my god, why is it changing everything? Holy cow, what? Hold on. Where's my camera, yo? This is wild. Okay. Sorry guys, I am trying to it's really not doing what I'm trying to get it to do. Thank you. That's better. Jesus.
Welcome back, Royals and Ghouls. It's time for another one of the greatest stories never told. This time, we're going to be tackling a subject that I've been wanting to get to for a long time. Jacob Kurtzberg, better known by his pen name Jack Kirby, and more affectionately and probably more aptly referred to simply as the King of Comics, is such a vast and inescapable part of the industry that doing his career any sort of justice is a difficult task, and I have to admit, a fairly daunting one at that. I've wanted to get into Kirby's career for a long time, but I don't want to get mired down in the he said, she said blame campaigns that seem to make up such a large part of the so called historical examinations of Kirby's career. That's simply not what this channel is about. It's taken me a while, but I think I've finally found the inn I was looking for, and I can't wait to share this series with you all. Kirby's work in the comics field is widely known and continues to be researched and documented as thoroughly as possible nearly 30 years after his passing in 1994. While his comics work is well documented, Kirby's later work, his work outside of the industry, remains virtually a mystery to most people. Since I specialize in little known facts about well known creators and characters, I thought this would be an opportunity to examine the life and work of one of comics' inexorable legends through a fairly unique angle. Please bear in mind, this series should in no way be construed as a be all end all examination of Kirby's work for either Marvel or DC. That's not the purpose of this series, despite the fact that we will be exploring facets of his work for both companies. Rather than attempting some impossibly long, all encompassing series, I've instead chosen to frame his work at these companies against a story far fewer people are aware of, and one that remains surprisingly fairly undocumented: Kirby's work for the proposed film Lord of Light.
Ooh.
While it might not sound very interesting on the surface, slated for production in 1980 despite the fact that Lord of Light would ultimately remain unproduced, the story of Y the Movie, a film that would have been the most expensive science fiction film of all time when it entered pre-production in 1979, never happened, and how the CIA subsequently ended up with not only the film's script, but Kirby's production art, and how those illustrations played a pivotal role in the successful exfiltration and rescue of 6 real-life hostages during the 1981 Iran hostage crisis, all while the Lord of Light's production had their offices raided by a CIA-backed police force, were subsequently put on trial for embezzlement, and how the film's budget was mysteriously tied up in a legal black hole that took not one, but
two of the country's biggest law firms more than 24 months to unravel, and no one is really able to explain to this day, is so much more interesting. So join me for another one of the greatest stories never told, and a tasty tidbit of tawdry industry trivia, and another multi-part documentary series I like to call Jack Kirby's CIA Portfolio. In this week's episode, we'll be exploring Kirby's work for
I
Marvel
wonder
during
if
the latter half of the 1960s, and his
you guys can
relationship
hear
with
that
editor
well
Stan
enough,
Lee and publisher
or
Martin Goodman as it was steadily deteriorating. Kirby's experiences at Marvel during this period and how he
So,
perceived his treatment
I
there, especially, would
talked
come to
to
play an
Meredith,
important part in
and
our
they
tale about
seem
Lord of
to
Light,
think
but
that
that's
I
down the
may
road.
have gone
For now,
overboard
let's talk about Jack Kirby
with
and the Marvel
the cape.
Age of Comics. Remember, if you enjoyed these
And I
videos,
don't know
do
if
me
I
a favor, hit
disagree,
that like
so
button,
I'm
think about
gonna
getting
see
in the
if I
comment
can't
section below and
come
letting
up
me know.
with
If you
a
really enjoy what you see, make sure you
different.
Hulk smash that subscribe button. If you feel like you're in a position to help the channel grow, think about using the link in the
I
description
still
below
want to
to
make
sign up
it
for my
like
Patreon page. For as little as $3 a
very
month, you get access to tons of behind the scenes posts, exclusive content like uncut interviews, early access to material, merchandise discount codes, and you can even get your name in the credits. If Patreon is not your thing, but you still want to support the channel, have no fear. You can sign up for membership right here on YouTube. Just hit the little join button and select the tier and perks that fit you best. If that's not enough, you can make donations towards specific goals or just tip the channel using the Ko-Fi link in the description. And you can even pick up your very own Jerk comic shirts like the ones you see on the screen. But now, let's get into it. Jack Kirby is an inescapable reality of comic books. Love him or hate him, he's undeniably part of the very DNA of comics. He's the co-creator of Captain America, the X-Men, Daredevil, Spider-Man, the Hulk, the Fantastic Four. I could go on and on. And for the most part, that's just at one company in a short 3 or 4 year period. Kirby was in the industry for nearly 4 decades. The sheer amount of characters that Jack Kirby came up with during his career is truly astounding to think about. While today in 2022, it's becoming a more widely known fact that Jack Kirby was at the very least the co-creator of the Marvel Universe, this unfortunately hasn't always been the case, and despite the growing knowledge that Marvel's merry denizens were as much Kirby as they were Lee, if not more so, many novices and outsiders, especially in the media, still believe that Lee was the sole architect of the Marvel Universe. This is largely due to the narrative that Stan Lee began to fabricate and craft from an extremely early point in Marvel's history, and in fact, this was the major precipitating factor that led to Kirby and Marvel parting ways. Twice. While he was never mad at him, even when he had every right to be, in my opinion, Jack Kirby obviously began to take great umbrage to the growing consensus and widely held belief that Stan Lee and Stan Lee alone was the creator of the Marvel Universe and its instantly and globally recognizable cast of costume characters, and especially the fact that it seems Stan Lee did little to dispel this misunderstanding despite Stan Lee's protests to the contrary over the years. This is because nothing could be further from the truth. He was not only an essential part of the Marvel Age of Comics, when you objectively break things down, Jack Kirby basically was the Marvel Age of Comics. This isn't to say that Stan Lee didn't contribute, because he did. And it's important not to forget that or let it get lost in the shuffle, because he did bring something to Marvel that no one else could have. He was integral in much of what would come to typify Marvel as far as promotion, verbiage, aesthetic, and personality. Stan Lee was quick on his feet and a dangerously savvy businessman. While Kirby chose to draw the Fantastic Four in New York simply because that's where he was from and what he knew, and it was just easier for him to do that than to make up some imaginary cityscape, it was Stan Lee that came up with the idea of consciously embracing this fact. Stan Lee chose to put all of the characters that comprised the then burgeoning Marvel Universe in not only a shared universe, but the same city. While commonplace today, this was somewhat of a revolutionary tactic at the time. It not only catered to Kirby's art and allowed him to embrace just drawing New York, but it also served to ground the characters in reality, and it made the characters even more relatable. Marvel's heroes were the first that most fans felt like they could actually connect with. There was an undeniable magic that took place when Stan Lee and Jack Kirby worked together. Despite disagreeing on nearly every facet of nearly everything that they ever worked on together, the chemistry that resulted from the two's opposing viewpoints and approaches laid the groundwork for what would become one of the most meteoric rise in the history of comics. Their arguments and disagreements built some of the greatest and most profitable superheroes of all time. But it was the combination of the two men that resulted in what we saw, and tampering with any part of that formula was disastrous. You had to have both components to concoct the formula that was the Marvel Age of Comics. Jack Kirby was like the engine that...
Oh, did I? Fuck. What did I do? Come on.
They ever worked on together, the chemistry that resulted from the two's opposing viewpoints and approaches laid the groundwork for what would become one of the most meteoric rise in the history of comics. Their arguments and disagreements built some of the greatest and most profitable superheroes of all time. But it was the combination of the two men that resulted in what we saw, and tampering with any part of that formula was disastrous. You had to have both components to concoct the formula that was the Marvel Age of Comics. Jack Kirby was like the engine that kept Marvel running. He pumped out more characters than I could even begin to list here, and his ideas helped give birth to the Marvel Age. Stan Lee was, for better or worse, the voice of Marvel Comics during those halcyon years that would come to define and typify the company for the next 60 plus years, and continued to push this role to the extent that it's nearly impossible to even think about Marvel Comics without conjuring a mental image of Stan Lee as well. He was a cunning and shrewd businessman, and unarguably an invaluable ambassador for a medium that has consistently found itself ostracized, marginalized, and in jeopardy of disappearing altogether time and time again. Stan Lee was many things. A prolific creator is not one of them, though. How could this be? The story of Stan Lee seeing an insect crawling on a wall and calling Steve Ditko into his office to pitch him an insect-based superhero who could himself perform such fantastic feats is common knowledge. Actually, it's more than common knowledge. It's comics legend. Everyone knows that Lee was inspired by the classic tale of Jekyll and Hyde to create the Hulk, that the Fantastic Four sprang directly from his refusal to simply clone the Justice League of America as publisher Martin Goodman had requested, but creating complex, realistic, three-dimensional characters that you could relate to, single-handedly setting into motion one of the most important and singularly defining eras in comic book history. And not just of its era, but of all time. The problem is, there's holes in the narrative that Stan Lee presented from the beginning. Many, if not most, of these discrepancies arise from Lee's proclivity to find clever and inventive ways of leaving out or conveniently not mentioning anyone else involved. As Lee would joke later in life, he would take, quote, any credit that wasn't nailed down. From the start of Marvel's unprecedented success, unsurprisingly, Stan Lee was fairly obviously attempting to paint himself in the most positive and prominent light possible. I mean, in his position, who wouldn't? Given his role as the editor of Marvel, as well as being the nephew of Marvel's publisher at the time, Martin Goodman, it wasn't difficult and had to have been tempting for Stan Lee, who was always seeking the spotlight in one fashion or another, to take credit for things that he may or may not have done. Despite quickly becoming the face of the company and plastering his own face anywhere and everywhere he could along with his name, Stan Lee was actually embarrassed about what he did. He has openly spoken about deliberately not telling people what kind of writer he was at parties and stuff, and he even went so far as to adopt a pen name because he still hoped to, quote, write the great American novel one day. He was living a sort of double life, and while he might have been reticent about people finding out he was a comic book writer at first, this did not last long. The narratives and tall tales that Stan Lee spun took shape nearly as quickly as the Marvel Universe did, and while refined and perfected over the years as more and more attention and critical eyes were turned in his direction, as more and more people figured out he wasn't always quite on the level with how he presented stuff, I don't think that Stan Lee ever really expected anyone to actually come along and start asking serious questions. I honestly
Oh, what the heck?
think Stan Lee never dreamed of how big Marvel would get, how valuable some of these characters would eventually become. How could he? Spider Man alone generates billions each year in revenue and merchandising, and with the movies coming out every year or two at this point, he's generating more and more every year for Disney. While Steve Ditko, the co creator of Spider Man, never sought recompense from Marvel in the form of money, Ditko did go after Lee personally in the final few years of the two elderly men's lives in an effort to set the record straight concerning the creation of Spider Man. Interestingly, and I think quite tellingly, Steve Ditko wasn't after money. He didn't want a red cent. Ditko simply wanted the record set straight before he died. And unbelievably, he didn't even want credit for himself creating Spider Man. He just wanted to make sure that Stan Lee didn't get that credit or that money. The public battle between Lee and Ditko was a relatively hush one, as most of comics had largely written off Ditko following his continued retreat from the industry into his own small niche of self publishing, and with his objectivist beliefs driving a wedge between him and even his closest friends over the years. It wasn't pretty though, and if you want to learn more about this, check out the Spider Man co creation letter documentary from a few years ago, which I'll make sure to stick a link to in the description below. My point is, even in the face of a public dispute over his creation, Spider Man is likely the most widely known creation story in comics, and is viewed as a creation of Stan Lee alone by the public at large. And I know what you're sitting there thinking. Stan Lee can't be lying. I've seen him in all those movies. He did the narration for my favorite cartoons when I was a kid. He's the voice of comics, for Christ's sake. And he is all of that, but he's also a consummate businessman, and Stan Lee painted himself as the face of Marvel Comics from the onset, to the extent that one of the most reclusive comic creators, and in fact creators in general of all time, basically undertook a personal crusade to make sure people knew that Stan Lee didn't create Spider-Man. But that was Steve Ditko. That was one character. If Stan Lee was bending the truth when it came to Spider-Man, what about the rest of the characters that seemed to pour out of Marvel, starting in 1961 with the release of Fantastic Four issue 1, the book that officially kicked off the Marvel Age and changed the face of comics forever in the process? And more importantly, what about the man who drew those books, helped write, and helped come up with those characters? What about Jack Kirby? While there were other writers and artists besides Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, between the two, they would go on to lay the groundwork for what would become a number of the most profitable characters in history. Brick by brick, stone by stone, character by character, story by story, Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko, and a small cadre of other artists like Bill Everett, Sal and John Buscema, Don Heck, and John and Marie Severin built the foundations of the Marvel
Oh, you know
Universe
what?
upon which
I also
everything
didn't.
that has come since has been based on. This is not hyperbole or even me attempting to sound overly dramatic. This is a simple and inalienable truth about the history and origin of Marvel Comics and their characters. While Spider Man is without a doubt Marvel's most popular and lucrative creation, and just about always has been, Marvel Comics are filled with some of the most recognizable creations on the planet, and a rather shocking amount of those came directly from the fantastic mind and masterful pencil of Jack Kirby. While these characters were created for use by Stan Lee, who without a doubt also played a role in their creation, this role is debatable given Lee's unreliable narrative of events and tendency to exaggerate, putting it lightly, muddying the waters of history to such an extent to at this point, I do not believe that we will ever know the full truth of the creation of those characters. To complicate matters, Jack Kirby was also prone to a bit of exaggeration himself, though to be fair, he rarely had the type of pulpit that Stan Lee did or anyone's ear who is interested in hearing it. Given the complex nature of the word creation when it comes to comics and their characters and stories, there are a number of added difficulties when trying to discern which man did precisely what on any given title or character when it comes to Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, on top of the normal problems that you would face when trying to look into this kind of stuff. It seems that while they operated almost completely autonomously, neither one was really paying attention or cared what the other wanted. Who created and wrote what is an entire episode on its own, and I'll get to it at some point, but there's a certain aspect of how Kirby's work and much of the work in general was done at Marvel during these formative years, which directly plays into our tale of intrigue, deception, and espionage that we're focusing on in this series. To this end, while the reasons and methods were numerous, the outcome always seems to have been the same when it came to Kirby's work for Marvel. Stan Lee was billed as the sole creator both in the media as well as by the publisher, and his artists were rather callously cast aside. They would receive little monetary remuneration and even less in the way of creator credits for decades, or in many cases, at all. While, as I mentioned, there are even more complications concerning who did what with Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, most of the confusion when it comes to the creation of Marvel's biggest names and heaviest hitters, and not just concerning Jack Kirby, is born of what's become known as the Marvel Method. The Marvel Method was at once a revolutionary concept that did probably help to create one of the most interesting periods in modern comics, but also successfully shifted the responsibilities of the writer and expanded the scope of artists' work to the point it's become a point of serious legal contention in the past few decades. In fact, the Marvel Method was chief among the reasons that Kirby chose to leave Marvel originally in 1970, following nearly a decade with the company, creating some of the most popular fictional characters of all time, and is a pivotal part of this documentary. As I mentioned, the Marvel Method didn't just affect Jack Kirby, and in fact, it's played a big part in obfuscating and conflating who was responsible for what, especially concerning character creation and plotting. And just to be clear, for the uninitiated, the Marvel method of writing, as it's commonly referred to, generally speaking, is a method of writing which was pioneered by Stan Lee during Marvel's sudden ascension, wherein the writer doesn't actually write much of anything. Instead of a script or even necessarily even giving the artist a plot, the writer and artist meet and have a short meeting. They would briefly and loosely discuss the general plot of the issue between them, and I do mean briefly when in reference to Lee and Kirby especially. Following this meeting, the artist would then go off on his own and draw the issue with the general plot or story idea that they had discussed with the writer. In some cases, like that of Jack Kirby, the artist would even go so far as to write out what was happening or plot the issue in the margin of the art before they turn it in. Kirby would even leave dialogue notes. Marvel, and specifically Stan Lee, claimed that when the artist turned in the penciled pages, the writer could then tailor the dialogue to fit the panels and art much more accurately than ever before. At least that was the claim. While Stan Lee would do his best to glorify this writing method in later years, in reality, this concept was born more of Lee's time constraints than it was any great desire to tell better stories, and he's even said as much in a number of interviews. Lee explained as early as 1969 in a Cartoonist Profiles interview, quote, "I verbalize them myself. I don't have the time or interest. I'm too bored to write the plot out, and I have the kind of relationship with the artist where we sit and talk for 5 minutes about it. Later on, while the artist is making his drawings, he puts little notes on the side of the pages indicating what the hell he's drawing just to help me know what he's doing in the various panels. In the case of Jack Kirby, I will merely phone him or he will phone me as he did about 2 hours ago. At this point, I don't know what the heck the story is going to be. This is basically the threat, the skeleton outline. That's all that I discussed with Jack. He will send back 20 pages drawn as he sees it. I will then write the copy." In the same interview, Lee explains that beyond being a time saver and born of necessity, the Marvel method became his preferred way of writing because of the unforeseen benefits that it yielded. Quote, "Years ago when I was writing all the books, I just couldn't write fast enough. It took me 12 minutes to type a page, so if I was doing 20 pages, it would take 4 hours to type a story. And there might be an artist waiting for one story while I was finishing another, and I couldn't afford to let that man sit around doing nothing. So, in desperation, I would say to him, look, I don't have time to write your script, but your story is going to deal with Doctor Doom, who comes to town, etc. Why don't you start drawing it and I'll put the dialogue in later?" With this method, the artist was kept busy while I was typing the script, and after a while, I realized that this was a great way to do it. The artist could now create. He wasn't just blindly following what the writer did, and the artist could envision this better than the writer. The artist could play up what he considered particularly interesting, then the writer could be inspired by the artist's drawing. For instance, it's easier for me to write copy looking at a drawing than it is to write copy looking at a sheet of blank paper. No other companies want to work this way, although I think it's wonderful. The other editors feel that they would lose control, and many other artists feel that they don't want to do the writer's job. While everything Stan Lee says is true, this put an incredible amount of strain on artists, many of whom either immediately resented or would grow to resent the Marvel method, viewing it as taking advantage of artists, stripping them of credits that they should be receiving for plotting and other work, and being inexcusably one-sided in Lee and other writers' favor when it came to work, rights, credit, and compensation. Kirby was one of the artists who almost immediately started to get annoyed by the Marvel method. He was the one being expected to come up with the ideas and keep the titles afloat. He was the one expected to plot and come up with these ideas, even though Stan Lee was the one getting credit for it. This would pave the way for the problems that would eventually tear Lee, Kirby, Goodman, and Marvel apart. As Kirby recalled in the 1970 interview, quote, "Fantastic Four was my idea. It was my idea to do it that way. It was my idea to develop the way it was. I'm not saying that Stan Lee had nothing to do with it. Of course he did. We talked things out. As things went on, I began to work at home, and I no longer came up to the office. I developed all the stuff at home and just sent it in. I had to come up with the new ideas to help the strip sell." But the thing was, Kirby wasn't just upset about the Fantastic Four. While it had started with that one title, as Marvel continued to skyrocket in popularity far beyond anyone's wild expectations, more and more work was being heaped on Jack Kirby, who was ostensibly the illustrated face of Marvel. This, despite Lee's continued portrayal as the sole creator of most of Marvel's characters nearly everywhere you looked, including in the media and the indicia. As Kirby created a growing pantheon of characters for Marvel, tensions between the two men grew accordingly. As Marvel continued to add more titles and Kirby continued to pump out characters and creations that would go on to earn the company trillions of dollars, Kirby grew increasingly irritated with how he was treated at Marvel, specifically by Stan Lee, because of a certain perspective that he held regarding the definition of creating a character. Going back to what we talked about a little bit ago, while they couldn't be more different in a lot of ways, I think that Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko both agreed that something wasn't real until it had a physical form. Until it existed, That is to say, a thought was not something you could lay credit to. A drawing or a piece of writing, that was something concrete. That was something you could lay claim to. In this way, Steve Ditko saw himself as the creator of Spider Man, and I think in a lot of ways he was right. But again, if you want to hear more about that, check out my documentary. Jack Kirby felt much the same way, but unlike Steve Ditko, where the water is extremely muddy when it comes to the history and origins of Spider Man, with Kirby himself probably due more than a little credit when it comes to the concept at the very least. When it came to Jack Kirby and many of the most famous creations for Marvel, there's little question that the lion's share of the work was done by Jack Kirby. While they had started off having rather passionate back and forth plotting sessions, as time passed, before too long, the already brief conversations that Lee and Kirby had concerning contents, characters, and plots prior to Kirby's work on the issues in question began to dwindle. Quote, I didn't exactly work with Stan Lee. I worked at home and I wasn't at the office much. I'd come in maybe once or twice a month and deliver my drawings. Stan Lee would usually be pretty busy being the editor there, and I'd deliver my stuff, and that would be all there was to it. I'd tell Stan Lee what the next story was going to be, and I'd go home and do it. He was the one locked in his basement, pumping out characters and jotting notes in the margins of the art, along with assembling letters and other notation explaining what the heck was going on to Stan Lee, and even making dialogue suggestions. It isn't hard to discern why Kirby was becoming increasingly disillusioned with Marvel, and in particular, his relationship with Stan Lee and publisher Martin Goodman. The strain on Jack Kirby, who is producing an unbelievable amount of material at this point, began to take its toll. As time wore on, Kirby was continually forced to come up with new ideas, new characters, new stories, and new titles, only to then have them taken away from him as quickly as he could draw the page, and he was whooshed off to work on the next big thing he was expected to produce for the ironically nicknamed House of Ideas. Despite being one of the most famous and highly regarded artists in the field at this point, Jack Kirby felt completely unable to speak out about any misgivings he might have about his work for Marvel and about how Stan Lee and Martin Goodman treated him during his tenure there. Jack Kirby had a family to provide for, and it seems like he was genuinely worried that if he brought up his concerns to Lee or Goodman, he might be in serious jeopardy of losing his job. Jack Kirby explained years later in an interview, quote, there were times at Marvel when I couldn't say anything because it would be taken away from me and put in another context, and it would be lost. All my connection with it would be severed. For instance, I created the Silver Surfer, Galactus, and an army of characters, and now my connection with them is lost. You get to feel like a ghost. You're writing commercials for somebody, and it's a strange feeling, but I experienced it, and I didn't like it much. If I did come up with an idea at Marvel, they'd take it away from me, and I lost all association with it. I was never given credit for the writing, which I did. Most of the writing at Marvel is done by the artist from the script. This quote from 1970, the year Kirby initially parted ways with Marvel, I think well demonstrates the growing level of resentment and perhaps even anger towards Stan Lee and Martin Goodman that would culminate in his departure, which was coming to a boiling point around this time. While contentions over creation and other credits would be the ultimate reason I think Jack Kirby parted ways with Marvel in 1970, there seems to have been three precipitating events which hastened his departure, the least of which certainly not being the Silver Surfer. While Jack Kirby obviously felt like he was the one chiefly responsible
Yo,
for
if
most
they-
of Marvel's superheroes, including the Fantastic Four, the Incredible
This is wild to me, and because, like, yeah, I think this is the perfect time to leave Marvel. I think if you. Things are so different now, right? Like, who could really say what to do in Jack Kirby's position here? But, like, I only have, like, 3 fucking characters. 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 characters made up that are, like, mine, you know? If if someone took any of them, I would be just unable to move forward, just out of sheer like disillusionment or fucking like, if that's how it's gonna be, then fuck it. Why bother? Silver Surfer, what a fucking cool character, man. If I created Silver Surfer and then it got taken away from me, I'd fucking quit on the spot. That's it's fucking wild, man. Anyway,
Hulk, the X-Men, and a number of Marvel's original lineup of heroes and villains, and I don't think you can really argue with him. He did acknowledge that Stan Lee was a part of the process of their creation. Jack Kirby, while still strongly rooted in the Steve Ditko thought process of the artist being the true creator, the one actually breathing life into something, he never tried to underplay or diminish Lee's role. However, as time passed, Lee's role diminished as it had been to start with, was shrinking more and more when it came to his actual contributions. In accordance, Jack Kirby, while afforded more freedom most certainly when it came to the art and story in a lot of regards, was also basically responsible for creating the entire plot and art for issues that he worked on without a script or even a real plot to work from. Stan Lee kind of just expected him to go and do it. In a lot of ways, Jack Kirby had fallen prey to his own success. He'd proven so ingenious and creative that Stan Lee had increasingly began to view him as someone whose sole job was to produce as much and as many characters as possible, which were then to be handed off to other writers and artists to work on, while Jack Kirby worked on his next big thing for Marvel. This was one thing when Lee and Kirby had a conference or a meeting and discussed a character, and Kirby would go off, come up with some concept material, and then launch a new title with the character, handling the art on it for a few issues before handing it off to someone else, or at the very least doing layouts for whoever ended up doing it because Kirby simply didn't have time. To Kirby, it was apparently an entirely different thing to have his own original creations taken from him in the same manner, though. While Kirby put up with a lot of stuff, this was one thing he could not abide. The best example of what I'm talking about, and perhaps the most famous and well known of all the stories out there having to do with the Marvel Method, are the bizarre origins of the Silver Surfer. As the story goes, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby had their normal little powwow to discuss possible plots for the next issue of Fantastic Four. When they were trying to come up with a villain, they reached a sort of impasse, though. In Lee's recollection, they'd created such powerful villains in the past that he suggested jokingly the only way they could really one-up that was by having something akin to God. While the idea of portraying a character as mighty as God might sound like a daunting and absolutely horrific task to many artists, it was right up Kirby's alley. He had no problem envisioning what he thought a godlike entity would be, distilling his own long-held fears about encounters with extraterrestrial life forms. Kirby took the idea of the Fantastic Four fighting the godlike being and locked away from the world in his dingy, cramped basement, working almost entirely on his own. Jack Kirby created Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds. While he created some magnificent characters and contributed innumerable timeless designs to countless characters, Galactus stood and still stands as one of Kirby's greatest achievements. Not only is every line 100% Kirby, but the sense of awe and horror that seemed to emanate from his art on those issues is utterly fantastic. It was like nothing anyone had seen or done in comics before, and when Kirby stepped back and beheld his creation for the first time, he was well aware of this fact. Galactus was so powerful, he was so godlike and absolutely enormous in every sense of the word that Jack Kirby decided he needed a servant. As he would later say, quote, "If God had angels, then Galactus would have his herald." So without calling up Marvel, without telling Stan Lee, without having even discussed the idea in his meeting with Lee, and without a second thought, Jack Kirby took up his paper and pencil and drew the Silver Surfer. The Silver Surfer would go on to become the central character of the Galactus trilogy, with the story told through his eyes as he perceives our alien world. Because the story and characters in the Galactus trilogy had so much of Kirby in them anyways, and especially due to the nature of the Silver Surfer's creation, Kirby felt a special affinity for the Surfer. He was one of the few characters that Jack Kirby could openly and definitively state Stan Lee had absolutely nothing to do with. Because Jack Kirby felt so close to the character, he would play a pivotal role in the growing discontent that Kirby felt about his relationship with Marvel. According to Mark Evanier, quote, "The Surfer became a source of special contention between Lee and Kirby. Though we regarded the earlier Marvel heroes as primarily his concepts, Jack had at least discussed them with Stan before drawing their first stories. But the tale in which the Surfer had debuted had been plotted and illustrated before Lee had ever even heard about the metallic guy hanging 10. In a rare moment of letting credit slip between his fingers, likely due to the growing amount of tension between he and Kirby having to do with creation and ownership of Marvel's stable of characters, and as a sort of peace offering, Stan Lee admitted to being absolutely befuddled when Jack Kirby first turned in the pages for Fantastic Four issue 48. Although he's told the story innumerable times, Stan Lee famously said at the 1975 San Diego Comic-Con in regards to the Silver Surfer's creation, quote, "I better watch what I say because I never know. Jack may be here. I'm not known for always telling the truth, but at least people don't usually catch me at it. But Jack may remember this, so I'll be careful. I did not really create the Silver Surfer. Those of you who are historians and archivists, take note. Jack and I were doing the Fantastic Four, and we came up with this plot, something to do with Galactus and our usual crazy stuff. I was telling Jack he wasn't listening, and I wasn't paying attention to what he was saying. He went off and drew something. The way he worked, for those of you who don't know, is not the way they work at other companies where the writer writes a script and it's given to an artist and the artist draws it and that's the end of it. With us, it's a marriage of talents. The artist and the writer will discuss the plot together. Then the artist goes off to his little nook where he works, and he, without the benefit of script, only with this vague, ridiculous plot that he's discussed, goes and draws the whole story himself. So following the basic plot, the artist draws it. Then, when the writer has to put in the copy, just imagine how much easier it is to look at a drawing and suit the dialogue perfectly to the expression of the character's face, to what the drawing represents, than to try and write perfect dialogue when you're looking at a blank sheet of paper, trying to imagine what the drawing will be like. So what worked out is the fastest way to work. It also gives us the best results. And you're all sitting there thinking, what does this have to do with the Silver Surfer? Here's what it has to do. Jack and I discussed the story dealing with Galactus. All I remember is we were saying, we've already had Doctor Doom, we've already had Sandman, and all these powerful villains. What can we do to top what we've done? The only thing to do is get a villain who's practically a god, who doesn't want to conquer the Earth, a villain who destroys whole planets. Well, that sounded good. It was easy for me to say it. Now it was up to Jack to go home and draw it. I don't remember. Jack may have come up with the name Galactus, or I might have. I probably wanted to call him Irving. The thing came back, and lo and behold, Jack had Galactus, and I loved it. Well, I love everything Jack does. I look at these drawings and I couldn't wait to start writing the copy. All of a sudden, as I'm looking through the drawings, I see this nut on a surfboard flying in the air, and I thought, Jack, this time you've gone too far. Obviously, by 1975, Lee was aware that people were beginning to take note of his constantly shifting view of history and trying his best to appease
God damn, that's so good.
Ronald Jack Kirby. All things aside, though, Stan Lee admits the Silver Surfer was Kirby's creation, not his. This is important because only a year or so later, Jack Kirby found himself again at odds with Stan Lee, this time about the Silver Surfer. While Kirby had his own plans for the Silver Surfer, Stan Lee had begun to deviate from Kirby's outlines and even the basic story premises he was suggesting in the margin notes. His letters to Lee and their conferences, Kirby felt like Lee was intentionally changing the story to mess with him in some ways, but I think the truth is that he just reached his breaking point with Lee. By this time, there seemed to be no pleasing Jack Kirby when it came to working under the Marvel method. As Mark Evanier states in his book, quote, he'd figure out an issue, draw it up, and write notes to
I'm gonna get up for a
in the
second,
margins,
stretch, get some
explaining
water.
what
I'm
from
gonna put it
Kirby's
back on the
outlines
screen though because
and
it looks
even
better.
the basic story premises he was suggesting in the margin notes. His letters to Lee and their conferences, Kirby felt like Lee was intentionally changing the story to.
There we go. All right. I'll be right back, y'all. Let me get a stretch in. Got a long day ahead of us. Gonna work on a few different things, but I'm working on this for now. So I'll be right back. All right. All right. Just a quick break. Quick stretch. Oh, shit. Okay. I think this probably be a bit like that. Yeah. So this goes like this. This will go like this. I'm really trying to make this cape. fine.
Mess with him in some ways, but I think the truth is that he just reached his breaking point with Lee. By this time, there seemed to be no pleasing Jack Kirby when it came to working under the Marvel method. As Mark Evanier states in his book, quote, he'd figure out an issue, draw it up, and write notes to Stan in the margins explaining what the heck was going on. Sometimes Stan's scripts would merely paraphrase what Jack had written. When they did, Jack would resent that he was receiving no credit or pay for what he was contributing to the writing. Sometimes, Stan would deviate wildly from what Jack had intended. Jack didn't like that either. He loved the stories he developed and would often feel that Stan's word balloon stripped some issues of its meanings or invented a key concept. Jack especially resented it when Stan would take the first part of the story in a different direction than he'd intended. Not only would Jack feel his work was being harmed, it also meant he'd have to redraw the last half, without pay, of course, to correspond. And for the record, I think a big part of this is understandably that Jack Kirby was being forced to not only essentially plot issues, lay them out, and then draw them, but then redraw anything that didn't fit Stan Lee's vision of the narrative that Jack Kirby was drawing. This, despite the fact that one of the major benefits that Stan Lee claimed about the Marvel method was that the writer could better tailor the dialogue and story to the art, not the other way around. Stan Lee himself recalled in an interview in 2000, quote, very often you don't like what the story is, and you say, I'm gonna find a way to make it good. In the later days, I did that with Kirby a lot. Most of the plots he had much more time with them than I did. When he did give me the artwork, a lot of times the plots were not the way I would have wanted to do it, so I would change them in the copy, and the story ended up not being what I'm sure Kirby expected. But again, I don't think the issue was so much that they weren't what Kirby was expecting, so much as the fact that he was expected to not only redraw the pages on his maddeningly tight schedule, but do as such for free. This bothered Jack Kirby, and it was becoming more of a problem as time went on. But Jack Kirby, who needed the work and was scared to speak out about his growing resentment for Lee, bit his tongue and just kept working. When Stan Lee subsequently took the Silver Surfer away from Jack Kirby, who was in the middle of a story, and gave him his own title, which was to be drawn by John Buscema, not Jack Kirby, without so much as telling him, Kirby was furious. While it wasn't the final straw, this bitter dispute over the Silver Surfer that I'm not entirely sure Stan Lee was ever even fully aware of because of how oblivious and busy he was, teamed with how little Jack Kirby ever communicated with him about this kind of stuff, Stan Lee perceived this reluctance to discuss any problems he might have had on Kirby's part as Jack Kirby just being the kind of guy who keeps stuff bottled up. The truth is much more likely that he seems to have felt genuinely scared for his job. While he would never directly address this subject while at Marvel, years later after he left the industry, Jack Kirby would bluntly state, quote, "To ensure sales, I also did the writing, which I was not credited for," as Stan Lee wrote the credits for all of the books, which I did not contest because of his relationship with the publisher Martin Goodman, who was Lee's uncle. Although I was not allowed to write the balloon dialogue, the stories, the characters, and the additional planning for the scripts process was strictly due to my own foresight and literary workmanship. There was no scripts. I created the characters and wrote the stories in my own home and merely brought them into the office every month. It's pretty clear from this, as well as a number of other remarks, that Kirby was not only afraid for his job, but he felt like he was doing Lee's job as well, whether this is true or not. The growing resentment over this fact, teamed with Kirby's unusual attachment to the Silver Surfer, and Lee's handing the character off to someone else without so much as asking Kirby, really pissed him off. Mark Evanier explains, quote, "A year or two later, Jack would get some disturbing news. Marvel was launching an ongoing Silver Surfer comic, and Stan was doing it with another artist. The first issue, already heading off to press, detailed an origin that Stan had devised. Jack hadn't been told about this, and it killed his own plans for the character and the story he'd already partially drawn. Kirby especially didn't like that he hadn't been given first refusal on doing the new book. His idea had been taken away from him in every possible sense." If Stan Lee taking the Silver Surfer away from him wasn't bad enough, less than 2 years later, in 1970, sales were so poor on his self-titled series that Stan Lee resorted to bringing Jack Kirby back to rescue the series from the brink of cancellation. Jack Kirby felt that he was continually being called in to do exactly this, and it didn't really matter if he was successful or not either. Stan Lee would take the book away if it was a success or cancel it if it wasn't. Given his feelings about the Silver Surfer, it seems he took this Silver Surfer assignment particularly hard though. Lee once mused about Norrin Radd, quote, "Once I saw the pictures, I gave the Silver Surfer personality and speech patterns I thought he ought to have. But had we not worked this way, there would not have been a Silver Surfer." Stan Lee so much admits his only contribution to the character was his speech pattern and his personality, and more than a little ironically, this was precisely the reason that Stan Lee thought the character had failed to connect with readers. Lee was convinced that it was the pacifist personality that he had endowed the Silver Surfer with, the only part of the character he takes credit for. That was the precise reason that the Silver Surfer wasn't selling. With the title teetering on the brink of cancellation, Lee was so convinced of his own folly that he thought bringing Jack Kirby back onto the character he'd come up with might not even be enough. With this in mind, Stan Lee didn't just bring Jack Kirby back to tackle the art in hopes of rekindling interest with fans, he also planned to take the book in a bold new direction. At least that's how Lee described it. What Stan Lee actually had planned was to have Herb Trimpe take over the series as soon as Jack Kirby could stabilize sales on the title. Again, though, A new artist wasn't enough, and Stan Lee decided to exponentially ramp up the action in Silver Surfer by having him forsake his vow of pacifism and instead embrace the anger and aggression of the strange alien world he found himself surrounded by, going so far as to plan on renaming the book The Savage Silver Surfer. A complete contradiction of the character up to that point, the new direction is absolutely just as ludicrous and out there as it sounds. You really can't go against a character's entire nature much more than this. Annoyed as he might have been, as always in need of a paycheck and willing to do whatever Stan Lee asked of him, Jack Kirby was told that he would be drawing 2 issues, issues 18 and 19, on his own before then being expected to produce complete layouts for the next several issues following this, which new artist Herb Trimpe would ink over. Goodman and Lee often not only expected Kirby to produce a prodigious amount of pages, do whatever else they asked of him on top of his regular workload, and create characters regularly, but provide penciled layouts for other artists so that they could get accustomed to the Marvel style, which in essence boiled down to everyone doing their best imitation of Kirby's designs and layouts at the very least. Despite what I can only describe as serious reservations about the new direction Stan Lee was taking his beloved creation, Jack Kirby did as he was asked, and he drew the story Stan Lee gave him, proposing the new direction for the Silver Surfer in it. As such, the end of Silver Surfer 18 literally ends with the Surfer frothing, mouth agape, screaming straight at the viewer about how he's forsaken peace and pacifism and is going to battle man on their own, quote, savage terms from now on. It wasn't just painful to look at because it was an affront to the character and his creator, who was being puppeteered by a man who obviously had little, if any, grasp on the Silver Surfer. It was clear that something was amiss at Marvel as well, and specifically between Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, who were being purported as old friends working on the series. Behind the scenes, the deteriorating relationship between the two had resulted in a gap that was quickly becoming a vast chasm as the months passed, or as Evan Ears simply states, quote, by this time his relationship with Stan Lee had deteriorated in so many ways. While this honestly doesn't seem to be anything new, and Jack Kirby was just sort of miserable working under Martin Goodman and Stan Lee at Marvel, Lee, who is busy off giving interviews and signing lucrative merchandising deals for himself and his uncle's company, seems to have either not noticed Kirby's discontent or simply not cared. I don't just say this because of the Silver Surfer or anything. It feels like Stan Lee was entirely insensitive or unaware of the inordinate amount of pressure that he was placing on Jack Kirby in so many ways, how he was ostensibly responsible for keeping Marvel going art-wise. By this time in 1968, Jack Kirby was so busy, he was forced to work something like 4 months ahead of publication schedules just to meet deadlines. He was constantly churning out interiors, layouts, and roughs, and if he wasn't doing that, he was most likely doing a cover for whatever Marvel was putting out, or designing new characters. Things were getting out of control. Expectations were indescribably high, and Jack Kirby's discontent continued to mount as things with the Silver Surfer played out in a fairly heinous way. Apparently, even Stan Lee and Marvel knew that something was wrong when they saw Silver Surfer 18. Fans' reactions were not what they were hoping for, and while Jack Kirby most certainly already had completed penciling the issue, the debut of the Savage Silver Surfer in issue 19 that was purported was never published. Instead, Stan Lee decided that the concept wasn't working and the title was summarily canceled, ending with the absurdly bizarre scene of a psychotic, seemingly rage-fueled surfer's howling proclamation about how he's foregoing his pacifist ways in preference of savagery and anger that Stan Lee had called for and obviously had not worked, because Stan Lee chose to kill the Silver Surfer before the final issue ever saw publication, and Kirby was being forced to work so far ahead of publication schedules to meet his deadlines Silver Surfer 19 ended up being another project for Marvel that Jack Kirby was never paid for, and another project for Marvel that Jack Kirby did for Marvel that he was never paid for because of Stan Lee's decisions. This wasn't like the other times this had happened to Jack Kirby in a lot of ways, from what I can tell, at least from his perspective, though. He was obviously tiring of Stan Lee, Martin Goodman, and Marvel in general's antics. Kirby was tired of Lee's constant demands for revisions to art he'd already completed without pay for stories he had to come up with himself, and Stan Lee had subsequently decided to change after he was done with the art as per the Marvel method. He was tired of Stan Lee taking his characters, and he was tired of Stan Lee's harebrained schemes, which were beginning to fall on their face nearly as often as they worked. Lee had requested the changes. Lee had been the one to take the character away from him in the first place, and now Stan Lee was once again the guy who was ensuring that Jack Kirby didn't get paid for work that he had most certainly already completed. Work that Jack Kirby had only completed for the company on spec due to how far out he had to schedule his work, which again, Stan Lee was largely responsible for as he heaped more and more on the already overworked and increasingly burnt out artist. None of this sat well with Kirby, who by this point was making essentially the same rates as he had been when he helped literally build the company up from nothing less than a decade before. Because his rates had remained so stagnant over the years, as well as the fact that Jack Kirby had a family and a mortgage to worry about, he was always on the lookout for ways to earn extra cash. Of the numerous jobs that he did and the companies that he worked for at the time, Kirby did an especially large amount of work for a company called Marvel Mania International. While the name might not sound familiar right away, if you saw their ads, which ran for years in nearly all of Marvel's comics around this time, from about 1968 to 1970, you'd almost certainly instantly recognize them. Marvel Mania was a mail order company who had acquired the rights to Marvel properties and subsequently hired Jack Kirby to do work for them, designing product images, posters, and tons of other stuff. Among these numerous projects that Jack Kirby would undertake for the company, one stands out and not only plays a big part in our tale tonight, but was one of the other major breaking points that Jack Kirby hit with Marvel that resulted in his leaving the company only months afterwards. For a company with a reputation like the one that Marvel Mania still has to this day, almost 50 years later, which for the record is not the good kind, it played an interestingly pivotal role in shaping comic books during 1969 and 1970, albeit entirely inadvertently. Despite a good deal of digging, I actually don't know the name of the guy who ran Marvel Mania, for reasons that should become fairly obvious before too long. While its owner remains somewhat shrouded in mystery, the story of how Marvel Mania came to license Marvel's properties is a fairly interesting one, especially considering the spurious nature of the man running it. From the start, Stan Lee had been pretty heavily invested in the idea of making people feel like they were a part of a family of sorts by reading Marvel comics, and employed a number of different tactics early on to get fans more interested and involved with Marvel. The reason for Marvel's approach to creating relatable, less mythological characters was heavily rooted in, or at least led to, Stan Lee's repeated attempts to make people feel accepted and understood by the books that they were reading. Like I said, kind of like part of a family. And everything else aside, honestly, if nothing else, this is probably Stan Lee's most lasting contribution to the medium. While he failed in a great deal of other areas, Stan Lee was a champion for comics, despite his certainly not being a champion for the people making comics, even those making comics for him. As part of his earliest attempts to form something of an official fan club for Marvel, in 1964, Lee had introduced the Merry Marvel Marching Society. The Marching Society, which would produce some of the more interesting artifacts and collectibles of the era, namely the voices of Marvel. The MMS had a number of other fairly inventive and interesting ideas, though, and while it's finally remembered today, at the time, Martin Goodman simply couldn't be convinced that it was worth the time, or more importantly, worth the money it was required to keep up. Goodman argued the costs of maintaining such a fan club far outweighed any good it was doing, and around October of 1969, Goodman ordered that Stan Lee either disband or find some other way to continue the fan club, not on his dollar. Not wanting to entirely disband the society, just as it seemed to be really coming into its own, and believing that there was not only merit in his idea of harboring reader loyalty and retention through the society, but that there was money to be made with the idea as well. With Goodman's adamant demand that he either get rid of it or figure something else out, Stan Lee licensed the Merry Marvel Marching Society as well as all of Marvel's characters to a quote, unnamed California executive in October of 1969 in what I can only call a completely idiotic move. I have no idea what the guy running Marvel Mania told Stan Lee, but it was either really slick or Stan Lee just wanted to keep the MMS around that bad. I'm not entirely sure which. Either way, Stan Lee officially announced that the MMS will be incorporated into a fabulous parent organization named Marvel Mania International. As it turned out, this was definitely about as far from the truth as you can get, and while no one at Marvel was aware of it, the unnamed California businessman, who incidentally had been introduced to Marvel by none other than Chip Goodman, Martin's son, was as crooked as they came. The man running Marvel Mania International was in fact, in essence, a professional grifter, fleeing from con to con, trying to hit it big with some get-rich scheme. He would set up shop somewhere, start a business, and determined to become a millionaire, just push things too hard. Things would usually start out well, but eventually the business would implode due to the undue stress that the owner would put on the venture trying to speed up profits. When the company inevitably collapsed under the weight of his impatience and incompetence, he would just declare bankruptcy and move on to the next big idea he happened to be chasing. The problem is, you're only allowed to declare bankruptcy once every 7 years, and the owner of Marvel Mania had already done so a number of times. According to Mark Evanier, the owner of Marvel Mania would go around the country starting up new businesses, pay his bills for about a year, and then if things didn't work out, which they never did, he would just pack up his stuff and disappear literally like a thief in the night. On top of stiffing investors, he would also end up not paying the people working for him, and apparently he never bothered to send out a lot of the product that people paid for and ordered. Evanier recalled of Marvel Mania's owner, quote, a lot of kids who ordered posters, never got them, but they weren't alone. Apparently he didn't like paying the people that worked for him either. Despite this, as I said, his modus operandi was to operate as usual for about a year, get people comfortable, and then just run stuff into the ground. While Marvel Mania would eventually end up following this same model, it was during that first year of operation where they were still paying their employees and shipping at least some of the merchandise they were paying for, while they tried to make the company look as official as possible, that they hired on two very important people. The first, obviously, was Mark Evanier. Evanier had aspirations of getting into comics one day himself, and had actually only moved to California because he'd heard that Jack Kirby had himself relocated there that same year in 1969. While today, living in California away from Marvel HQ is commonplace, and you can work almost entirely remotely as a comic book professional due to technological professions, at the time, this was a major faux pas. It was a big headache having to worry about mailing art, constantly worried that it wouldn't arrive in time, or even get lost entirely while in transit. More than this, California was where the movie executives and animators lived. As the popularity and the money with cartoon strips had faded, movies and animation had risen to take their place. In the past, comic book artists had either been envious or aspired to work on strips because of the money involved. Now, filmmakers and animators were the new envy of many comic professionals who longed to escape their menial drawing assignments for the promise of money and fame. On top of the problems with sending art in the mail, I think that many comic book publishers were afraid of the allure that these jobs might have presented to their employees. It was kind of an unwritten rule that you had to be located around your publisher's headquarters, wherever that might be. So when Jack Kirby moved to California, many comic professionals who were jealous of Kirby anyway highly resented the fact that Jack Kirby was being given what they saw as special accommodations. I don't know for sure how difficult for Kirby it was to get permission to make the move, but I do know that he had a pretty good reason for making the move, and it wasn't Hollywood. Despite the impression of many of his peers, the main reason for Kirby's relocation had actually been his daughter Lisa's asthma. After continuous health problems, her condition had deteriorated to the point that the entire family packed up and moved across country to a drier, more acclimate climate in an effort to alleviate some of her symptoms. This is the real reason that Jack Kirby was granted permission to move. However, many unaware of his daughter's condition, or simply convinced that this was an excuse, saw the move to California as Jack Kirby making a play at Hollywood. And truth be told, this thought had entered Jack Kirby's mind, and it may have played more of a role in the family's relocation than he let on at the time. While his daughter's asthma had been the reason for the move, at least on paper, this is what he told his bosses at Marvel, and his daughter was told by a physician to move to a better climate, Kirby's secret ambitions for movies and animation also likely played as much as a part in selecting California as anything else. Having lived and worked through the Great Depression and come up the hard way, Jack Kirby was always looking for a way to get more steady work and a better paycheck, and Hollywood seemed to be the answer to all of his prayers. At least to, as of yet, fairly inexperienced Jack Kirby looking in on the industry. I had long wondered if Jack Kirby had perhaps chosen California maybe specifically because of its proximity to the film and animation industries, and interestingly, Evanier spoke to this in his book, as well as the fact that Jack Kirby was well aware of the fact that the kids and young teens that had grown up reading his books were in positions of power in both animation and film by this point. Jack Kirby held out hopes perhaps they might remember the man who had drawn nearly all of their favorite comics as kids. Quote, Kirby had hopes that being close to Hollywood might bring him entry to the movie business. There was nothing concrete, but it had dawned on him that the kids who had grown up on his work would soon be old enough to run the studios. Maybe one of them would think, hey, let's get that guy who did that comic I love. It was worth a try at least. Film seemed like the next logical outlet for his creativity, and besides, he had to go somewhere. I don't know if he was ever directly asked, but as far as I know, Kirby himself never came out and said as much himself, but he alluded to this fact often enough, saying things like, quote, I feel the kind of things we do for comics are films and movies. I see myself competing with the movie camera, and I see myself creating a movie. It's obvious that, while not an egotistical man, Kirby knew he was a talented illustrator, and given that he saw his drawings as living, breathing things that were quite literally crackling with energy, which were like snippets of animation, or taken as a whole a film, that perhaps his comic work would translate well into film or animation. I think that beyond this, Kirby reasoned that he'd worked in animation as a fill-in artist for the Fleischer Animation Studios back in 1939, just prior to getting into comics, and felt like he could adapt to whatever was asked of him. While perhaps not coming out and directly saying he's interested in making films, or being involved with animation for that matter, both things I know he had a keen interest in, Jack Kirby made it clear on more than one occasion he felt this was simply the next logical step for him to take given his skill set and the point of diminishing returns his comic book career seemed to have reached. He didn't have any ends with either industry though, no connections, nothing. Jack Kirby might have moved to California in hopes of getting into the film or animation field, but instead, he was now on the other side of the country with a mortgage to pay and a family to support, separated from most of his closest friends by thousands of miles. For the first time in a long time, Jack Kirby was all alone in more than one way. It was during this transitional period, eager for any paying work that he could get that wasn't comics, Jack Kirby agreed to do a number of designs for the infamous Marvel Mania International. Kirby had no idea who he'd gotten into business with, and while the work with Marvel Mania would prove to be problematic in a number of ways, it was also an extremely important period for Kirby, as this is where and when he would first meet and befriend longtime cohort Mark Evanier. Evanier would go on to be an increasingly important part of his life over the next several years, and in fact, for the rest of his life. Evanier served as an assistant to Kirby for years following the two's departure from Marvel Mania not long after this, and even after Kirby's passing, Evanier has remained a steadfast supporter and is one of the most important sources of first-hand information regarding Jack Kirby on the planet. While his friendship and work with Evanier likely outweighed the headaches that were to follow, believe it or not, even though he was working for Marvel Mania precisely because it wasn't comic book work, this work would inadvertently lead to one of the last straws for Jack Kirby when it came to working for Marvel in any capacity. While Jack Kirby did a host of projects for the mail order company, among the projects that Jack Kirby agreed to do for Marvel Mania was a set of 8 absolutely stunning posters where he provided images of some of Marvel's biggest characters in his own inimitable style. While he was often constrained by a number of things that included having to tailor most of his work to fit a story, much like with his portfolio work, here Jack Kirby was left to his own devices to create some of the best Marvel images for the poster series of his entire career. Kirby, always the prodigious worker, fairly quickly busted out 8 of the best designs he would ever contribute, not to just a merchandising line, but of the characters ever. Period. It seems like Jack Kirby knew he was onto something special while he was working on them, and he actually took the time to ink them himself as well. Something that Jack Kirby was rarely wont to do throughout his long and storied career. The illustrations were stunning, they were dynamic, and of course, someone at Marvel almost immediately had a problem with them. Just as soon as Jack Kirby was done with them, that is, an unnamed individual at Marvel subsequently decided that there was, quote, too much Kirby in a line and demanded that 4 of the posters, some of the finest images that Jack Kirby ever crafted from this period, be replaced by new images by Marvel artists other than just Kirby. For years, there had been a growing fear that Jack Kirby would become known as the face of the company, and that this might somehow put him in a more favorable position when negotiating salaries and other working conditions with Marvel. This was simply another in a long line of such events, but importantly here, Jack Kirby had already completed and submitted the 8 poster images and had them approved, because Marvel subsequently chose not to allow Marvel Mania to use them, and they were never repurposed by the then ailing company. Jack Kirby was never compensated for the 4 unused images. This had happened to Kirby before, and I think he probably would have just chalked this up as another loss to the increasingly difficult to recognize face of the corporate end of Marvel. What they did next crossed a line, and while he never bore any ill will towards the actual people involved as far as the art's creation, he sure as hell wasn't happy with the corporate entity that was Marvel. Another nameless individual at Marvel decided at the last minute that the Hulk design Jack Kirby had submitted actually was a great piece and that they should have used it. The design and composition, that is. They still weren't paying Kirby a penny for those other 4 drawings, come hell or high water. As things between Kirby and Marvel had become increasingly tense, the company did not want Kirby representing their brand or to inadvertently give him any leverage in negotiations with the company in any way, shape, or form. All this aside, they did like the composition and they wanted to use it for the poster series. Marvel subsequently ordered Herb Trimpe to toss Kirby's original on a light box and trace and replicate his Hulk illustration designed for the poster set, basically just having Herb Trimpe tweak it a little bit and replace the face with one that was more in line with his own style rather than Jack Kirby's, so that it appeared to be an original composition. To add insult to injury, as if this was not bad enough, despite Marvel deciding to have Herb Trimpe redraw the image directly using Kirby's original composition, they still refused to pay for his work on the image. Evanier examines a little more of Kirby's mindset and reaction to the ordeal, saying, quote, "One of several last straws came when a mail order firm that was doing business with Marvel engaged Kirby to draw some posters of the Marvel heroes. Jack drew 8 superb drawings, which in a rare move he inked himself. Then someone at Marvel decided the proposed line had too much Kirby in it and ordered 4 of Jack's posters be replaced by the work of other artists. So right there, Jack Kirby was insulted, and since he never was compensated for the 4 unused posters, financially harmed. But it got worse. Someone at Marvel liked the design of Jack's Hulk poster. They just felt that it should be illustrated by Herb Trimpe, who was the then artist on the Hulk comic. Trimpe was told to trace Kirby's drawing, which he did, effectively just re-inking it and altering the head as per his version of the character, a character which, of course, Jack had co-created and designed in the first place. Jack was never the least bit mad at Herb Trimpe, who just done as his employer had ordered, but the published poster became a gnawing symbol to Kirby of just what his relationship with Marvel was all about. He'd created something that was potentially profitable for him, but he hadn't received a cent, and someone else's name was signed to work that was essentially his. It wasn't the specific slight that drove him off, but when the dust cleared, he had about half of 1 foot out of the door. The insult of this ordeal was twofold. Not only had Kirby essentially gotten stiffed for 4 illustrations that he'd already done and had approved, but Marvel had actually used one of those posters and put another artist's art and name on it, giving him 0 credit or compensation. Both things which were seriously starting to eat at Kirby during this time. As Evanier says, it wasn't necessarily just this incident on its own that drove Kirby to leave Marvel, but this seems endemic of how he was treated time and time again. I think even more than money or credit, the thing that Jack Kirby really wanted, the thing that he never really got while he was at Marvel or any company during this time for that matter, was respect. Jack Kirby talks over and over about how he felt that during the entirety of his tenure at Marvel, he was never really allowed to stay with any of his creations for long, and that on the rare occasions where he was allowed this commodity, Lee seemed dead set on interfering with his plots and stories, demanding changes and revisions that required more work. Work Kirby wasn't even getting paid for. Soon, however, the tables would turn, and it would be Jack Kirby who was demanding revisions, but not to art or stories in some imaginary world populated with superpowered people at every turn and scripted by Stan Lee. By the end of 1969, Jack Kirby was tired of his treatment at Marvel, and he was about to put his foot down with the company for the first time, and in a big way. Join me next week as we explore Kirby's departure from Marvel and how he came to be at DC. We'll be talking about the birth, expansion, and ultimately the demise of Kirby's fourth world, his problems with DC editorial, and exactly what drove him back to Marvel after he left them with such conviction following what was about to happen next. But that's another story for another day, and I will see you all next week for it. For now, as always, thank you so much for sticking with me. I hope you all enjoyed, maybe even learned something. If you did enjoy what you saw, make sure you hit that like button. Think about getting in the comments section below and letting me know. If you do that, make sure you ding the little notification bell so you never miss another video or premiere again. If you feel like you're in a position to help the channel grow, think about using the link in the description below to sign up for my Patreon page. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to tons of behind-the-scenes posts, updates, exclusive content like uncut interviews, merchandise discount codes, and you can even get your name in the credits. If you want to support the channel but Patreon is not your thing, have no fear. You can finally sign up for membership right here on YouTube. Just hit the little join button and make sure you select the tier and perks that fit you best. And if that's not enough, you can also make one-time donations towards specific goals or just tip the channel using the Ko-Fi link in the description below. And you can even pick up your very own Jerk comic shirts like the ones you see on the screen now. As always, this video was brought to you by the Jerk Broadcasting Service, as well as generous grants from the Patreon, Ko-Fi, and YouTube members you see on the screen now. I seriously want to thank every single one of you that supports the channel and helps make these videos possible, with a super special thanks to my loyal Wednesday Warriors, Channel 10, Chasen, Clinton Salvini, and Mike Dolan. I really hope the quality and content is getting better, and I can't wait to see where this next year takes all of us with your continued support. Thank you again for helping this crazy dream of mine become a reality, and for sticking with me. I hope you all enjoyed, maybe even learned something, and as always, I really, truly, and honestly ask only two things. Keep hitting those local shops, and keep reading comics. Welcome back, Royals and Ghouls. It's time for another one of the greatest stories never told. This time, we're going to be tackling a subject that I've been wanting to get to for a long time. Jacob Kurtzberg, better known by his pen name Jack Kirby, and more affectionately and probably more aptly referred to simply as the King of Comics, is such a vast and inescapable part of the industry that doing his career any sort of justice is a difficult task, and I have to admit, a fairly daunting one at that. I've wanted to get into Kirby's career for a long time, but I don't want to get mired down in the he said, she said blame campaigns that seem to make up such a large part of the so-called historical examinations of Kirby's career. That's simply not what this channel is about. It's taken me a while, but I think I've finally found the inn I was looking for, and I can't wait to share this series with you all. Kirby's work in the comics field is widely known and continues to be researched and documented as thoroughly as possible nearly 30 years after his passing in 1994. While his comics work is well documented, Kirby's later work, his work outside of the industry, remains virtually a mystery to most people. Since I specialize in little-known facts about well-known creators and characters, I thought this would be an opportunity to examine the life and work of one of comics' inexorable legends through a fairly unique angle. Please bear in mind, this series should in no way be construed as a be-all, end-all examination of Kirby's work for either Marvel or DC. That's not the purpose of this series, despite the fact that we will be exploring facets of his work for both companies. Rather than attempting some impossibly long, all-encompassing series, I've instead chosen to frame his work at these companies against a story far fewer people are aware of, and one that remains surprisingly fairly undocumented: Kirby's work for the proposed film Lord of Light. While it might not sound very interesting on the surface, slated for production in 1980 despite the fact that Lord of Light would ultimately remain unproduced, the story of Y the Movie, a film that would have been the most expensive science fiction film of all time when it entered pre-production in 1979, never happened, and how the CIA subsequently ended up with not only the film's script, but Kirby's production art, and how those illustrations played a pivotal role in the successful exfiltration and rescue of 6 real-life hostages during the 1981 Iran hostage crisis, all while the Lord of Light's production had their offices raided by a CIA-backed police force, were subsequently put on trial for embezzlement, and how the film's budget was mysteriously tied up in a legal black hole that took not one, but 2 of the country's biggest law firms more than 24 months to unravel, and no one is really able to explain to this day, is so much more interesting. So join me for another one of the greatest stories never told, and a tasty tidbit of tawdry industry trivia, and another multi-part documentary series I like to call Jack Kirby's CIA Portfolio. In this week's episode, we'll be exploring Kirby's departure from Marvel Comics in 1970 for rival publisher DC, how that relationship went south quick and why. We'll examine his contract disputes as well as his other continued problems with Marvel, and how this all ultimately paved the way for his vastly unexplored work in the animation field, and of course ultimately Lord of Light. Remember, if you enjoy these videos, do me a favor, let this video play until the end. The more people that watch until the end of this video, the more YouTube will promote it. Don't forget to hit that like button and think about getting in the comments section below and letting me know either. And if you really enjoy what you see, make sure you Hulk smash that subscribe button. If you feel like you're in a position to help the channel grow, think about using the link in the description below to sign up for my Patreon page. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to tons behind the scenes posts, exclusive content like uncut interviews, early access to material, merchandise discount codes, and you can even get your name in the credits. If Patreon is not your thing, but you still want to support the channel, have no fear. You can sign up for membership right here on YouTube. Just hit the little join button and select the tier and perks that fit you best. If that's not enough, you can make donations towards specific goals or just tip the channel using the Ko-Fi link in the description, and you can even pick up your very own Jerk Comic shirts like the ones you see on the screen. But now, let's get into it. Just as the Marvel Mania poster debacle was going down, the dust up over the Silver Surfer was taking place, and with growing displeasure towards his treatment by not only Stan Lee but Martin Goodman and Marvel in general, Jack Kirby finally decided to do something about it for the first time. While he was definitely one of the most highly respected and sought after professionals in the industry at this period, his options were limited, and rather than make a brash, stupid decision, Jack Kirby tried to play things safe. Rather than simply jumping ship with no plans or regard for the future, given his success with them in the past, Jack Kirby attempted what should have been a simple renegotiation of his contract. A contract which he had apparently not actually been legally bound to for some time, I might add. Shockingly, though I can't say for precisely how long, Kirby had been laboring at Marvel and simply receiving payment and assignments as per his original agreement with Marvel, one he'd signed years prior, around 1962. Rather than some legitimate reason, or in fact anything that makes sense when you're talking about someone as important to a company as Jack Kirby was to Marvel during the 1960s, the company literally exploded in popularity, but Marvel claims to have simply been too busy to write up a new contract. While there's some outlandish and problematic claims having to do with Stan Lee and Marvel's narrative of events, this has to be the most outlandish and laughable excuse I came across. It's also the only one I found. Regardless of his marginalization and continued mistreatment at the company's hands, there were a lot of people, Lee included at Marvel, who had to have been aware of how important Jack Kirby was to Marvel. At least one would assume. What came next, though, brings this into serious question, while also well illustrating Lee's diminishing role in the publishing department and dwindling interest in helping anyone but himself. Marvel has constantly changed hands since its inception in the 40s, even undergoing a number of name changes from Timely to Atlas before finally settling on Marvel in the 1960s. In 1970, Marvel once again found itself under new ownership, this time by a company called Perfect Film and Chemicals. Perfect Films was a holding company for Cadence Industries, whose publishing division, Curtis Publishing, put out some of the biggest names in magazines at the time, including Ladies' Home Journal and the Saturday Evening Post. When Perfect Films took control of Marvel, they instituted a number of changes, and when they were busy cleaning house after purchasing Marvel, they happened to discover that Jack Kirby had been working for some time while not under contract with the company. Likely looking to rectify what I think they believed was a simple clerical error having to do with some random artist working for the company, well attesting to how little they really knew about their newest acquisition, Perfect Films reached out to Jack Kirby with a new contract. While there had been disputes and disagreements in the past, this contract would prove to be the breaking point that finally drove Jack Kirby from Marvel directly to their largest competitor. While the exact details of the contract that Marvel offered him under Perfect Films aren't known, Kirby has said it was unacceptable in a number of regards. Jack Kirby, however, I don't think ever went into specifics on record as to what those things were. As close as we've ever gotten to the details concerning Jack Kirby's contract disputes with Marvel is through writings by Mark Evanier, who would explain in his book years later, quote, "All this time, Jack Kirby was working without a contract. The old one with Goodman, which just called for a certain amount of work for a certain amount of money, had expired. Everyone at the new Marvel was just too busy to address his need for a new contract. Finally, the first week in January 1970, a contract arrived in the Kirby mailbox. The new owners had new lawyers, and the new lawyers had demands. Although the terms under Martin Goodman's ownership had not been good, these were worse. No raise, no credit, not even any security. Marvel could do just about anything they wanted to him, including fire him whenever they felt like it. If he signed, he could never sue them for anything they had done to him in the past or anything they would do to him in the future. There were other troubling clauses, each more onerous than the previous, so signing was out of the question. The new contract was definitely different, but unfortunately for Jack Kirby, they definitely weren't the types of changes that he had been hoping for. If Leon Goodman had marginalized and downplayed Jack Kirby's role with the company and his compensation to that end as well, Perfect Films was, at least according to Jack Kirby, downright insulting with their offer. Having reached the end of his rope with people not paying him for work and getting the credit that he thought he was so rightfully due, Kirby, for the first time that I'm aware of in his career with Marvel, got his lawyer involved with contract negotiations. While this was largely misinterpreted by Perfect Films and others over the years, I think that rather than being some big show of power, I honestly feel like Kirby's rationale here wasn't that he was going to try and take Marvel for all that they were worth, or even get super aggressive with them. In his head, Perfect Films was a big company. They had a lot of lawyers. I think that Jack Kirby reasoned they would just take him more seriously if he had his lawyer get a hold of theirs for negotiations more than anything else. He wasn't seeking the moon or anything either. All he really wanted was updated page rates to compensate for his more important role at the company and a guarantee of work during his contract period at the company. Though the one other thing Kirby did fight for throughout his career, unsuccessfully I might add, was for healthcare. Kirby had long worried about what would become of his family if anything were to ever happen to him, and worse yet, if he didn't just die suddenly but instead found himself unable to draw anymore, becoming a millstone around their necks. This was a big fear for Kirby as time went on, actually, and while he might have had hopes that their differences would be resolved and some common ground might be found when his lawyer got involved with negotiations, instead of taking it as a sign of professionalism and simply treating him more seriously, Perfect Films seems to have gotten basically insulted that this lowly comic book artist would dare involve his legal representation in what should have been a simple case of them giving Jack Kirby a contract and Jack Kirby signing that contract in their eyes. While he would quickly abandon hopes for healthcare, Kirby continued to push for more competitive page rates and at least some assurance that he wouldn't be fired at a moment's notice like any other freelancer if something happened and he found himself unable to work for some reason. Perfect Films refused to budge, even an inch, and before long, things started to get really heated. This would be the true origins of why Jack Kirby left Marvel in the beginning of 1970. For all of the nasty and underhanded stuff that Kirby thought Stan Lee and Martin Goodman might have pulled on him, for every company out there like Marvel Mania who stiffed him on a paycheck and got work out of him for free, for all of this, Perfect Films was so much worse. I don't think there's any question that Martin Goodman and Stan Lee were jerking Kirby around. A lot. I mean, the fact that their most important artist, the guy the entire company basically relied on to keep it going, had been working without a contract for at least a period of months, if not more than a year. I mean, That's crazy. I don't care who you are. This clearly demonstrates that Marvel proper never acknowledged Kirby's contributions to the company, and especially that they never did so in the form of proper compensation for the amount of money he was generating for the company in either his page rates or his contracts in general. However, given the fact that Stan Lee was actually involved with the production of the comics Marvel was putting out, to whatever extent you can argue among yourselves, but he was involved. And because of this, Stan Lee was acutely aware that Marvel needed Jack Kirby. Martin Goodman might have balked at this, and Lee might not have ever tried to better Kirby's position at Marvel in any real fashion, but he was at least aware of how important Jack Kirby was to Marvel. This was not the case for Perfect Films, who seems to have summarily dismissed Jack Kirby as simply just another artist. Perfect Films apparently didn't just refuse to negotiate his contract, they refused to even communicate with Kirby's lawyer. Once he did get his representation involved, while they wouldn't talk to his lawyer, it wasn't long before Perfect Films reached out to Jack Kirby directly instead. This, as seems to have invariably been the case for Kirby throughout his career, did not go like he had hoped. According to Kirby's recollection of events, they summarily explained that he would either sign the contract or find somewhere else to work. It was that simple. Marvel Comics didn't need Jack Kirby. They had Stan Lee. Stan Lee had been the one who came up with everything, and it didn't really matter what sucker they got to draw his stuff. Stan Lee was the talent of the outfit, and even Perfect Films knew that. They made it clear to Jack Kirby in no uncertain terms. He was entirely replaceable at the company. He was not special or unique. Jack Kirby was not a snowflake. Jack Kirby was simply another cog in the machine. Hearing this had to have been painful, and to make matters worse, Jack Kirby was still working for Marvel during this entire period as things were completely falling apart for him professionally. Evanier explained Kirby's perspective of the negotiations as such. Quote, he got his attorney involved, but Perfect Film / Marvel wouldn't talk to his attorney. Then a lawyer or exec from Perfect Film called Jack directly. This is Kirby's account as he described it in 1970. The caller asked when they'd be receiving the signed contract. Kirby said he needed changes. The caller said there would be no changes. Take it or leave it. Sign it or get out. Jack Kirby protested. He was too important to the company to be treated this way. The caller told him he was nuts. Stan Lee created everything at Marvel, and they can get any idiot to draw up Stan's brilliant ideas. At least that's how Jack would remember the conversation. While I know a lot of people are going to be rolling their eyes and thinking that Jack Kirby is blowing things out of proportion, being greedy, or just plain lying about his dismissal by Marvel, I don't think that you can historically make a case for any of those points. I think the plain and sad truth of the matter is that Perfect Films had no clue who Jack Kirby was, his importance to the company, or any notion of why it was so direly important to keep him around. If they had known, I think there's little doubt that they would have at least tried to negotiate with Kirby. Instead, despite Kirby's continued attempts to try and push for better terms for some time, eventually Perfect Films literally just stopped returning his calls. They weren't just refusing to talk with his lawyer anymore. They wouldn't talk to him at all until he signed the contract that they had given him. Many of Jack Kirby's friends and colleagues had lost any positions of prominence or power that they might have held following the acquisition of Marvel by Perfect Films, and Stan Lee, the only man that Jack Kirby could turn to for help, just kept telling him he couldn't help him because he didn't have control over that kind of thing. And for as much derision as cast in Lee's direction, he really didn't. Now, this isn't to say that Stan Lee sticking up for Jack Kirby wouldn't have made all the difference in the world, because it would have. But on paper, as far as covering his butt and as far as his title following the buyout, Lee didn't technically have control over this kind of thing anymore. That being said, while Martin Goodman had furiously had to fight to stay on at Marvel following Perfect Films' acquisition, Lee, on the other hand, had been one of the few things that they demanded be included as part of the deal. After nearly a decade, Lee's continual efforts to paint himself as the sole face of Marvel and get his name and visage in front of as many people as humanly possible had started to pay off in spades. While Jack Kirby was viewed as just some artist, even the troglodytes that were running Marvel at this point knew that Stan Lee was the lifeblood of the company. At least that's what they thought they knew. To this end, Jack Kirby was entirely expendable, and while Lee might not have had the power on paper, as I said, given that he was actually one of the few demands that Perfect Films made when buying the company, Lee was certainly in a position to help Jack Kirby out. But he didn't. He never did, and this had to have hurt Kirby. Beyond this, it eventually made him more than a little upset with Lee as well, though I don't think he ever took it personally like a lot of people might assume, or like to assert on Kirby's behalf. Stan Lee was just being Stan Lee. He was posturing for position at a newly restructured Marvel, trying to get out of comics and into developing Marvel's wildly popular properties into new mediums like movies, television, and animation instead. Regardless, Lee's cold shoulder, teamed with Perfect Films' refusal to even speak with him, was a difficult pill for Jack Kirby to swallow. As Mark Evanier noted in his book, King of Comics, quote, "Then Perfect Films business folks just stopped talking to him or his lawyer. Goodman, who had stayed on to run the company for its new owners, wouldn't talk to him either. The only person he could speak to was Stan, who kept saying, 'I have nothing to do with that.' Stan was busy jockeying for his own place in the new operation." While there had been mounting tensions between the two for years, as 1970 began, it was evident that Jack Kirby was at the end of his rope with both Martin Goodman, who had apparently, due to his tenuous position at the company following the buyout, refused to even speak with Kirby about his contract, and Stan Lee, who likewise refused to say anything on Kirby's behest to the new owners. This despite his obvious importance to the company and knowledge that Jack Kirby was just as important. On top of his refusal to talk to Marvel on Kirby's behalf, while Lee became more and more disassociated with the comic book division, he continued to receive accolades for them, as well as singular credit for nearly all of Marvel's roster of characters. With talk stalled and what felt like zero support from anyone at the company, Jack Kirby was done with Marvel Comics, even if he didn't know it or wouldn't admit it yet. Jack Kirby had never been a huge fan of Lee's writing, feeling that it oftentimes interfered or undermined the stories that he was trying to tell. By the time of the Savage Silver Surfer ordeal, Jack Kirby had seemingly lost all interest or faith in Lee's writing, however. As the months ticked by and he became even less interested and increasingly displeased with Lee's work, though I think that obviously a large part of his discontent actually arose from the hostile work environment that he had to have been facing at Marvel during his attempted contract negotiations. As Mark Evanier said, quote, "Jack worked some more at Marvel and fought some more with Stan. There were more articles about how Stan had single-handedly created all the Marvel heroes. There were more pages that had to be redrawn because Stan would decide he wanted something different from what Jack had penciled. Stan thought Jack was getting sloppy with his plotting. Jack thought Stan was getting sloppy with his dialoguing. Things were getting really ugly. They'd never been pretty, but Perfect Films was basically completely dismissing Jack Kirby, unaware or refusing to admit his innumerable contributions to Marvel and appearing to honestly believe that Stan Lee was the creative dynamo responsible for Marvel's success and only one that it was essential to keep around. As part of Perfect Films' deal to keep him around, Lee had managed to negotiate a nice raise for himself because of his noted importance to Marvel, so when they completely stopped talking to Jack Kirby due to their ignorance of his contributions, things seemed to be absolutely hopeless. Nothing was ever going to change, no matter how hard he tried in Jack Kirby's eyes. To Kirby, all those interviews and articles he had been complaining about over the years, painting Lee out to be some sort of real-life superhero responsible for everything that Marvel put out, were coming back in the exact way that he had worried that they would. To Jack Kirby, and there's probably a lot of truth to this, the perceived notion of Stan Lee as the singular architect of Marvel and all of its characters, a perception which had been heavily bolstered by all those articles and interviews Lee had given over the years, were directly responsible for the new owners of the characters being entirely unaware or indifferent to any contributions that Jack Kirby might have made. This was despite the immense amount of money that Jack Kirby's creations were obviously earning for the company. His work was making Marvel millions, and he was still working for about the same rates as when he'd started the Marvel Age of Comics with Lee nearly 9 years before, and with the possible earning potential of these characters becoming more evident as time passed, Jack Kirby was done trying to compromise or play nice. He was getting increasingly insistent and aggressive about his credits and compensation, and this was in large part actually due to Bob Kane. Kane had recently sold Batman for millions. Those outside the industry or somehow not in the know had no clue that Bob Kane had little, if anything, of real substance to do with the creation of Batman, and especially the Batman that we know and love today. That Batman was a creation of a man named Bill Finger. Kane had hired Bill Finger as essentially a ghostwriter and artist on the series, taking credit for himself and paying Finger a paltry wage even as Batman began making more and more than any comic character outside of Superman ever had through various comic sales and merchandising. Bill Finger was a friend of Jack Kirby's, and he was acutely aware of how very little Kane had to do with the creation of the character that appeared on the page. When Kane successfully sold that character and left the man who had actually created Batman out to dry, Jack Kirby began to become fully aware of the scope of the problem he was facing. Because of this, Jack Kirby became increasingly insistent and I think irritated with Marvel over his treatment there. Mark Evanier writes, as that better deal seemed ever more unlikely, Kirby's relationship with Martin Goodman also deteriorated. Goodman was still selling comics in record numbers, and the characters were being merchandised. Jack's plots and designs were on TV shows, his art was on toys, and he wasn't seeing a nickel from any of it, just the occasional rate increase of $1 or $2 per page. He'd heard that Bob Kane, the official creator of Batman, had made a $1 million deal with DC. At about that same time, a writer there named Bill Finger had demanded a better deal, including higher rates and health insurance. Finger and other writers who made similar demands were quickly terminated. It was common knowledge in the business that though he hadn't received the credit, Finger had created as much of Batman as Kane had, maybe more. The lesson was not lost on Kirby. Bob Kane, who'd been recognized as the creator of a successful property, had gotten rich. Bill Finger, who hadn't, had gotten fired. For Jack Kirby, this couldn't stand, and with nothing to lose, since Perfect Films wouldn't even return his calls, Jack Kirby did something he'd never done. He went on the offensive with Marvel. In 1966, Joe Simon had actually started a lawsuit against Marvel over the rights to Captain America, who Simon and Kirby had created while working for Timely Atlas back in 1941. Under the copyright laws as they stood in 1966, Simon argued that he, not Marvel, was the one who should be able to renew the Captain America trademark following its initial 28-year coverage. Simon was among the earliest to challenge and begin to actually work on getting legal precedents out there having to do with work in the comics field. Simon's suit over Captain America is one of the first, and without a doubt, one of the most important battles over ownership of a comic book character ever. Specifically having to do with Marvel, the debate over rights essentially hinged on the definition of creation and thereby ownership under what's become referred to as work for hire. Though the strictest legal definitions of this term are still highly debated and legally disputed more than 50 years later, the suit between Marvel and Simon over the ownership of Captain America would drag on for years. As I said, this lawsuit is extremely important, and it would come up again in 1998 It's that important, and we will talk more about it later, but there's an important reason I mention it here. While Jack Kirby was not part of that lawsuit, as in filing it, Simon, who had created Captain America along with him, named Jack Kirby throughout the suit, and details pertaining to his claims of creation and ownership had to deal with Jack Kirby quite obviously. Kirby remained as neutral in this entire affair as possible, and he attempted to negotiate better rates and still work with Marvel on a daily basis. While it's clear that Jack Kirby was uninterested in seriously pursuing claims of ownership over Captain America or any of his Marvel creations for that matter, I think it did put ideas into his head. For the first time since he'd started working with Stan Lee on the Marvel Comics line, after months of attempted negotiations with Marvel, Jack Kirby submitted written communications with both Perfect Films and Martin Goodman, legally stating in no uncertain terms that he had been the one plotting all of the stories for those early Marvel books. He had been the one coming up with the characters. While he'd had short meetings with Stan Lee, in Jack Kirby's eyes, he'd also come up with a great deal of the characters on his own. Kirby also spoke to why the publisher was now seemingly completely unaware of this, as well as why he'd never felt able to speak up prior to this point. Quote, to ensure sales, I also did the writing, which I was not credited for, as Stan Lee wrote the credits for all of the books, which I did not contest because of his relationship with the publisher Martin Goodman, who was Lee's uncle. Although I was not allowed to write the balloon dialogue, the stories, the characters, and the additional planning for the script's progress was strictly due to my own foresight and literary workmanship. There were no scripts. I created the characters and wrote the stories in my own home and merely brought them into the office each month. Kirby had never done anything like this with Marvel before, and I think again, this was done in more of an effort to get him some bargaining chips for contract negotiations than actually assert any real claims of ownership. Again, though, and kind of understandably considering what he was saying, rather than having the desired effect of perhaps coercing Perfect Films or even just Martin Goodman into renegotiating his contract for fear of another protracted legal battle over one of their characters, Perfect Films doubled down. If they were harsh before, they got outright aggressive with Kirby from this point on. It's clear that from here out, Perfect Films saw Jack Kirby as the enemy, and I don't think there was much climbing out of the hole that they had dug for Kirby by this point. It was again made abundantly clear to Jack Kirby that he would sign the contract that he'd been sent, the contract that all Marvel artists were required to sign, or he would find work somewhere else. There was no negotiation, there was no communication. Jack Kirby signed on the dotted line, or he was done with Marvel Comics. All Jack Kirby wanted was competitive pay, some healthcare, and a reasonable agreement that he wouldn't get fired for absolutely no reason.
Oh,
Perfect Films and
Jack.
Marvel Comics were having none of
You
this, though.
innocent
The worst part of it
genius,
all is
you.
that during this period, Jack Kirby was obviously still working for Marvel. As things continued to escalate and nothing that Jack Kirby tried worked, it became evident that there was going to never be a happy ending to this one. Exhausted and feeling like he increasingly had nowhere left to turn, Kirby continued to work for Marvel, however exasperated and troubled by this point he may have been, and being treated the way that he was. For as busy as he'd ever been, all the books that he'd been working on, and the pages he would do in a month, for the first time, Jack Kirby started to basically coast. He didn't really phone it in, but you could tell his heart was not in the work, and it showed. He held out high hopes that someone, Goodman, Lee, Perfect Films, anyone would come to their senses and realize what he was worth to the company for a long time. But this seemed a vanishing proposition when even his letters asserting his creative claims to the Marvel Universe were summarily ignored, despite the fact they could have led to major lawsuits. Regardless, Kirby, who seems to have always tried to see the best in people, and his station and lot in life, remained optimistic something would change. Optimistic as he might have been, he was also worn out, though. Jack Kirby remained at Marvel and fought as long as he could, but by 1969, it was clear that Jack Kirby's time at Marvel had come to a close. For all of the drama, the struggle, and strife, just to show you how optimistic of a guy he really was, it seems that Jack Kirby wasn't one of those individuals, though. Even then, as he began to have secretive discussions with Carmine Infantino at DC, Kirby was just unable to admit that Marvel wouldn't come to their senses and break down at the last minute. Quote, via hindsight, Jack would later admit that this was the end of his Marvel tenure. At the time, though, he couldn't face that. He kept pressing for a better deal, or at least a renewal of his last expired contract with Goodman. All he wanted was a little money, some kind of long-term financial security for himself and his family, an official acknowledgement of his status as co-creator. No more of this Stan did it all talk. While he waited for a time no peace offering or olive branch would ever come, when pressed about why Kirby wasn't at least offered some sort of other position where he could have worked a little less and earned a little more, Stan Lee would later famously claim that he was planning on making Jack the art director at Marvel. Despite these claims, he never made the offer to Jack Kirby, and this was despite having to know how desperate that Kirby was for a more tenable position with the publisher as talks between Kirby and Perfect Films continued to deteriorate. In one interview, Lee actually talks about how much he wanted to do it before then going into the hypothetical reasons that he probably didn't do it, showing just how much of a tall tale this really is. Quote, the one thing I remember and felt bad about when Jack left was that I had been thinking about, and maybe I even talked to him about it, that I wanted to make Jack my partner, in a sense. I wanted to make him to be the art director, and I thought that he could serve in that function, and I would serve as the editor. Maybe this was way earlier, but I was disappointed when he left because I always felt that Jack and I would be working there forever and doing everything. But I wasn't thinking of Jack being art director because I would be leaving. I just thought it would be great working with him in that capacity. I was serving as art director and thought he could easily take it off of my shoulders, so I could just worry about the stories. It probably wouldn't have worked out anyways because I might have disagreed with him about things, not about his own work, but if we started critiquing other artists' work, Jack and I might have looked at it differently, so it might just be that I never could have worked with any art director who would function the way that I did because I guess no two people see anything the same way. If Lee had indeed been serious, if not about the art director job, then at least bolstering Kirby's position or title at Marvel at the very least, then I don't think that any of what was to come next would have gone down, at least not the way that it did. However, this is all obviously bluster on Lee's part, and while truthfully I don't even know if Jack Kirby would have taken such a position, the offer would have gone a hell of a long way in starting to mend some of the bridges between the two men who had collectively laid out the majority of the Marvel universe together, and now, less than a decade later, seeming to be dead set against one another while still working for the same company. Things at Marvel were entirely too hostile, and I think that even if he couldn't admit it to himself, Jack Kirby knew his time at Marvel had come to an end, and as I mentioned, he'd been having clandestine conversations with an old friend about a possible career move, a move that would rock the comic industry to the very foundation. While Jack Kirby and Lee's relationship continued to grow increasingly acrimonious throughout 1969, even if Kirby wouldn't say as such, he sought any means of escape that he could. His contract was up with Marvel, and Perfect Films was seemingly completely unwilling to even discuss his contract or acknowledge everything he'd done for the company. But there really wasn't anywhere for Kirby to go, at least not until right around this time in 1969. I'm sure you might have wondered by now, why didn't Jack Kirby just go and work for DC already? Well, there's actually a few reasons for this, and I'll do a quick rundown of what they were, And what exactly had changed right around this time that made it possible for Kirby to finally escape Marvel in 1970? It was actually kind of like a perfect storm where everything just seemed to align to get Kirby over to the rival publisher, despite how ill fated this relationship might have eventually proven to be for both parties. Chief among these reasons is that in 1969, Kinney National Services had purchased DC Comics. Superman and Batman had dominated the stands for years, and obviously not entirely aware of the industry which they were entering into, Kinney had mistakenly believed that DC were still the titans of the newsstand that they had once been in the past. Nothing could have been further from the truth. With DC on the ropes and struggling to understand why people even liked Marvel Comics, and in particular Jack Kirby's work, by 1969, the tables had very much begun to turn as Marvel became the comic book company of choice for many longtime readers, and especially of those just entering into the medium. Believing that they had purchased the #1 comics publisher in these United States, upon discovering this was not the case, Kinney were intent on rectifying this situation quickly. Their solution? A near complete overhaul and restructuring of DC from top to bottom. While there's usually a good deal of restructuring that takes place, this was more like Kinney cleaning house.
I'm going to take a quick break. I'm just going to leave this playing, but I'm going to come back to it. 39 minutes.
And taking out anyone that they didn't deem to be profitable or necessary in some major capacity. This obviously included getting rid of a lot of the existing workers, especially editorial and marketing staff, and replacing them with people who Kinney felt better represented their intent and vision for the company moving forward. It also included trying to lure in some major talent to help boost sales and interest. Chief among these new talent the DC was intent on was none other than Jack Kirby, who is absolutely clobbering all of DC's books, even their biggest and most longest running titles, and seemingly single-handedly at that. And he was doing it all while putting out more monthly titles than most artists could even begin to conceive of, while doing covers on top of that. The problem was DC wasn't allowed to hire Jack Kirby, at least not before the Kinney buyout. After hitting his breaking point over his contract, when he got serious about making the move from Marvel, Jack Kirby had talked almost exclusively with Carmine Infantino about doing so. This was for a few reasons, but there had been serious discussions about Kirby's joining DC as early as 1968 from many accounts. This wasn't an easy decision, or one that Jack Kirby took lightly, however. There was a lot of demands that would need to be met, agreements made. Jack Kirby was going to do it right this time. While there'd been a lot of talk prior to 1970, this technically wasn't even something that was previously possible, though. There had been something of an unspoken agreement between Marvel and DC for years at this point that they wouldn't poach each other's talent. This wasn't out of the goodness of their hearts or anything, though. The agreement had been reached when DC's parent company had bailed out and started distributing Marvel's books. I know that sounds absolutely crazy today, and that's a story for another time, but it definitely had interesting effects on the industry. What's perhaps most interesting to me is that because DC was, in essence, responsible for distributing Marvel's books, they actually had a vested interest in seeing their competition succeed. This was a rather unique set of circumstances, and in many ways had been responsible for fostering the fledgling Marvel as they'd grown. There were more than a few guys who did make the move from Marvel to DC during this period, but none of them were huge names, and it was made very clear to everyone at DC that this agreement to not take talent from Marvel especially extended to Jack Kirby. While DC was well aware of the fact that Jack Kirby was the secret ingredient keeping Marvel ahead of the competition in a lot of regards, Despite their not being able to understand this fact, prior to Kinney purchasing the company, they not only shared in the benefits of Kirby and Marvel succeeding, but they were forbidden to even entertain hiring Jack Kirby away from Marvel. In 1969, when Kinney took over, however, Marvel got new distribution. With DC no longer involved with their books, this rendered the previous agreement about not poaching talent null and void. The brokered peace between Marvel and DC was over just as quickly as it had begun, and the first person on DC's proposed hit list of new hires was Jack Kirby. Most people at DC had no clue what people saw in his work. They didn't know why he was popular, but honestly, I don't think they cared. All DC knew was they had to get Jack Kirby away from Marvel Comics. While they might be able to deal with Stan Lee's braggadocio and public antics or Jack Kirby's prodigious output on their own, combined, it had been a lethal concoction, proving simply too much for DC to overcome. Kinney was now calling the shots, and they began a big push towards setting the company in the right direction. To this end, Carmine Infantino had been talking with Kirby for at least several months, if not more than a year, prior to the official date of DC's acquisition by Kinney. Infantino and Kirby had spent this lengthy period figuring out the logistics of Kirby's then inevitable move to the publisher as Perfect Films continued to stymie any attempts at talks or negotiations. Ironically, Stan Lee had actually tried to lure Carmine Infantino away from DC years prior. Infantino had turned down the position as well as the $3,000 raise that it would have come with in order to remain with DC. However, this wasn't because he used the deal as leverage or anything either. DC co-owner Jack Leibovitz had plainly stated that they just couldn't simply afford to counter the offer. Infantino claims he chose to stay because Leibovitz, who was an old friend, promised to promote him to art director at DC. The thing is, Infantino didn't actually want to be the art director. Infantino explains this away, saying that Leibovitz all but goaded him into taking the position, asking if he was, quote, afraid he couldn't handle it. I think the real truth is Infantino stayed with DC out of loyalty. Leibovitz was at least honest with him, and having talked with Jack Kirby over a number of years during his work for Marvel, I think he was more than a little bit leery about abandoning his friends, and especially someone with Jack Leibovitz, who he felt he could trust for Marvel, which in many regards felt like the Wild West, where it was every man for himself. This is despite the fact that he had seen what had become of people like Siegel and Schuster and Bill Finger. I think Infantino may have chosen to stick with the devil that he knew, in particular Jack Kirby's work. By 1969, the tables had very much begun to turn as Marvel became the comic book company of choice for many longtime readers, and especially of those just entering into the medium. Believing that they had purchased the #1 comics publisher in these United States. Upon discovering this was not the case, Kinney were intent on rectifying this situation quickly. Their solution? A near complete overhaul and restructuring of DC from top to bottom. While there's usually a good deal of restructuring that takes place, this was more like Kinney cleaning house and taking out anyone that they didn't deem to be profitable or necessary in some major capacity. This obviously included getting rid of a lot of the existing workers, especially editorial and marketing staff, and replacing them with people who Kinney felt better represented their intent and vision for the company moving forward. It also included trying to lure in some major talent to help boost sales and interest. Chief among these new talent the DC was intent on was none other than Jack Kirby, who is absolutely clobbering all of DC's books, even their biggest and most longest running titles, and seemingly single-handedly at that. And he was doing it all while putting out more monthly titles than most artists could even begin to conceive of, while doing covers on top of that. The problem was DC wasn't allowed to hire Jack Kirby, at least not before the Kinney buyout. After hitting his breaking point over his contract, when he got serious about making the move from Marvel, Jack Kirby had talked almost exclusively with Carmine Infantino about doing so. This was for a few reasons, but there had been serious discussions about Kirby's joining DC as early as 1968 from many accounts. This wasn't an easy decision or one that Jack Kirby took lightly, however. There was a lot of demands that would need to be met, agreements made. Jack Kirby was going to do it right this time. While there'd been a lot of talk prior to 1970, this technically wasn't even something that was previously possible, though. There had been something of an unspoken agreement between Marvel and DC for years at this point that they wouldn't poach each other's talent. This wasn't out of the goodness of their hearts or anything, though. The agreement had been reached when DC's parent company had bailed out and started distributing Marvel's books. I know that sounds absolutely crazy today, and that's a story for another time, but it definitely had interesting effects on the industry. What's perhaps most interesting to me is that because DC was, in essence, responsible for distributing Marvel's books, they actually had a vested interest in seeing their competition succeed. This was a rather unique set of circumstances and in many ways had been responsible for fostering the fledgling Marvel as they'd grown. There were more than a few guys who did make the move from Marvel to DC during this period, but none of them were huge names, and it was made very clear to everyone at DC that this agreement to not take talent from Marvel especially extended to Jack Kirby. While DC was well aware of the fact that Jack Kirby was the secret ingredient keeping Marvel ahead of the competition in a lot of regards, despite their not being able to understand this fact, prior to Kinney purchasing the company, they not only shared in the benefits of Kirby and Marvel succeeding, but they were forbidden to even entertain hiring Jack Kirby away from Marvel. In 1969, when Kinney took over, however, Marvel got new distribution. With DC no longer involved with their books, this rendered the previous agreement about not poaching talent null and void. The brokered peace between Marvel and DC was over just as quickly as it had begun, and the first person on DC's proposed hit list of new hires was Jack Kirby. Most people at DC had no clue what people saw in his work. They didn't know why he was popular, but honestly, I don't think they cared. All DC knew was they had to get Jack Kirby away from Marvel Comics. While they might be able to deal with Stan Lee's braggadocio and public antics or Jack Kirby's prodigious output on their own, combined, it had been a lethal concoction, proving simply too much for DC to overcome. Kinney was now calling the shots, and they began a big push towards setting the company in the right direction. To this end, Carmine Infantino had been talking with Kirby for at least several months, if not more than a year, prior to the official date of DC's acquisition by Kinney. Infantino and Kirby had spent this lengthy period figuring out the logistics of Kirby's then inevitable move to the publisher as Perfect Films continued to stymie any attempts at talks or negotiations. Ironically, Stan Lee had actually tried to lure Carmine Infantino away from DC years prior. Infantino had turned down the position as well as the $3,000 raise that it would have come with in order to remain with DC. However, this wasn't because he used the deal as leverage or anything either. DC co-owner Jack Leibovitz had plainly stated that they just couldn't simply afford to counter the offer. Infantino claims he chose to stay because Leibovitz, who was an old friend, promised to promote him to art director at DC. The thing is, Infantino didn't actually want to be the art director. Infantino explains this away, saying that Leibovitz all but goaded him into taking the position, asking if he was, quote, afraid he couldn't handle it. I think the real truth is Infantino stayed with DC out of loyalty. Leibovitz was at least honest with him, and having talked with Jack Kirby over a number of years during his work for Marvel, I think he was more than a little bit leery about abandoning his friends, and especially someone with Jack Leibovitz, who he felt he could trust, for Marvel, which in many regards felt like the Wild West, where it was every man for himself. This is despite the fact that he had seen what had become of people like Siegel and Schuster and Bill Finger. I think Infantino may have chosen to stick with the devil that he knew rather than take chances with Marvel or Lee. Though Infantino had never made the move to Marvel, he and Kirby considered one another friends, and as such, as desperate as Kirby was to get away from Marvel, by the time Perfect Films seized control of the company, it was only a matter of time before Jack Kirby would take Infantino up on his offer. This, as I mentioned, however, wasn't an easy or overnight decision for Jack Kirby, even with how poorly they treated him. There was a lot at stake for him if he chose to leave Marvel. Kirby had serious concerns that had to be addressed before he would even begin to consider making the move, and they weren't just about pay or angering Marvel Goodman or Lee for that matter either. Jack Kirby was hated by not one, but two senior editors who'd been with DC for decades at this point, Jack Schiff and Mort Weisinger. And when I say hate, I mean they hated Kirby's guts. Both men disliked Kirby due to problems they'd had with him years prior, and by all accounts, they hated him just as much, more than a decade later, as they did the moment they felt he'd crossed them, if that tells you about how much of a grudge these guys were holding on to. Jack Schiff was extremely bitter over a legal dispute he'd had with Kirby over royalty payments concerning the Skymaster strip in 1958, 11 years prior. Apparently, the deal concerning payments over Skymasters was a little murky, or at least open for interpretation by some of the parties involved. Things had gotten so rancorous, Schiff actually fired Jack Kirby off of Challengers of the Unknown after only 8 issues, alleging that Jack Kirby was stealing stories intended for the Challengers of the Unknown series for the Skymasters strip. Even after Dave and Wally Wood, who were working with Kirby on Skymasters, despite how badly it hurt them financially and how little they agreed with it, eventually agreed to pay Schiff the extra royalties, Kirby adamantly refused. Kirby had paid Schiff what he thought he'd agreed to, and he wasn't going to give him another cent. The disgruntled Schiff eventually took him to court, and Kirby was subsequently ordered to pay him the additional royalties. Technically, the whole thing was resolved, but with Schiff having fired him off of the Challengers of the Unknown and then subsequently having sued him, there was definitely still bad blood between the two. Even years later, Kirby still insisted that he should never have had to pay the extra royalties, and if Jack Kirby couldn't let it go, and he wasn't even the one supposedly still really ticked off about it, I don't know how to begin to describe how pissed off Jack Schiff was about the entire thing. In short, it was a huge mess, and to say that Schiff and Kirby disliked each other would be a grave and massive understatement. If the fact that Jack Schiff was and had been one of DC's longest running editors hadn't been enough to scare him off in the past, Mort Weisinger was also a senior editor at DC. If Schiff was disgruntled, then Weisinger seemed downright unhinged when it came to Kirby. Years earlier, Kirby had worked with Weisinger, and they had repeatedly butted heads on a number of subjects, but one in particular had really stuck in Weisinger's craw. Kirby only worked for DC for 2.5 years, but in his time there, he reportedly did more than 600 pages for the company. Of these, his Green Arrow stories, while widely ignored then, were perhaps the strangest and certainly the most problematic. At the time, in 1958, Green Arrow was little more than a pale imitation of Batman. He had an arrow cave and even an Arrowmobile. While many characters begin life as pale imitations of much more popular characters, Green Arrow was particularly egregious and wasn't all that much fun to read as a result. It was like Batman Light. When Jack Kirby started doing short 7-page stories for Green Arrow, however, he took the character in a radically different direction. Kirby introduced Green Arrows from other universes, alien threats, killer robots. When I first wandered onto these stories, while more than a little perplexed, especially given the short time frame the changes took place in, I had just assumed that DC had given Jack Kirby kind of free run because maybe the title wasn't selling well enough or they wanted to try something new with the character, and this was simply what Jack Kirby had done to amuse himself. It wasn't the greatest thing ever, but it was certainly a far cry from the Batman imitator that Green Arrow had been before Kirby started on the series. Apparently, this was Jack Kirby entertaining himself, but apparently he had just kind of neglected to ask permission to make all of these crazy changes. I just went ahead and did it. This was much to the chagrin of Green Arrow co-creator Mort Weisinger, who was super cheesed about Kirby's new direction and what he'd done with the character. Hitting his breaking point after only a few stories, Weisinger went to the guy who'd given Kirby the job to begin with to complain about it. Ironically, this man happened to be none other than Jack Schiff. Weisinger claimed that Kirby refused to follow scripts and that he wouldn't listen to him when he tried to act as an editor. Weisinger complained about how he generally didn't get along with Jack Kirby and how he had to go. Schiff not only thought that Kirby was disrespectful, but that the science fiction elements he was introducing in Green Arrow were ruining the character, and he demanded that Schiff do something about it. While the bizarre changes to Green Arrow did feel like they kind of came out of nowhere, and I'm not really sure they worked, it seems that Mort Weisinger took the whole thing really personally. He was highly displeased with how little respect he felt like Kirby showed him. Weisinger also reportedly despised Kirby's art, which he referred to as, quote, repulsive and beneath DC's standards, simply serving to stoke the embers of discontent between them even further. Now, to be fair to Weisinger, Kirby wasn't always known for responding well to being told what to do, putting it lightly. There's little doubt that the changes to Green Arrow were unsolicited at best, and like I said, I'm not really sure they worked anyway, but to be fair to Kirby, Mort Weisinger was a legendarily suffocating editor who drove almost everyone up the wall with his micromanaging. Let's just say that when Jim Shooter calls you out for being too rigid, you know that there's got to be something to the stories. In fact, Shooter shared a rather interesting and revealing comment about Weisinger at one point, directly relating to Kirby and this series, saying, quote, Mort taught me a lot, but it was usually never do this, always do that. He gave you the rules and you followed them, okay? With Mort, if your family desperately needed money, you just followed the orders. If there's one constant to this whole story, it's that Jack Kirby was desperate to hold on to that paycheck in order to provide for his family. When he'd run afoul of Weisinger, he'd most certainly taken it personally. To add fuel to the flame, Weisinger had constant disputes with Kirby's longtime cohort and colleague Joe Simon at the same time. Kirby's dispute over Sky Masters and his removal from the Challengers of the Unknown title had actually proven to be the impetus that inspired Kirby to leave DC for Marvel, then still operating under the name Timely Atlas, where he would spend the next 3 years or so churning out science fiction and monster work for the company before changing the face of comics forever with the launch of the Fantastic Four in 1961. Following the release of Fantastic Four, Amazing Fantasy 15, which spun off into The Amazing Spider-Man, The Incredible Hulk, and The Avengers, it had quickly become apparent that driving Kirby from DC had been a disastrous misstep. And while I don't think Schiff or Weisinger liked or even really respected Kirby, and they sure as hell didn't like his art, they knew Marvel was not only a real thorn in their side by 1969, but that Jack Kirby was a huge part of why. Again, even if Schiff and Weisinger and a great deal of the other editorial staff at DC didn't understand why, The fact Kirby had found such success at Marvel after having been spurned by them seems to have only driven the two men to despise Kirby even more as well. Weisinger in particular was apparently so vitriolic over Kirby's behavior on Green Arrow that he reportedly threw an absolute fit when DC published Brother Power the Geek, demanding the title be canceled after only its second issue simply because it was a Joe Simon project. And remember, Mort Weisinger disliked Kirby even more than Joe Simon. So, needless to say, due to this caustic background with two of DC's longest standing and prominent editors, Jack Kirby had serious reservations about working for them while either Jack Schiff or Mort Weisinger were still employed there. And from what I can tell, for pretty good reason. Likely aware of this fact before he ever even approached Kirby for the first time, Carmine Infantino explained that Mort Weisinger and Jack Schiff wouldn't be a problem for Kirby much longer. Weisinger was in fact forced into retirement as part of Kenny's restructuring of DC during the 18-month period or so in which Infantino and Kirby were discussing the logistics of Kirby's move there, and Infantino had told him that Weisinger would soon be joining him, whether he liked it or not. It took almost 2 years to negotiate the terms by most accounts, but in 1970, as tensions between Marvel and Kirby grew to an absolutely untenable level, Jack Kirby rather casually announced that he was moving to DC Comics from basically out of the blue from the perspective of many people at Marvel. While they should have seen it coming, and many claim that Stan Lee was simply feigning surprise over the artist's departure, I don't think this is necessarily the case. Jack Kirby had played his cards close to his hand, and seeing as he had never really talked to anyone at Marvel about his grievances or anything anyway, while it had taken nearly 2 years for him to work out the terms and conditions of his departure, there was almost no one at Marvel who knew of Kirby's plans, and more than likely his departure actually did catch Stan Lee totally off guard. I honestly think that Lee just expected Kirby to keep taking whatever he dished out for however long Marvel managed to stay popular. Steve Ditko up and leaving one day without saying a word, that was one thing. But I get the feeling that Lee never expected this from Kirby, a man who had always seemed like his stalwart brother in arms through thick and thin, come what may, despite whatever differences they'd had over the years. Again, I think this points just how out of touch with reality Stan Lee was by this point already, as well as the fact that he never really appreciated Kirby's side of the argument. And I think Kirby felt this way as well, absolutely disastrously. While he'd spent more than a year in negotiations, possibly 2 with DC, apparently, when the lawyer from Perfect Films had literally hung up on him, vehemently refusing to even discuss his contract and going so far as to summarily dismiss any contributions that he might have made to the company, all while extolling Stan Lee's imagined accolades and portraying him as the real genius behind Marvel at the exact same time, Kirby didn't freak out. I don't think he even really got mad. He didn't call up Stan Lee or Martin Goodman to yell at them. He didn't even really say a word. He didn't need to. Jack Kirby was done. He was done with Stan Lee. He was done with Martin Goodman. He was done with Perfect Films. And more than anything else, Jack Kirby was done with Marvel Comics. He was so done that when Perfect Films hung up on him, Jack Kirby had calmly hung up the phone, dialed up Carmine Infantino, and told him that it was time. The king was coming to DC. While Lee might not have seen it coming for anyone paying attention, it was difficult not to see the writing on the wall. With everything that was going on, it's actually pretty hard to believe that Jack Kirby stuck around Marvel throughout most of 1969, honestly. The entire situation concerning Marvel and their characters, who were still continuing to grow in popularity and were still being credited in most cases solely to Stan Lee, had seemingly become an affront to Kirby in many regards. He had worried and complained for years because he thought that the widely held misconception that Stan Lee, and Stan Lee alone, was the architect of the Marvel Universe as extolled in almost incalculable interviews might land him in the same boat that it had other geniuses of the industry like Bill Finger. And lo and behold, a decade down the line, Kirby had been right on the money. He was treated as a pariah, shown virtually zero respect, and in fact, apparently seen almost entirely as some faceless, unknown artist by the owners of the characters and the publishing house that he had helped rescue from the gutters and turn into a multi-million-dollar powerhouse. And a powerhouse capable of toppling DC from their position at the top of the food chain nonetheless. Kirby wasn't necessarily mad at Stan Lee or even Martin Goodman per se. He was a businessman too. He understood what was going on, but just because he understood it didn't mean he had to agree with it, and he sure as hell was never going to let it happen again if he could help it. Because of this, when he went to work for DC, he had a stringent set of rules that he brought with him, which anyone he worked with were required to abide by. Gone were the days of Jack Kirby being at the mercy of anyone else when it came to his work, or of Jack Kirby doing anyone else's work for that matter. Sadly, while he'd been in talks for a good deal of time, following Perfect Films snubbing him, leaving Marvel had been something of an impetuous decision given how long he'd spent waffling on the subject prior to the actual move. Because of this, while there were obviously demands that Jack Kirby made when he came to DC, I think his head might have been a little clouded with what was going on at Marvel, and he concentrated far too closely in certain areas, which had really been bugging him while working for Lee and Goodman over the past several years. And unfortunately, this would come to have some rather disastrous results when it came to Kirby and DC's relationship as time went on, and he attempted to really spread his wings at the company and create something he could call his own. Apart from talks about editorial interference and creative freedom, which he so sorely desired, Jack Kirby had one other major requirement for nearly anyone who worked with him on just about any project during his tenure there. Kirby was so fed up with not getting credit for the work that he did, Kirby refused to work on anything with anyone that didn't either have a full script for him to work from, or where he wasn't allowed to write and receive credit for a full script himself. While he would budge on a great deal of many things while at DC, this was not one of them. And if it's not evident by this point, this demand about scripts wasn't about ego or anything of the sort. It was born of a much more utilitarian requirement for Kirby, who frankly needed the money to pay his mortgage and his family's living expenses. Kirby's family had always been the major motivating factor that kept him chained to his work desk for days on end. Kirby was putting food on the table and keeping a roof over his kids' heads. Because of his blind desire to care for his family, he'd made some questionable career choices in the past, but that was then, and Kirby was determined not to make the same mistakes again. He was a prodigious man, and even during his time at DC, he was still absolutely exploding with ideas. But Jack Kirby was done doing other people's work. Or more accurately, he was done getting not paid for doing other people's work. While he left Marvel mostly because they simply weren't willing to pay him a competitive wage or what he was worth, and I don't think there's much disputing this, the other major reason he parted ways with Marvel was their constant demands that he do extra work, which weren't so much requests as unpaid assignments that Kirby was expected to complete during his free time between working on his other stuff for them, and how casually they treated these requests. While still at Marvel, under his original contract, Kirby had been employed on a freelance basis. As such, he was paid on a page-by-page basis. Well, there have been many reasons asserted as for why this is the major reason that Jack Kirby would, quote, chain himself to his desk, as he put it, working 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week, producing sometimes 4 and 5 pages of finished art a day. The more pages you got done, the more you got paid. Kirby developed techniques for creating this insane volume of art without diluting his style and completely phoning in work as well, which is nearly mind-boggling when you think about it. While producing such a staggering amount of pages a day was a good method for a time, since he was paid per page, as was often the case, Jack Kirby became a victim of his own success. At one point, Martin Goodman noticed how prodigious Jack Kirby was, just how many pages this guy was turning out, and he noticed his page rate. And when he did, Martin Goodman hit the roof, despite Stan Lee trying to talk him down and explain who Jack Kirby was. While this appeased Goodman for a time, that did not last long, and soon Martin Goodman attempted to cut Kirby's page rate while he was still under contract. Dead set on saving money and thinking the amount of money they were paying Kirby outlandish at the time, Martin Goodman had pushed the page rate cut pretty hard with Kirby for a period. According to John Buscema, after much cajoling about his page rates by Goodman, Jack Kirby actually threatened to quit over it before he finally took the hint and backed off. While Martin Goodman did eventually let the subject go, this had crossed a line for Kirby, and Goodman's continued insistence on cutting his pay resulted in Jack Kirby refusing to do what he referred to as, quote, extra work from this point on. Considering that he wasn't even being paid for it, you might not think that this extra work, or that Kirby refusing to do it, would be a big deal. But it was. Kirby was responsible for the look and the feel of Marvel, and achieving the level of uniformity and cohesion that they did across their ever-expanding line of books was not an easy thing to accomplish. In fact, Jack Kirby was essentially solely responsible for maintaining everything I just mentioned across Marvel's stable of titles. Prior to his confrontation with Martin Goodman over page rates, Jack Kirby had been begrudgingly providing layouts for entire issues of innumerable series for newer artists so that they could, quote, learn the Marvel style, in Lee and Goodman's words. While he'd never been happy about it, Jack Kirby hadn't really made a big stink about it until Martin Goodman felt the need to try and slash his pay. Following this, Kirby absolutely refused to do any further layouts for other artists without what he considered proper compensation for the work. Now, if you're not super familiar with how comics are put together, this still might not sound like such a big deal. I mean, how much could one guy possibly contribute to a book just by providing rough layouts and breakdowns, especially someone who is as legendary, fast, and loose with his layout work as Jack Kirby? Well, in short, the answer is a lot. One of the most difficult things to learn about comics is narrative storytelling. Wrapping your head around panel composition, negative space, and then laying out a comic book page with interesting and engaging art that people are going to want to look at and enjoy, but also works in service of the story and doesn't just rely on a bunch of splashy images is hard. Like, really hard. While a lot of people praise Kirby for any number of things, his energy, his originality, I think Kirby's greatest strength lay in knowing precisely how to put together any given page to be as interesting and engaging as possible. He'd been honing his craft for decades at this point, and even his quickly jotted layouts were enough to ensure that the most novice of artists were able to at least tell the story they were supposed to and tell it well. Kirby saw layouts and plotting as a great deal of the heavy lifting involved with creating a comic book, and he's not wrong if you know anything about the process. Layouts are the basic building blocks that the visuals for the entire issue are based on. If they are flawed, the finished piece will be too. To this end, Jack Kirby was well aware of how much he was contributing to Marvel. He'd been around long enough, seen enough of the greats and enough of the worst that the industry had to offer, and he knew he was good at what he did. When examining precisely why Kirby felt like layouts were so much work, we actually get into some rather interesting territory that helps further illuminate his mindset when it comes to his work and how he was credited and compensated, or rather not. Kirby explained his position on layouts and story composition for Marvel, and in particular under Stan Lee during an interview at one point, saying, quote, "I must admit it's kind of a John Henry operation, and I'll talk over a story with Stan Lee, but the plot has to be worked out here. It's gotta be worked out on paper. The gimmicks have to be worked out and everything has to dovetail, so it's all worked out here, and I write the captions for the motivation of the story in the margin of the paper. Then it goes to Marvel and the dialogue is written in." While explaining that he felt he was the one finished art a day. The more pages you got done, the more you got paid. Kirby developed techniques for creating this insane volume of art without diluting his style and completely phoning in work as well, which is nearly mind-boggling when you think about it. While producing such a staggering amount of pages a day was a good method for a time, since he was paid per page, as was often the case, Jack Kirby became a victim of his own success. At one point, Martin Goodman noticed how prodigious Jack Kirby was, just how many pages this guy was turning out, and he noticed his page rate. And when he did, Martin Goodman hit the roof, despite Stan Lee trying to talk him down and explain who Jack Kirby was. While this appeased Goodman for a time, that did not last long, and soon Martin Goodman attempted to cut Kirby's page rate while he was still under contract. Dead set on saving money and thinking the amount of money they were paying Kirby outlandish at the time, Martin Goodman had pushed the page rate cut pretty hard with Kirby for a period. According to John Buscema, after much cajoling about his page rates by Goodman, Jack Kirby actually threatened to quit over it before he finally took the hint and backed off. While Martin Goodman did eventually let the subject go, this had crossed a line for Kirby, and Goodman's continued insistence on cutting his pay resulted in Jack Kirby refusing to do what he referred to as, quote, extra work from this point on. Considering that he wasn't even being paid for it, you might not think that this extra work, or that Kirby refusing to do it, would be a big deal. But it was. Kirby was responsible for the look and the feel of Marvel, and achieving the level of uniformity and cohesion that they did across their ever-expanding line of books was not an easy thing to accomplish. In fact, Jack Kirby was essentially solely responsible for maintaining everything I just mentioned across Marvel's stable of titles. Prior to his confrontation with Martin Goodman over page rates, Jack Kirby had been begrudgingly providing layouts for entire issues of innumerable series for newer artists so that they could, quote, learn the Marvel style, in Lee and Goodman's words. While he'd never been happy about it, Jack Kirby hadn't really made a big stink about it until Martin Goodman felt the need to try and slash his pay. Following this, Kirby absolutely refused to do any further layouts for other artists without what he considered proper compensation for the work. Now, if you're not super familiar with how comics are put together, this still might not sound like such a big deal. I mean, how much could one guy possibly contribute to a book just by providing rough layouts and breakdowns, especially someone who is as legendary, fast, and loose with his layout work as Jack Kirby? Well, in short, the answer is a lot. One of the most difficult things to learn about comics is narrative storytelling. Wrapping your head around panel composition, negative space, and then laying out a comic book page with interesting and engaging art that people are going to want to look at and enjoy, but also works in service of the story and doesn't just rely on a bunch of splashy images is hard. Like, really hard. While a lot of people praise Kirby for any number of things, his energy, his originality, I think Kirby's greatest strength lay in knowing precisely how to put together any given page to be as interesting and engaging as possible. He'd been honing his craft for decades at this point, and even his quickly jotted layouts were enough to ensure that the most novice of artists were able to at least tell the story they were supposed to and tell it well. Kirby saw layouts and plotting as a great deal of the heavy lifting involved with creating a comic book, and he's not wrong if you know anything about the process. Layouts are the basic building blocks that the visuals for the entire issue are based on. If they are flawed, the finished piece will be too. To this end, Jack Kirby was well aware of how much he was contributing to Marvel. He'd been around long enough, seen enough of the greats and enough of the worst that the industry had to offer, and he knew he was good at what he did. When examining precisely why Kirby felt like layouts were so much work, we actually get into some rather interesting territory that helps further illuminate his mindset when it comes to his work and how he was credited and compensated, or rather not. Kirby explained his position on layouts and story composition for Marvel, and in particular under Stan Lee during an interview at one point, saying, quote, "I must admit it's kind of a John Henry operation, and I'll talk over a story with Stan Lee, but the plot has to be worked out here. It's got to be worked out on paper. The gimmicks have to be worked out and everything has to dovetail, so it's all worked out here, and I write the captions for the motivation of the story in the margin of the paper. Then it goes to Marvel and the dialogue is written in." While explaining that he felt he was the one really coming up with the story under the Marvel method, Kirby even mentions that he was essentially even writing the story with his margin notes and dialogue suggestions. This was something that had begun to trouble him deeply during his time at Marvel as well. To wit, Kirby also quite bluntly added in another interview, quote, "If you don't fill in the balloons, they don't give you any credit for writing." This is why the extra work bothered him so much, and he absolutely refused to take part in anything like this while at DC. While his layouts are definitely super rough and loose, he'd leave copious amounts of story notes and even dialogue suggestions to compensate for the rushed quality of the pencils he provided other artists. An inordinate amount of responsibility, far beyond that of any normal artist, was being heaped on him by Stan Lee, Martin Goodman, and by Marvel Comics in general on a regular basis, and they just expected him to basically shut up and take it, and he did for years. Following Goodman's attempt at cutting his pay, though, Kirby was done doing them any favors. Kirby argued, and especially with the Marvel method, I don't think there's a lot of debate, that the artist is doing most of the hard work, especially compared to the writer, who is actually more of just a dialogue writer in this scenario. Following his confrontation with Martin Goodman over page rates, Jack Kirby had hit his limit, and he wasn't going to be doing anyone else's work for free anymore. Having spent 2 years negotiating with them about the move, when he finally did change companies, Jack Kirby seems to have been locked into this kind of mindset. He wanted to nip all of this stuff, all of the stuff that he had seen as so problematic during his time at Marvel, in the butt before it ever got started. The problem is, there's no way to plan for this kind of thing, and his move had proven, after spending so long talking with Infantino, a pretty knee-jerk reaction to Perfect Films' refusal to negotiate the contract. To this end, rather than change his mind or even bend on the subject, it seems Kirby only became more stringent about this concept when he started with DC. Throughout his time at the company, Mark Evanier has said that he was insistent on working either from full scripts or receiving credit for writing the script himself exclusively, and rarely, if ever, did he bend this rule for anyone. While Kirby didn't want to work for free at DC either, another thing that heavily influenced Kirby's adamant demands about script work is the widely disputed definition of the word writer within the comic industry. Now, I know this might sound like a kind of trivial thing, but who wrote a comic book was not only important in assessing who got credit, but who got paid for what. This means that while it would otherwise be something of a trivial debate, the topic of writing has always been a varied and somewhat sore subject for many professionals. To Jack Kirby, there were a few steps in writing a comic book, and a big part of that was coming up with the plot and then laying that out visually so that it made sense in a visual medium like comic books. This, however, is not how many industry professionals, especially writers at the time, saw things. In the past, Jack Kirby had worked entirely without scripts because after a certain point, Stan Lee just couldn't be bothered to come up with them. Following this, Kirby had essentially been left to his own devices and expected to come up with the story on his own after a brief discussion. Despite this, Lee was the one who claimed and received compensation for writing those books with Jack Kirby. Once he left Marvel, I think Kirby had hoped that this distinct difference in the definition of writing that had caused so much trouble at Marvel would change. It did not, and it drove Kirby up the wall. And apparently, he isn't alone in his distaste for the definition of the word that many comic professionals espouse. Mark Evanier, who, remember, on top of being a noted Kirby historian, was an assistant to him for years, in particular explained much of what Jack Kirby found irksome as it bothered him as well. Quote, "I was talking with Marv Wolfman and he had some pencil pages, and he said he had to go write them. It's an imprecision of language that annoys me. He's not going to actually write them because to me that involves the plotting and the dialogue. He's going to dialogue the pages. There are some writers, and I use the term loosely, who think that dialogue is all that writing is. It's both. When Jack came to DC, almost every writer in the business came to him directly or indirectly and said, I want to be your writer. No one said, I'll be your dialogue writer and take half of the credit. No one assumed that Stan Lee made a contribution, which is untrue. Stan definitely made a contribution. A lot of people who were trying to impress Jack thought that's what he wanted to hear. Jack decided he would either work from a full script where the writer did all the writing and Jack just did the drawing, or he would do the writing himself. For those that somehow think Kirby is being unreasonable when it comes to his work for Marvel, I think it's very important to keep in mind that whether you agree or disagree, Jack Kirby was not a fan of the Marvel method, and this was for a specific and what I feel like is a host of very valid reasons. Mostly, Kirby felt that there should be a much more clear delineation of who was responsible for what, received credit for what, and who got compensation for what. Evanier perfectly summed up Kirby's feelings on the so-called Marvel method post-1970, saying, quote, basically, he's come to not believe, I think, in the Marvel method of writing a comic as something which works either creatively or morally for him. In short, Jack Kirby felt he had been asked to work in such a way that was unfair, had undue responsibility placed upon him, and had never been properly compensated for the work that he did do at Marvel. Kirby was done with Marvel, and he was going to get proper compensation for his work from this point on, whoever he worked with, and he felt like DC was going to offer him that opportunity. While Carmine Infantino was an old friend, and there were a lot of people at DC who respected Jack Kirby, and they wanted to see him succeed at the company, even with Mort Weisinger and Jack Schiff gone, there were plenty of others who despised and, probably more importantly, envied the king. As a result of this, as well as a host of other factors, many stemming from the quick decision to jump ship at Marvel, Jack Kirby's time at DC would be troubled to say the least. And unfortunately, things wouldn't really work out like anyone hoped during Kirby's more than 4-year stint with the now Kenny owned and operated DC Comics. While he would go on to create a vast pantheon of literal gods, a galaxy of stories and worlds for DC over the next several years, and despite the fact it had taken almost 2 years of negotiations to get him to come over to the company by most accounts, just to illustrate how impetuous the final decision had been in reality, DC didn't even know what title they were going to start Jack Kirby on. Over the years, some used this as a way of explaining how Jack Kirby came to work on the first series that he did for DC, a series that I don't think anyone, Jack Kirby included, ever imagined. Others have explained that Jack Kirby wound up on the Oddball book through what's almost become an urban legend at this point. The story goes that DC offered Jack Kirby any book that he wanted. And if you're wondering how that's possible, since there had to be people already working on those books since they were coming out, DC, according to this legend, just told him that they would kick whoever off of whatever, and that Jack Kirby was free to take his pick of any title he wanted. When posited this question, rather than make the safe move and ask for Action Comics or Detective Comics, going after one of their biggest characters like Superman or Batman, Jack Kirby instead boldly told DC to put him on their lowest selling book. According to these tall tales, this is how Jack Kirby ended up on Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen in 1970 as his very first assignment at DC. Though accounts vary, this would have at least allegedly either been done either to show his worth to the company and prove what he was capable of with even their least popular titles, or to just show off. I mean, he was the king of comics after all, and that story sounds awesome. It makes Kirby seem so sure and calm and collected. It makes him sound like some sort of actual superhero. And as cool as that sounds, that's not exactly how this all played out. As I've often discovered while working on this channel, however, the truth is actually much more interesting. And in this case, I think honestly, more than a little touching actually. In reality, there is a reason that Jack Kirby himself never repeated that version of events. First off, Jimmy Olsen was not DC's worst seller. It wasn't selling like hotcakes or anything, but it was associated with Superman. It even had his name in the title, so retailers often ordered it simply because it was a Superman adjunct title. Shockingly, that's about where the tall part of this tale ends and where things get infinitely more interesting in my opinion. When DC offered Kirby any title he wanted, because unbelievably, they did precisely that. Jack Kirby hadn't turned down Superman or Batman or Action Comics or Detective Comics as a way to show off or even prove his worth. Always the pragmatist. When he was made the offer, Jack Kirby had asked the same question that I had wondered about when reading about the mythic tales of how he ended up on Jimmy Olsen. What would happen to the regular artists on the title he took over? Surely there was someone whose job it was to put out DC's biggest monthly books, and presumably they'd been doing a decent enough job of it considering they were still on the book. Kirby asked Carmine Infantino point blank what was going to happen to the regular artists if he took their title. Carmine Infantino just told him not to worry about it, that he would take care of it and pick whatever book he wanted. But that wasn't Jack Kirby. Kirby didn't just worry about what would happen to the artists in question. He worried about it a lot. Like, to the point that it was a considerable problem for Kirby to make a decision on what book he was actually going to work on. Kirby knew that if he named a book and there was an artist on it already, they were going to get fired. They might get another assignment, they might not. And even if they did, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be out of work for weeks or even months on account of Kirby suddenly laying claim to whatever they happen to be working on and doing a decent enough job at. This was exactly the kind of thing that had bothered him so much and which had happened to him so often throughout his career, and he could not be party to something like this, let alone the cause of it. As tempting as it might have been, Kirby just couldn't bring himself to do that to someone else, and despite the generous offer, Jack Kirby absolutely refused to be the reason that someone, anyone, especially someone who was doing a completely competent job and hadn't done a thing in the world to warrant it, lost their job. It's important to remember that Jack Kirby was in large part so prodigious because he was obsessed with providing for his family. This had always been the major motivating factor in just about anything he did, but after his experiences in the Second World War, and especially as he got older and looked back on that time in his life with a growing wisdom and a completely new vantage point, he grew increasingly empathetic and genuinely concerned about all of those around him. For all the tall tales of his demeanor that have been completely twisted and blown out of proportion over the years, Kirby would talk at great length later on in his career about simply wanting to bring joy to people and be as decent of a human being as he possibly could. He'd made mistakes. He hadn't always been the best person. Who has? But Jack Kirby admitted his foibles, and most importantly, he strove to be a better, more kind and generous man every day. For all of the stories that you hear about him being a gruff or a difficult man, I could tell you too about the kind of man that Jack Kirby wanted to be, and how he was constantly striving and constantly trying to live up to that self-imposed predilection to simply be a better person. He wanted to be the kind of person that genuinely connected with other human beings and made a difference in their lives. I could talk at length about how he treated those he worked with and around, as well as those he employed himself. And while he may have never lived up to his own exacting standards, despite how hard he seems to have tried throughout his life, for what it's worth, Jack Kirby achieved his goals of putting a little more positivity out there and making the world a little bit of a better place, without question. Just ask anyone who randomly came knocking on Kirby's door and ended up getting a tour of the house, who got to ogle his weathered and well-hewn drawing table and marvel, all pun intended, at whatever he happened to be working on at the moment. There were so many unsolicited visitors over the years, but Kirby tried his best to accommodate as many of them as he possibly could, to take time to talk with anyone who enjoyed his work enough to track him down. I laugh every time I hear a news story about how Roz had to basically stand guard at the door as people left the house, carefully scanning for original art that Jack had just given to random people. Roz would politely collect it back and explain that that was just Jack and they were valuable and they could really use the money, but he would just keep doing it anyway. That really was just who Jack Kirby was. The delight in somebody's eyes holding that stuff brought him infinitely more joy than any money he made off of his work. And remember how much he worked, how hard he worked. That's why he did what he did, though. And I think in a lot of ways, this is how he got taken advantage of so often. He just wanted to see the better part of people's natures, and he was, by his very own, a kind and giving man. For all of the bluster, his fancy words, and the bright lights, Stan Lee might have been the one who was good at promoting and getting the word out to the masses, but Jack connected with fans in a way that I don't think Stan Lee could have ever even dreamed of. Jack Kirby forged real, long-lasting, one-on-one friendships with his fans. A lot of people say it, but Jack Kirby meant it when he said he loved his fans. Anyone who visited Jack Kirby and got a tour, or even just talked with the legend himself, left that house with nothing less than a greater appreciation of comic books. While a touching story and as generous an offer as it was to let him take over whatever book he wanted, in reality, this is something that should have been worked out long before Jack Kirby's move. This is simply the first in a long line of clues that clearly demonstrate, however DC had no clue what to do with Jack Kirby, and that their major motivating factor in hiring him was to simply get him away from Marvel because they were taking a beating on the newsstands. Nothing else. There was no forethought, there was no respect, no real planning, and it ended up being a real mess. While there's a plethora of things that I could point to that illustrate how DC treated Kirby, all of which paint a fairly unflattering picture, I might add, I think the most pertinent to this discussion would be the alteration of Kirby's original art by DC editorial. While they knew they had to get him away from Marvel because kids loved his work, the people actually running DC did not understand what people liked about Kirby's art. They didn't respect him very much, and they definitely did not like his art. This caused a number of problems while Kirby was at DC, but the best example of the level of DC's distaste for Kirby's art is evidenced by the fact that they entirely replaced the faces of many of Kirby's early images, especially those of their flagship characters such as Superman, with paste-ups from other DC bullpen staff for publication, completely obscuring the Kirby faces underneath. From almost the moment that Jack Kirby started working for them, it feels like DC not only didn't know what to do with him, but by a lot of accounts, a lot of people plain didn't want him around. Some were jealous of Kirby's success at Marvel, but many of them simply couldn't understand what fans saw in Kirby's work, and neither could DC editorial for that matter. In fact, much of DC simply could not begin to fathom what anyone liked about Jack Kirby's abstract approach to the human form and his stylistic approach to layouts and panel compositions. This teamed with a fundamental misunderstanding on both Jack Kirby and DC's end about what the other really wanted out of the partnership, much of which was born from the rushed nature of Kirby's departure from Marvel, despite appearances to the contrary, would spell disaster from the moment that Kirby moved beyond working on Jimmy Olsen onto projects like Forever People. These titles would be the beginning of Kirby's most ambitious cosmic odyssey to date, a group of titles telling interwoven tales known collectively as the Fourth World. Remembered fondly and spoken of often today, Kirby's Fourth World was the beginning of the end for Kirby at DC, and would be the cause of as much heartbreak, problems, and pain as anything else he'd ever done before. Kirby joined DC for a more profitable and understanding place to work and create. He absolutely poured every fiber of his being and every ounce of energy that he had left into the Fourth World project, and it all came crashing down around his head before he ever really got a chance to get his footing. Join me next week as we explore the birth,
what an
life,
episode.
and death of Kirby's beloved Fourth World titles and creations, his continued problems with DC editorial, and what eventually drove him right back to Marvel. But that's next week. In the meantime, I hope you all
Right
enjoyed.
back
Maybe
to
you learned
Marvel.
something. If you did like what you saw, make sure you hit that like button. Think about getting in the comment section below and letting me know. If you really enjoyed what you saw, make sure you Hulk smash that subscribe button. If you do that, make sure you ding the little notification bell so you never miss another video or premiere again. If you feel like you're in a position to help the channel grow, think about using the link in the description below to sign up for my Patreon page. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to tons of behind-the-scenes posts, exclusive content like
Gotta watch till the end of the
interviews,
video.
access to documentaries, merchandise,
Get
discount
that
codes, you can
algorithm
even get your
going.
name in the credits. If Patreon is not your thing, but you still want to support the channel, have no fear. You can sign up for membership right here on YouTube. Just hit the little join button and select the tier and perk that fits you best. You can also use the Ko-Fi link in the description to make donations towards specific goals or just tip the channel. And if that's not enough, you can even get your very own Jerk Comics shirts like the ones you see on the screen now. As always, this documentary was made possible by the Jerk Broadcasting System, as well as generous grants from the Patreon, YouTube, and other contributors you see on the screen now. I'd like to personally thank my loyal Wednesday Warriors, Channel 10, Chasen, Clinton Salvini, Mike Dolan, Lynn Sinnette, Jay Rainwater, Super Chasen, and Mike Dolan again. Thanks as always for sticking with me. I hope you all enjoyed, maybe even learned something. And as always, I really, truly, and honestly ask only two things. Keep it in those local shops and keep reading comics. Welcome back, boils and ghouls. It's time for another one of the greatest stories never told. This time, we're going to be tackling a subject that I've been wanting to get to for a long time. Jacob Kurtzberg, better known by his pen name Jack Kirby, and more affectionately and probably more aptly referred to simply as the King of Comics, is such a vast and inescapable part of the industry that doing his career any sort of justice is a difficult task, and I have to admit a fairly daunting one at that. I've wanted to get into Kirby's career for a long time, but I don't want to get too mired down in the he said, she said blame campaigns that seem to make up such a large part of the so-called historical examinations of Kirby's career. That's simply not what this channel is about. It's taken me a while, but I think I've finally found the inn I was looking for, and I can't wait to share this series with you all. Kirby's work in the comics field is widely known and continues to be researched and documented as thoroughly as possible nearly 30 years after his passing in 1994. While his comics work is well documented, Kirby's later work, his work outside of the industry, remains virtually a mystery to most people. Since I specialize in little-known facts about well-known creators and characters, I thought this would be an opportunity to examine the life and work of one of comics' inexorable legends through a fairly unique angle. Please bear in mind, this series should be in no way construed as a be-all, end-all examination of Kirby's work for either Marvel or DC. That's not the purpose of this series, despite the fact that we will be exploring facets of his work for both companies. Rather than attempting some impossibly long, all-encompassing series, I've instead chosen to frame his work at these companies against a story far fewer people are aware of, and one that remains surprisingly fairly undocumented: Kirby's work for the proposed film Lord of Light. While it might not sound very interesting on the surface, slated for production in 1980 despite the fact that Lord of Light would ultimately remain unproduced, the story of why the movie, a film that would have been the most expensive science fiction film of all time when it entered pre-production in 1979, never happened, and how the CIA subsequently ended up with not only the film script but Kirby's production art, and how those illustrations played a pivotal role in the successful exfiltration and rescue of 6 real-life hostages during the 1981 Iran hostage crisis,
Oh,
all while the
hi.
Lord of Light's production had their offices raided by a CIA-backed police force, were subsequently put on trial for embezzlement, and how the film's budget was mysteriously tied up in a legal black hole that took not one but 2 of the country's biggest law
Gotten
firms more than
quite a bit done here.
24 months to unravel, and no one is able to really explain to this day, is so
I
much
toned down the
more
cake
interesting.
quite
So
a bit.
join me for another one of the
Probably
greatest
still
stories
not
never
enough,
told, and a
but
tasty
it's
tidbit
as far
of
as I'm gonna
Audrey
go with it.
industry trivia, and another multi-part documentary series I like to call Jack Kirby's CIA Portfolio. In this week's episode, we'll be exploring Kirby's work for DC, in particular his Fourth World material, how that relationship went south quick, and why. We'll also examine his continued problems with DC editorial and how this all ultimately paved the way for his vastly unexplored work in the animation field, and of course,
Ooh,
Light.
no.
Remember, if you enjoy these videos, do me a favor, let this video play until the end. The more people that watch until the end of this video, the more YouTube will promote it. Don't forget to hit that like button. Think about getting in the comment section below and letting me know. If you really enjoy what you see, make sure you Hulk smash that subscribe button. If you feel like you're in a position to help the channel grow, think about using the link in the description below to sign up for my Patreon page. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to tons of behind-the-scenes posts, exclusive content like uncut interviews, early access to material, merchandise discount codes, and you can even get your name in the credits. If Patreon is not your thing, but you still want to support the channel, have no fear. You can sign up for membership right here on YouTube. Just hit the little join button and select the tier and perks that fit you best. If that's not enough, you can also make donations towards specific goals, or just hit the channel using the Ko-Fi link in the description. And you can even pick up your very own comic shirts like the ones you see on the screen. But now, let's get into it.
How's the sound and everything today? I'm playing Jerk's stuff, and I wonder if it's too loud or if you can hear it at all.
As sales began to take a nosedive issue after issue during Kirby's stint on Jimmy Olsen, or at least this is according to DC editorial at the time, and despite a promising uptick in sales initially, it became clear that if something didn't fundamentally
I was just
change
asking
about
if
how
like the
company
sound and
working
everything
with
was
Jack
okay,
Kirby,
like if
they
you can
would
hear the
both end up
documentary,
on the losing end of the
or
stick.
if it's too low,
DC
too high.
had expected
Can you hear me?
immediate return on recruiting Jack Kirby in the
Oh,
form
okay.
of renewed sales that weren't manifesting, and Kirby had left Marvel basically out of frustration, hoping for a greater deal of creative and artistic control and freedom and more competitive pay. Sadly, the two seemed to be at direct odds with one another as they continued to struggle in any attempt to create the mutually pleasing and beneficial relationship they both had initially hoped for. There was a fundamental lack of understanding between Jack Kirby and DC that surpassed any problems he might have had with Marvel in the past, which made themselves apparent almost immediately. And again, much of this was born from the fact that DC had little idea of what to do with Kirby or his work, as well as that many at the company actually hated his art, considering it, quote, beneath the company. Kirby, for his part, may have been vying for a better position with DC than he had with Marvel, and even thought he was getting that very thing initially, but honestly, much of what he did came from frustrations that had built up over years until Jack Kirby reached a breaking point and left Marvel in a rather impetuous move, despite the inordinate amount of time that he had been in talks with Carmine Infantino about a possible move. To best explain his basic mindset, I don't think you need to look any further than a quote he offered up at one point saying, quote, "I was faced with the frustration of having to come up with new ideas and then having them taken away from me. So I was kind of caught in a box and I had to get out of that box." While I think it had been somewhat problematic from the start for a few reasons that we've talked about, when sales started to take a hit on the books, Kirby was initially given, the differences in opinion between DC and Kirby became undeniable. Without a real game plan and what they were doing obviously not working, the two parties reached something of an impasse insanely quickly, which they would continue to struggle to get past for the remainder of Kirby's time at the publisher. To illustrate how differently they saw things, you need not look any further than the alterations that DC had begun to make to Kirby's work on their biggest characters, especially Superman, from almost the moment he started working for them. It had to have been annoying, but Kirby emphatically said that this was the cause of the poor sales. Fans wanted to see his take on the iconic DC pantheon of heroes, not faces by Al Plastino pasted up over his work, or worse yet, inkers trying to make his art look like all the other artists DC already had on staff. Kirby argued that even if DC might not get it, there really wasn't any reason to hire him if they were just going to cover up his faces and try to make him draw figures and compose pages like everyone else who was already working for them. In Kirby's mind, and it only stands to reason, that if they hired Jack Kirby for his art, it should probably at least be his art, not someone drawing over his faces or even him trying to emulate anyone else. While this totally makes sense to me, and I'm sure many of you, the ever-conservative DC felt the exact opposite. DC reasoned, in their heads, fans simply weren't accustomed to Kirby's unique approach and visual takes on the characters. It was radically different than anything else that DC was putting out for the most part, and this scared them. When people picked up a DC comic, just like a Marvel publication, they expected it to look and feel a certain way. Kirby's bizarre contortion of the human form and inventive page layouts might have been a draw at Marvel, but DC considered them more hindrances than anything else for the most part. Just like Marvel, they wanted their books to appear uniformly on the shelves next to one another. The major difference here was Marvel had actually tailored that look and feel around Jack Kirby, whereas DC was trying to fit a square peg into a round hole in many ways. Rather than indulge his creative whimsies and figure out what worked and what didn't, DC instead handled Kirby with a series of knee-jerk reactions that would completely undermine any long-term attempts that they made at being cooperatively productive. Either completely unaware of this or simply attempting to weaken Kirby's resolve when it came to submitting to their way of thought, DC felt the answer was not more freedom, like at all. Instead, they believed that to make Kirby appear more in line with the rest of the DC universe that fans were accustomed to after decades of loyal readership, the answer was in fact more artistic and editorial interference. As the months pressed on and things continued to fall apart, DC tried to make things work the way they wanted them to, at least, and so did Jack Kirby, but they never really worked together, at least not well enough. The truth be told, I don't think that Jack Kirby ever really saw eye to eye with many people at DC, apart from Carmine Infantino and a few others who did their best to make his stay there work. While a great deal of Kirby's problems with DC were due to interference with his art and editorial mandates that tampered with his stories in ways I don't believe the editors ever thought about, to be quite frank, I also think another large part of this was that Jack Kirby by this time was accustomed to being the one to set the pace and tone, not follow anyone else's. This had never been his strong point, his Green Arrow stories case in point. While there had been a lot of frustrations for Jack Kirby at Marvel, I honestly believe that one of the biggest sources of problems during the latter half of his career was that he had taken the fact that Marvel quite literally catered their entire art style and company aesthetic around his own for granted to an astounding and almost unbelievable degree. It just became like second nature to operate that way. It had caused him a ton of headaches over the years, and it had most certainly cost him more than a
appreciate
pretty
you.
penny, considering how much of
Thank
his work and approach that Marvel
you.
adopted and never credited or paid him for. On the other hand, however, it had allowed Kirby to just kind of do his own thing aside from Lee's insistent requests for revised art for his story ideas he happened to have after Kirby was done. Let's be honest, after he was done plotting and basically writing the story that Stan Lee was then making changes to. While the finer details of much of what took place behind the curtains between DC and Kirby at this point remain widely undocumented, especially compared to only a few years earlier during his time at Marvel, it's not difficult to ascertain that there was trouble in paradise from the onset of the relationship. Though Jack Kirby would never openly speak about DC the way that he did with Marvel, I think that's because both he and DC knew it was an ill-fated relationship from basically the beginning. Beyond DC's demands that Jack Kirby's faces and other aspects of his work be tweaked and needlessly changed before it saw publication to make it appear more in line with the rest of DC's fastidiously controlled brand, I think the best example of what went truly wrong between Jack Kirby and DC on a much more fundamental level was the Fourth World line. While I'd love to offer up nothing less than simple empirical facts about the creation and execution of Kirby's work on the Fourth World, the truth is somewhat obfuscated due to a shocking lack of coverage or documentation. Only months prior, there is no shortage of interviews from either Stan Lee or Jack Kirby speaking about any subject that one can imagine. With his move to DC, this coverage all but stopped dead in its tracks, again attesting to how poorly this relationship went for both involved at the time and how little love it really got as well. While it would become fondly remembered and now is looked back on as one of the greatest achievements in mainstream comics, at the time of its release, the Fourth World books literally disintegrated whatever goodwill there had been between DC and Jack Kirby almost immediately. Because it's almost impossible to say for sure, unlike much of the stuff that went down at Marvel, there's basically two schools of thought when it comes to the why and how of the Fourth World and how things ended up going down the way they did. There are some people who point to Kirby's work on the Fourth World as proof that DC was trying their best to work with Kirby and give him what he wanted. It was radically different from anything else at DC at the time, or even now for that matter, and it seems that this may have indeed been an olive branch extended to Kirby, literally allowing him to basically do whatever he wanted. Others believe that this could not be further from the truth. Some people feel like the Fourth World titles were in many ways a trap set for Jack Kirby, and there are many historians that actually argue that any and all leadway given to Jack Kirby by DC at this point was not given to him out of respect or indeed any wish to see him succeed, but actually done in a concerted effort to undermine him and weaken his bargaining position at the company. These individuals believe that DC was basically just giving Kirby enough rope to hang himself with in a deliberate attempt to make a fool out of the man who had been decimating their newsstand sales for the last decade. There is a wide held belief among many Kirby historians that DC didn't hire Jack Kirby so he could make them money. They didn't hire him to create characters or even to really draw for them. They hired him so he would stop drawing comics for Marvel. As unbelievable as DC sinking time and money into something that they knew was going to be and ultimately wanted to be a failure, simply in an effort to weaken Kirby's position and take him down a peg or two, might sound absolutely crazy. And although the truth is far from this cut and dried, there is a shockingly large amount of truth to these allegations. While I think the concept that he was given his Fourth World title simply as a way to undermine or discredit him is ludicrous, and that viewpoint is simplistic at best, the truth is Kirby's Fourth World titles were more likely part of an attempted compromise that DC was trying to make with Kirby as time went on in an effort to make their relationship work, however ineffective and poorly handled it might have been, but were ultimately utilized in many of the aforementioned regards when it came to handling and wrangling Kirby for a great deal of his time at the company following the death of the Fourth World. Unfortunately, while DC did give Kirby the books as a sort of way to appease him, they also did it for a much less altruistic and much more sinister reason: leverage. In the beginning, they essentially let Kirby create create the Fourth World books and characters that he wanted to in an effort to not only appease his wishes for creative freedom, but capitalize on his legendary creativity and get some inexpensive new IPs, which might prove to be valuable to boot. As time went on and sales didn't live up to either Kirby's hopes or DC's expectations, they began to use the creative freedom and leeway that they were giving him as something to hold over his head as they exerted more editorial control and influence over Jack Kirby, his stories, his characters, and his art. He might have initially thought he was getting exactly what he wanted when DC gave him the go-ahead on the Fourth World, but I don't think Kirby had any idea what he was in for once DC gave him a little slack, especially when sales didn't seem to reflect the increased interest that he had promised after he was given the level of freedom which Kirby insisted his fans wanted and expected. This may have been due to a number of things. It may have been that DC was indeed tampering too heavily with his work, even when they allowed him a modicum of real creative control. It may have been that Kirby was finally starting to lose touch with readers and what they wanted. People were not ready for what he was about to unleash on DC's unsuspecting readers. In fact, if you'd been paying attention, especially to Thor, you might have picked up bits and pieces, little clues that prove, as with many things, Jack Kirby had been working on his Fourth World denizens for some time, though not necessarily in the forms which they would eventually appear in the DCU. While still at Marvel, Kirby had come up with the idea, and I think even tried pitching it to Stan Lee, who obviously was having none of it because he refused to lose any, let alone multiple big-name characters that were making Marvel a lot of money at the time. Kirby wanted to do Ragnarok in the Thor title, full on. Kirby wanted to kill off Thor and all of the other lucrative main players in the series and replace them with all new gods, all pun intended. When Marvel hadn't gone for the idea, he'd used a somewhat altered version of these events in the pages of the Inhumans. But if you look closely at Kirby's final work on Thor for Marvel and his first work on New Gods, you'll notice something extremely interesting, at least in my opinion. In Kirby's proposed ending to Thor Ragnarok, the planet was literally torn in half, and the gods of the book murdered one another until no one was left. If you look at the first page of New Gods, you'll notice that very same splintered planet almost immediately. While he'd never admitted, or maybe didn't want to for legal reasons, it's pretty clear that Fourth World and New Gods in particular actually start the page after Kirby's proposed ending to Marvel's Thor. When Kirby left Jimmy Olsen, he branched out into a host of other series which he created for DC, many of which were ideas and characters that he'd actually come up with while at the House of Ideas, but vehemently refused to use there because of his perceived mistreatment by the publishing house at that time. Frustratingly, when examining this from a historical perspective, Kirby didn't really know any other way to do things by this point. He didn't need the Marvel method per se, but after so many years working one way, Kirby was rather unaccustomed to having to hold the publisher's hand and explain every little decision and idea that he had and wanted to introduce. It was a maddening prospect for Kirby, who was exploding with ideas and was used to just being allowed to kind of throw them down on the paper as he came up with them. This was not how things worked at DC, and they made this abundantly clear time and time again. There would be no Silver Surfer at DC, nothing created outside of editorial overseeing, and this was way more than a minor annoyance for Jack Kirby at a certain point. The thing is, I don't really know what he wanted, and I don't think he did either. He was ticked at Marvel, and they'd certainly run roughshod over him, but as much as he might have disliked it, he'd become accustomed to working in a certain way, and when he started at DC, Kirby, more than rather ironically, hoped to do essentially exactly what he'd done at Marvel. Start a new series, create a bunch of characters, set a basic plot in motion, and then pass it off to a team of writers and artists to expand on from there. Obviously, the big difference here is that Kirby was calling a lot of the shots when it came to what the stories were and had a much louder voice in the final decision-making process as to what did and didn't see print. Or at least that was the idea to begin with. While this was what Kirby wanted, DC wasn't necessarily on board, despite agreeing to many of Kirby's requests, which they were in fact using to corner and kind of control and manipulate him. They seemed happy enough to let Kirby create a bunch of new characters, who, as I mentioned, might end up being as profitable and popular as some of his Marvel characters. They were even fine with him creating stuff and then moving on to a new series. But there was a catch. Just like at Marvel, DC basically began to insist that Jack Kirby keep drawing them all. Despite not seeming to even like his art, DC was dead set against Kirby basically seeding a story, starting up a title, and then passing it off. And it didn't matter how good the team was that he would get to work on something or anything of the sort. See, the thing is, DC didn't want to pony up and create what would have essentially been an entirely new editorial wing just to help Jack Kirby keep track of, create, write, and oversee the host of books he envisioned. This would have required a lot of time and money that I do not believe DC was willing to grant Kirby even from the beginning. As his sales figures continued to underwhelm the new owners, who had expected an explosion of sales, I don't think his bargaining position improved any either. DC had brought Kirby on board to give the company a shot in the arm, but they were not necessarily super interested in kicking off an entirely new age of comics for the company with Kirby as the face of it all. And most importantly, investing the money that this would have required. Hell, they didn't even like his art enough to let him draw Superman's face. The proposed lineup for the Fourth World line of books is absolutely incredible. And when I first started really getting into Kirby and I found out about a lot of this stuff, I wondered how the hell people didn't know that Don Heck was going to be handling Forever People. Wally Wood was supposed to handle New Gods, and almost unbelievably, Steve Ditko was going to tackle Mr. Miracle. It was an absolutely mind-blowing lineup, but it appears this didn't happen for one simple reason. DC had no interest in investing that level of effort or money into Kirby's aspirations for an entirely new cosmic wing of the DC universe. It feels like that at almost every turn, Kirby and DC were in opposition, and one of my favorite stories to illustrate this is the cover to New Gods #1. When Jack Kirby drew up the original sketch of Orion that would appear on the cover of New Gods #1, he got Don Heck to ink it up and actually colored a few sketches and sent DC copies of them so that they knew the color scheme of Orion's costume and would be ready to prep the finished cover for publication as soon as he was done with it. Kirby actually inked the Orion figure that appears on the cover of New Gods 1 himself in an extremely rare move, and then pasted it up on a beautiful collage of an outer space sequence replete with planets and stars. If this doesn't quite sound like what we saw, that's because someone at DC changed the image without Jack's consent. While from what I understand he actually liked the cover as it saw publication, the fact his collage had been stripped down and had an image of a drawn planet added to it by a nameless worker at DC should have been a warning sign of things to come. It wasn't until Jack Kirby requested the original Don Heck inked sketches that he'd sent DC in the interest of making their job easier that he got pissed though. While he asked repeatedly, DC insisted they had no clue what had happened to the original sketch. It was just gone. After a few phone calls, Jack Kirby apparently flipped out and raised a pretty big stink about getting the piece back. After much cajoling on his part, DC finally produced the sketch he'd sent them. The crumpled piece of paper handed back to Kirby had apparently been discovered lodged in the back of a drawer, folded in half, completely discarded and forgotten within days of Kirby sending it in. Kirby never had nasty things to say about many of the people he worked with, and he spoke well of DC, but I know for a fact that this incident pissed him off bad. It was a blatant sign of just how little they liked or respected his work and his mind. And even if he couldn't admit it to himself right away, Kirby knew this better than anyone. While I don't know this to be the case for sure, it's my belief that DC's complete disinterest in helping Kirby create and maintain an editorial collective for his Fourth World series is the reason that Heck and Ditko never ended up working on Forever People or Mr. Miracle in any regards. It's completely possible that Ditko himself was just uninterested in the work by this point, as he'd started to have increasing problems working with others, especially in more mainstream books, and was beginning to eschew higher levels of pay and recognition in the service of remaining truer to his principles and the ideals that he personally wanted to present in his work and see represented as a whole in the medium. Heck had begun working with DC at almost the same time as Kirby in 1970, and while he obviously never took over Forever People, Kirby recommended Heck for a job on Batgirl, which he ended up doing backup stories for in Detective Comics that same year. Whereas the reasons for Ditko not joining is definitely in question. There's no doubt that it was due to DC's lack of monetary commitment to the Fourth World Project that Don Heck never took over Forever People. This is also the reason that Wally Wood didn't end up taking over on New Gods. Sadly, it's also the reason that Wood never ended up inking Kirby's DC Fourth World material at all. Wally Wood was doing some sporadic work for DC at the time anyway, mostly on horror titles like House of Secrets and The Witching Hour. DC was not happy about how much they had to pay him apparently, and this would lead to one of the biggest tragedies not only in the Fourth World Odyssey and creation, but in Kirby's career in general, in my opinion. Only weeks after Kirby had left Marvel, Wally Wood had turned pages into Marvel in hopes of working with Kirby on a series, only to be informed that he had obviously left the company only a week prior. With this in mind, Wood went to DC and asked them if he could get involved with Kirby's projects, whatever they may be, at the company. The answer was an emphatic no. Rather than Wally Wood, DC somehow, and I don't honestly know how they did it without short of like threatening Kirby, but they convinced him to keep Vince Colletta as his inker, at least for the time being. While Colletta was a well-known collaborator of Kirby's and was a large part of the more simplistic, childlike Kirby illustrations that a lot of people remembered from his Marvel work, he was also an absolute butcher when it came to people's work. There are few professional inkers who reached the level of prominence that Vince Colletta did, who are so unfondly remembered as he is today. Colletta was a workhorse. He did what he did for a paycheck, nothing more, nothing less, most assuredly. With this in mind, he was absolutely concerned with one thing above all else, making as much money as possible, and this was done by doing as much work as possible, and not necessarily the best work. Because DC was paying almost $20 less a page than Marvel for working on Kirby's stuff, Colletta began to take more and more shortcuts. He turned images into silhouettes, he started taking stuff like trees and foliage out of images, and the thing that Mark Evanier pointed out to Kirby, and that eventually resulted in Kirby's eventual request to have Colletta replaced as his inker, was the fact he'd started to turn Kirby's carefully planned cityscapes and buildings into small grid-like designs which only vestigially resembled buildings when examined closely. Colletta's messing with his art was far from Kirby's biggest problem with him though. Now, you have to bear in mind here, Kirby was more than a little paranoid at this time. He was working months ahead of schedule to assure that books did not fall behind. And while this was a good thing for publication schedules, it also meant that there was an increased risk of someone at DC getting wind of what he was working on and then leaking that information to Marvel, who might rush a similar product to the stands, taking shortcuts in quality to beat Kirby to the punch. This is definitely not out of the realm of possibility, if you're wondering, by the way, because he was so convinced someone at Marvel was going to take his ideas. There were actually only 3 editors at DC who were supposed to know what was going on with Kirby and his proposed Fourth World projects, and unbelievably, for their part, as far as I'm aware, DC actually kept up their end of the bargain. Aside from those working on the series, Joe Orlando, Carmine Infantino, and Dick Giordano, no one at DC knew what the Fourth World books were even going to be about, or who they were going to be about. Not even Julius Schwartz, according to legend. DC took their vow of secrecy pretty seriously and did an admirable job of keeping things under wraps from what I can tell. Vince Colletta, on the other hand, did not. Colletta wasn't just cavalier about showing the pages around, he'd actually reportedly gone so far as to make physical copies to give other people at one point prior to the start of the Fourth World titles. DC received word that Marvel wasn't just aware of what Jack Kirby was doing for them, but that Vince Colletta had provided physical copies to enough people that there were pages of Kirby's work for the upcoming series hanging on nearly every wall of the Marvel offices. It was so bad that at one point, when DC couldn't find the reference image that Kirby needed, Mark Evanier called up Marvel and they were able to provide him with the Forever People page that they needed a copy of. It was ridiculous. But even this wasn't enough to get Kirby to fire Vince Colletta. Evanier has spoken at length about how nice of a guy Jack Kirby was and how he had to convince him to, quote, fire bad inkers at one time or another. While he's not saying it directly, Vince Colletta is the guy that Mark Evanier is invariably referring to. While erasing Kirby's pencils and even leaking his work directly to Marvel wasn't enough to get Kirby to fire him, it was definitely enough that Mark Evanier and Kirby's other assistants began to lobby for his dismissal. Kirby didn't want Colletta to be out of work, but then something happened that changed everything. Something that seems to have crossed the line for Kirby and finally resulted in Coletta's dismissal from the Fourth World titles. Attesting to his better nature, while Kirby chose to overlook Coletta's many shortcomings and even looked the other way when he basically intentionally leaked pages from a book that could have easily been reverse manufactured as a result, had Marvel actually wished to do so, by the third issue of New Gods, though Jack noticed that there were sections of the book being entirely rewritten. It turned out that Vince Colletta had actually been letting DC editors see and then change Jack Kirby's finished pages before he inked them without Kirby's knowledge or his consent. Given that editorial interference had not only been one of the big reasons he'd fallen out with Marvel, but was becoming an increasingly difficult problem to navigate with DC by this time, Kirby decided it was time to take action. Kirby had been living in California for some time by this period, and I don't know if it was a business trip or if he flew out just to meet with Colletta and talk to him face to face, but I do know by the time the fourth issue was being inked, Kirby had a face-to-face with Vince Colletta. He demanded that Colletta stop erasing his carefully penciled pages, to which Colletta matter-of-factly replied that it was necessary for him to make those simplifications in order to meet the deadlines and get enough work to pay his bills. Whether they discussed his leaking pages or his allowing DC to change Kirby's pages prior to publication without telling him about it, knowing full well this was a big no-no for Jack Kirby, I don't know. What I do know is that when Vince Colletta just nonchalantly basically told Kirby he didn't really care that he was messing up his art and suggested, quote, he draw simpler pictures so that they could both get the job done faster, an incensed Kirby told Carmine Infantino that Colletta was out and they needed someone else to ink the books from then on. While Infantino reportedly told Kirby he was allowed to do, quote, whatever he wanted, Infantino and DC repeatedly tried to get Kirby to take Colletta back on as an inker once Mike Royer took over starting on New Gods issue 5. While Royer is an undeniable improvement when looking at the work today, at the time, a lot of people were cheesed off that DC and Kirby had the gall to fire Vince the Prince. Detractors claimed that Colletta was responsible for keeping up whatever veneer was left of Kirby's Marvel work and sales, which were already on the decline, and took an absolute beating after this. If their lack of commitment to editorial support wasn't enough of a problem, there were a host of other unforeseen problems brewing like a storm on the horizon. Marvel was employing an old tactic of flooding the stands, but they'd managed to put a new spin on it. There was more Jack Kirby art published by Marvel while he was working for DC than when he was still with the company. Marvel was literally
Yo, hey,
drowning the
thank you so
stands
much.
in Kirby reprints and covers.
Rambling
But this
Crayon.
wasn't the nastiest part.
It's a cool name.
Martin Goodman, for all his shortcomings as a human being, is a cunning strategist in a lot of regards, and in a masterful move, Goodman goaded Infantino and DC into making a huge
Let's do that
step
again.
in late 1971.
Where the hell?
Just as Jack Kirby and DC attempted to reconnoiter and
There
figure
it
out
is.
something which was pleasing to both parties, while still allowing Kirby to produce the group of
There we
titles
go.
which would eventually
There we go. We got him back on there.
simply as the fourth world, and during a pivotal point in Kirby's planned expansion of said books, as well
My
as
family on the
continued
phone,
work
fucking
in
yelling and
editorial
shit.
and Kirby creative.
Oh boy.
Marvel made
Give me
it
1 sec, guys. I'm on the phone. That's why I had my mic muted. But I wanted to say thanks to Rambling Crayon. And yes, I did Blue Line this.
Page count from 32 to 48 pages.
This is
Carmine Infantino,
the original
knew
drawing
what
just
Kirby was
reprinted
up to.
with
He'd
lighter
seen
lines so
them
that I can
absolutely
ink very, very
demolish
clean
Del
over top.
Gorky years prior with the same tactic, knocking them off of the dwindling newsstand space available.
And I'm going to ink as much of this as I possibly can here in the next couple hours. So hang out. I'm going to stretch real quick. My wife is hiding in the kitchen looking at me, so I'm going to have to respond.
Even afford to fill the added space with new material in most cases, so they just started reprinting old cost-effective stuff. While Kirby wanted classic Jack
Hello, hello, hello. Back again. What's up, friends? Yo, so many people in here now. Walk away. It's crazy. Thanks for coming in the stream, y'all. Thanks again to Rambling Crayon for the follow. All right, let's pick this back up.
Cole Plastic Man reprints? He was instead saddled with reprints of his own old work with Joel Simon, which simply helped to further alienate and disinterest readers, unfortunately. Not only did the move help to drive more of a wedge between readers and Kirby's DC work, but the page and price increase had all been part of Goodman's plan. The month after DC raised their page count to 64 pages and increased their price to 25 cents, Goodman dropped the page count for Marvel books back to 32 pages and lowered the price of their books to 20 cents, undercutting DC and costing them a boatload of money in the process. To add insult to injury, because Goodman had introduced a 25% price increase for the same amount of pages that they had been offering before the sales stunt, this allowed Goodman to offer retailers a whopping 50% discount on Marvel books on paper. It was a masterful stroke and a rather ingenious move on Goodman's part, laying absolute waste to DC's profit margin and managing to interrupt readership to pretty massive extents. While this all occurred in the span of less than a year, it happened just as Jack Kirby was beginning to expand his burgeoning fourth world with New Gods, Mr. Miracle, and Forever People. DC stuck to their guns for a time and actually continued to produce their 25-cent 64-page books despite the fact that basically no one was buying the more expensive comic book. It didn't really matter how good it was or that it was actually a better value. Most people saw the lower price on Marvel's books, and for a lot of kids on a limited budget or for parents looking for the cheapest way to stop their kids asking for a funny book, they were both going to go with the cheaper book, despite the fact that DC was eventually forced to remit and they did lower their price as well. DC had once and for all been knocked out of their place at the pinnacle of the comic book publishing ladder after more than 3.5 decades. Readers who couldn't afford the more expensive DC books or just went with the cheaper of the two options regardless missed a good chunk of DC's stuff right around this point. While most of their titles weren't particularly continuity heavy anyway, it wasn't inordinately problematic that people only read sporadic issues over the last year or so, and sales slowly began to normalize on most of their biggest publications as a result. Unfortunately, this was not the case for Jack Kirby and his doomed Fourth World titles. The Fourth World books were plot heavy and often heavily interconnected. If you missed a few issues of any of the titles, it wasn't particularly easy to just jump right in and quickly fill in the blanks. There was a substance to Jack Kirby's books that most of DC's other titles just did not have. While this cohesive quality should have been a good thing, it unfortunately proved extremely problematic for Kirby and his Fourth World Odyssey instead. The end result of all this was that Jack Kirby's Fourth World creations never really recovered because many were never even given a real chance to catch on or connect with readers given the terrible timing of the price wars between Marvel and DC, as well as a general lack of interest on DC's part in properly promoting them, let alone a vested interest in even seeing them continue. As I mentioned, it's my belief that one of the major reasons that many at DC, aside from Carmine and Fantino, supported Kirby's Fourth World aspirations had to do with gaining leverage and something to hold over his head. While sales continued to deteriorate with his Fourth World titles due to a host of factors, DC began demanding that Kirby's characters show up in other people's books, as well as that Kirby include other DC characters in his own Fourth World titles. It was done in an effort to get more people interested in the Fourth World characters, but also largely in an attempt to make it abundantly clear that the Fourth World was part of the regular DC universe, although I'm not entirely sure of why DC was so insistent on this front, honestly. It doesn't feel like DC ever really knew what to do with Kirby's Fourth World stuff when he was working on it, and even less so when it was out of his hands. For his own part, these editorial mandates that he put certain characters in his books or that he put his characters in other people's books simply served to annoy the crap out of Jack Kirby. For the most part, Kirby just wanted to be left alone to work on his books and build his own DC universe at the time. He wanted to be somewhere away from the expectations of working on massive characters like Superman and Batman, where Kirby found himself continuously butting heads with editorial over likenesses and compositions. Another component to all of this was that Jack Kirby had become increasingly annoyed at Marvel by Stan Lee and Martin Goodman's insistence that basically all of the characters cross over into all of the other books at one point or another. This often interrupted the flow, if not entirely disrupted the story that Kirby was trying to tell. Lee, who obviously given the Marvel method had no knowledge of these plans, and I don't think cared much anyways, had become increasingly bad about this as the years had worn on, and it apparently ate at Kirby pretty bad. He hated it when Lee insisted he write other characters into the books, but he also found it in bad taste for Lee to interject Kirby's creations into other artists' books as well. A seemingly endlessly empathetic man, Jack Kirby didn't want to be the cause of what had been a consternation for himself in the past. In the end, it didn't really matter, as the Fourth World wouldn't stick around for much longer, though. By October of 1972, less than 24 months after their inception, both New Gods and Forever People were suspended as a result of poor sales following DC's attempt to counter Marvel's move to drown them out of the market. While DC would feature several of Kirby's creations, especially Mr. Miracle, and a number of their other publications, Kirby's Fourth World was over before it ever really got a chance to start. Most people at DC blame this on low sales figures, while many historians and other professionals cite jealousy and machinations that were conspiring in many regards against Kirby, things that the King was never even aware of, as he lived all the way on the other side of the country in California with no real clue about the day-to-day happenings at DC headquarters. Personally, as I think is often the case, I don't believe it to be as cut and dried as all of that. I think the truth of the matter is a tad bit more complicated. Kirby's Fourth World is heavy-handed, and it can be somewhat hard to digest on first glance. This isn't anything egregious, but while in some ways it's similar, it's not really like any of Jack Kirby's other work either. It successfully spoke to the older audience Kirby was continuously trying to write for while at Marvel, but which Stan Lee seemingly always found a way to transform into more of a homogenized and kid-friendly tale. There's no denying the genius and the energy that seems to literally explode off of the page when you're reading this work, and it's most certainly Kirby's most personal work in the medium. However, many of the elements that would go on to make it such a landmark series in the future were rather albatrosses that hung from the title's necks at the time, and few realized the genius of what they were seeing unfold before their very eyes. The Fourth World was different. It required following multiple books and multiple characters, and the stories often involved tying tales and characters from different titles together in a way that most other books at the time simply did not do. In many ways, it challenged readers, and while it might have made it had circumstances been right and Kirby could have built the universe that he hoped for, unfortunately, the price war with Marvel stunted any real chances they had. I don't necessarily buy into the fact people weren't ready for it, or even that they weren't interested in it either. there was a decent enough bunch of people willing to follow Kirby just about anywhere he went at this point. The problem was they wouldn't pay a premium for what they perceived as Kirby's more experimental material. That being said, while the series fell prey to a number of badly timed calamities, there were certainly plenty of people at DC that didn't want to see Kirby or his proposed universe succeed for innumerable reasons. They didn't like his work. They didn't want to have to pay for an editorial bullpen to oversee the titles, and they generally didn't want the headaches involved with creating and maintaining this huge, massive thing that Jack Kirby was so interested and invested in creating. While fondly remembered today, at the time the Fourth World titles were nothing short of an unmitigated disaster from both Jack Kirby and DC's viewpoint. DC didn't make the money they were hoping for, and as time passed and Kirby knew the cancellation was imminent on all of the titles, he grew increasingly disheartened. While he definitely wasn't phoning it in or anything, and Kirby was certainly still pushing himself, I think one of his main goals, especially with Mr. Miracle, was to have fun before what he saw as the series' inevitable cancellation. Add to this, Kirby was dead tired of doing other people's stories and working under their thumbs. In direct response to this, before its actual cancellation in 1970. Kirby came up with a rather strange plot for Mr. Miracle number 6, cover dated February 1972, a story that would become somewhat infamous in the industry for its portrayal of certain industry professionals in a less than flattering light. The version of the book that would eventually see print actually proved to be the proof most people produced for the better part of the next 2 decades concerning how Jack Kirby really felt about Stan Lee. The absolutely brutal lampooning of Lee in Mr. Miracle 6 seemed to show just how upset Kirby was with Lee, even if he wouldn't directly say as much in interviews at the time. While this is undoubtedly the case, at least to an extent, I think the most interesting thing about the plot to Mr. Miracle 6 is that according to Mark Evanier, who is Kirby's assistant on the title and actually worked with him developing this story, Jack Kirby not only wasn't even the one who actually pitched the idea or character concepts, but it didn't even actually start off about Stan Lee. If you're unfamiliar, the plot in question revolves around a somewhat mysterious huckster named Funky Flashman, who suddenly appears on the scene and begins to insert himself into Scott Free's life. Funky is a sidekick, Houseroy, and the story reveals that the two live off of residual checks, which are implied to be some sort of inheritance. When these checks start to get smaller and eventually dry up, Funky Flashman and Houseroy decide that they're going to cash in on Scott Free's talents as an escape artist. Flashman convinces Free to eventually hire him as his business manager, but when Flashman discovers the existence of Free's mother box, he decides to steal it. Eventually, he unwittingly ends up summoning agents of Apocalypse while trying to use the mother box, and when the female Furies show up at Flashman's house in search of it, Flashman shoves his loyal sidekick at the Furies and jumps out of a window. As he's fleeing, the house explodes behind him, presumably killing Houseroy, a fact which does not seem to trouble Funky Flashman at all. In the final panel of the issue, he's actually seen calmly walking into the sunset, free to live and scheme another day with basically zero repercussions for his actions. If the story parallels here weren't bad enough to implicate Lee and seemingly confirm what everyone knew Jack Kirby had to be thinking about him by this point, Kirby actually went so far as to have Funky wear a disguise which consisted of a wig and fake facial hair, which bore striking resemblance to Stan Lee. When you read the story and see Funky Flashman, especially in disguise, it's clearly supposed to be Stan Lee. Even Houseroy was a derogatory nickname for Lee's second-in-command and resident historian, Roy Thomas, as I mentioned, just driving the point home even further. What I found really interesting about this entire situation, though, and is pretty telling about where Kirby's head really was at, was that when the Funky Flashman character, an obvious Stan Lee analog in the published issue, was first proposed, He was based on an entirely different person in an entirely different situation. Remember when we were talking about Kirby and his work for Marvel Mania, that company that refused to pay anyone and apparently never sent out merchandise to people who paid for it? Yeah, the company that put out the poster series of Kirby's work, that ended up being one of the last breaking points for him at Marvel Comics, where he originally met Mark Evanier. And you remember how I mentioned that Evanier had brought up the Crooked Owner in several interviews I found? Well, when Kirby was soliciting possible story concepts for upcoming issues of Mr. Miracle from his assistants at the time, Mark Evanier and Steve Sherman, Evanier evidently had suggested that they lampoon his old boss from Marvel Mania, who had evidently stiffed Jack Kirby on a bunch of work as well. The guy was a legendary hustler, and Kirby seems to have initially gotten a kick out of the idea, going for it almost immediately. Evanier recalls, quote, Steve Sherman and I had worked for Marvel Mania International, a mail order firm. The guy who ran it well, let's just say that a lot of kids never got that Silver Surfer poster they ordered, and a lot of artists and folks who worked for him never got paid. When Jack asked us to come up with ideas for story, we suggested, hey, let's do him. Funky Flashman was originally conceived of as our version of that guy we worked for at Marvel Mania. What he says next, though, I think well illustrates that while he might have never been actually mad at Stan Lee the person, Jack Kirby definitely held a great deal of resentment for the duplicitous businessman that he had become. I think Lee was pretty dead on when he said that Kirby had a nasty...
Are those Pepe Larraz's pencils? Nah, these are my pencils.
Talk about it or bring it up until he was absolutely ready to blow up about it.
Pepe Larraz.
When Jack Kirby started doing it, the character started turning it into Stan Lee. I don't think
I'll take that as a compliment.
Decided, I'm going to parody Stan. I think he just sat down to draw this character who is going to be sweet talking Mr. Miracle into working with him, and his personal reference points for that kind of relationship led him to start drawing Stan. The issue ended up coming out more Stan Lee than Jack had intended, and I have to believe that something triggered that. There were obviously hard feelings between Kirby and Lee, and more than a few issues there. But as
these are my original pencils.
Did not get better there either. In only a matter of months, actually, Kirby had apparently began to feel that there might be no choice but to hope that Marvel would take him back once his contract was up with DC, if not before. Kirby's time at DC was troubled and turbulent, and just as they had destroyed his hopes of creating an entirely new universe with the Fourth World, they canceled two other projects that you don't hear brought up often. When Kirby first came to DC, he had suggested that they create magazine-sized black...
You're seeing this like super clean,
Jack Kirby took
blue lines thing, and you're like, no way Victor drew that.
No overhead. DC had intense lack of faith in the two proposed series.
Way too clean to be Victor Alpe's work.
Spirit World is undoubtedly the best remembered of these, but in another point to illustrate how little faith DC truly had in Jack Kirby from basically the moment he started working for the company. They ordered that Neil Adams redo the entire cover for the issue of Kirby's Spirit World, which was supposed to be released around July of 1971. Now, I say supposed to be released because DC didn't even bother to actually distribute nearly any of the copies that they printed to anyone. Evanier recalled years later, quote, the first issues of Mob and Spirit World got very bad distribution. Steve and I went down to the warehouse in LA. We never saw an issue on the newsstands in LA, so we went down to the warehouse to pick up copies. They had not even left the warehouse. DC actually later on sold them in ads in the comics because those issues had not gone out to whole states. Kirby had spent months laboring over some of the most daring and original art that he had ever created during his time in comics, especially for Spirit World. But DC canceled the series before they were ever even released. An issue they didn't even really bother to sell.
I'm doing okay.
Printing,
you know?
I might add. With
trying to be productive.
Taken from him, his magazine line canceled before it ever even started. Things went from bad to worse for the artist. Starting in
Trying to be
1973,
productive.
subsequently throughout 1973 and 74, Kirby was
Trying to
dealing
make
with
cool
a series
shit.
of absolutely devastating blows. These difficulties would seriously impact the rest of his life as well as his career trajectory and had to have been incredibly demoralizing for the increasingly defeated Kirby, who found himself seemingly stymied at every turn. Kirby Station began to increasingly diminish, and he found himself vulnerable due to waning favor with both publishers and fans. If his publication woes with DC and the fact that they just seem to be completely incapable of seeing eye to eye on veritably any subject wasn't bad enough, in 1972, Stan Lee announced that he was officially retiring from writing for the comics division of Marvel. Now, mind you, Lee's retiring wasn't the slap in the face. What really got to Kirby was what happened as a result of Stan Lee's departure. Vehemently unwilling to even let on to readers that Stan Lee might have taken on a even reduced role at the publisher, or God forbid, stopped writing everything that Marvel put out, Perfect Films instituted the now infamous Stan Lee Presents credit that was on virtually every comic Marvel put out for the foreseeable future. These
I wanted to do
were not only
something
misleading, but continued
do something
the
nice
time-honored
for the
tradition by this
people
point
on
of
my
literally
Patreon and stuff.
plastering
So
Stan Lee's name all
I'm
over
making this
decades
piece
of stories,
and
which he literally had absolutely
to make
nothing
like
to
nice
do
prints
with
and
writing.
hopefully
When
color
he
it
wasn't even
and
working
stuff.
in the comics division
And
of Marvel anymore when they started. For Jack
and
Kirby, who, as we've talked about,
yeah,
like Marvel
my friend
for
Joey
reasons, but Lee
Joey
is claiming
Navarra,
credit for things
he
didn't do, second
is
being
doing a
only
Ghost
to
Rider
his
book for
actual
Heroes
pay.
Con,
This had to
and
have been
you know, just by
infuriating.
chance
Again,
he
to be
like
clear,
messaged
I
me the
don't
other
think
day and was
Jack
like,
Kirby
"Hey,
was
do you want to do a
necessarily
pinup for
bothered
the
so much
book?"
by his own
And I was
lack of
like,
credit for stuff that
"I'm
he
trying
was
to get my
responsible
own
for. A
thing
big
finished
part
for
of this is
Heroes,"
that
so I
Jack
was like,
Kirby
"I don't know if I want to
actually
draw a whole
cared
new
about
Ghost
other
Rider thing."
industry professionals and creators.
But I am
Stan
working on a
Lee's
Ghost Rider
name
piece,
stamped
and I sent it
unceremoniously
to him, and he
other
said that was
people's
cool. It was
work like
perfect.
this was just
So
more
it's
proof
going to be
of
in
what
that
he'd
book
been
as well.
saying all along
So
about
that's kind of
artists
nice.
not receiving proper credit
It's
or
kind of a
compensation for their work while he was
nice
at
little come
Marvel.
up.
I will add that Lee insisted that the Stan Lee Presents credit was not his idea. And from what I was able to uncover, the credit served two purposes, but was something that the new owners of Marvel basically insisted on. Though they obviously paid Stan Lee well for it, it was not something that he demanded or even requested. Lee was already far more interested and in invested in adapting the various Marvel properties into other mediums, especially film, television, and animation by this point. He had very little interest in the publication department of Marvel Comics, aside from them continuing to provide him with valuable IPs
Oh,
that
it's
he could
okay, man.
attempt
You
to
gotta
license them.
recharge every once in a
Because by
while.
this point,
I
Stan
do,
Lee was the face of Marvel
you know.
to such an extent that the open knowledge he wasn't even working on comics for them anymore might have been a devastating blow for the company. Perfect Films probably wouldn't just let Lee walk away squeaky clean. They needed Lee's name on their books, and this credit was likely part of the negotiations to allow Lee to pursue his dream of licensing and adapting Marvel's properties rather than working on the actual books anymore. While I do personally believe that the credit wasn't Lee's idea, I don't think it really matters. He could have said no. It was his name. Marvel didn't own that, and he knew it didn't belong on those stories. Even he admitted that in his later years, but they paid him well for it. And really, what did Stan Lee care? He'd never really been very interested in comics anyways. He did not love the medium or even think it had anything worthwhile to say necessarily. For him, they were just a stepping stone to something greater, something bigger and more respectable. He'd taken on the nom de plume Stan Lee because he didn't want to sully his real name, which Lee always said he was saving for when he wrote the quote great American novel, which you would have thought he might have gotten around to at least trying his hand at during his 90 plus years on this planet, but he didn't, because I don't think that Stan Lee ever really had anything to say. He was a showman and a businessman, and whether he liked it or not, he kind of found his place in the world once he transitioned away from the publication branch of Marvel and began to be employed by them to be a quote comics ambassador instead. This was a position which he was paid a six-figure salary for, I might add, where Stan Lee could really have cared less. Jack Kirby lived and breathed comics. For him, they were a serious business, one he'd been involved with for nearly his entire adult life, and Jack Kirby certainly saw them as a valid art form with something to say. To Jack Kirby, comics weren't something to be looked down on or to be ashamed of. For Jack Kirby, comics were a deadly serious subject. Kirby was still toiling away in his basement dungeon, chained to his desk 10-12 hours a day, cranking out pages 6 or 7 days a week for publishers who didn't understand him or what he was trying to do. Kirby was desperate enough to be chasing slight page rate increases and working himself to the point of physical and mental exhaustion in an effort to produce as much work as was humanly possible after more than 30 years in the industry. This was while Stan Lee was busy becoming a multi-millionaire, talking about breaking into film and being a comic ambassador, while Stan Lee was literally getting paid for doing nothing when it came to comics. Kirby was struggling to get DC to even take him seriously anymore as Mr. Miracle continued to limp along, and he was confronted with more and more editorial interference, restrictions, and demands. Through his appointment as their official comics ambassador, Stan Lee had literally become the actual face of Marvel Comics, and he was making absurd amounts of money as a result. As painful as this had to have been for Kirby, partially out of desperation due to how poorly things were going at DC, Kirby saw Lee's new position in a different light. While it might have been unfair, it also presented Kirby with an opportunity he thought he might never have gotten. For the first time, Jack Kirby thought it might be possible for him to work at Marvel Comics while not under the stifling and controlling will and at the beck and whim of Stan Lee. The only problem was he still had years left on his contract at DC Comics. While Kirby never openly admitted it or even directly spoke about the reasoning behind some of the decisions he made during this time, in my knowledge, it's not hard to make inferred guesses when you step back, look at the bigger picture, and start to analyze the situation. I think that by 1972, Jack Kirby knew things at DC were not going well, and that unless something major changed, they were not going to start going well either. DC and Kirby fundamentally just didn't agree on way too many things, namely anything. Every idea and character that he suggested seemed to be somehow an affront to DC, who took the opportunity to tamper and meddle in Kirby's attempts. Most importantly, they simply did not get Jack Kirby, though to be fair, I don't think that Jack Kirby really got DC either. Their entire approach to comics seemed morose to him, and Kirby spoke about how DC seemed to have a sort of, quote, fixation on death, and told needlessly dark and hopeless tales. This was the antithesis of what he wanted to do with his work, especially by this point in his life. While he'd always been a fairly positive and caring guy, despite whatever stories you might hear kicked around and exaggerated, Jack Kirby had seen and done horrible things in his life. He'd been in combat. He'd lived through the hell of war. Jack Kirby marched through the aftermath of Normandy, across the sea of bodies and blood-drenched sand. He'd seen his friends, and more importantly, people he didn't like, have horrific and terrible fates visited on them that no one deserved. And he knew no one deserved them. The war changed him in a lot of ways, but I think interestingly, Kirby would most often talk about the people who he didn't like. He would say later in his life it wasn't watching the people that he loved or that he liked that messed with his head the worst in the war. It was the people he actually wanted to get hurt, people he wished would die or go away, And when that did happen, when people he had wished these awful things on did actually pass away, it didn't bring him joy or satisfaction. Instead, Jack Kirby found it soul-crushingly depressing. He was consumed by the guilt of even secretly wishing the things that he saw happen to his fellow soldiers. And while Jack Kirby never shied away from what he saw as a just fight, as he got older, he simply was not interested in violence, aggression, or death in any sense of the real-world applications of those words. While Thor and his kingdom might have fallen in Ragnarok, it was only to make way and birth new gods to replace them, a cycle of rebirth, a celebration of sacrifice and resurrection. There was no place in Jack Kirby's life for paranoia or hate. He just wanted to make people smile, to make them happy, to make their lives a little bit brighter, maybe even a little bit more easy to handle. With his stories and his art, and try as he might, this seemed impossible for Kirby, no matter where he was at. Lee had constantly thwarted his attempts at telling tangible and intelligent stories by dumbing them down and padding them with ham-fisted dialogue that would have soap opera writers cringing. Now, at DC, Kirby found himself unable to tell the stories he wanted to because the company seemed to be consumed and obsessed with the concept and notions of violence and death, which stood in direct opposition to everything he was trying to achieve and convey with his work. With little hope of achieving what he'd set out to when he left Marvel only a year and some change prior in 1970, as 1972 turned to 1973, Kirby began to feel more and more pressured. Prior to the suspension of the majority of his Fourth World titles, he had a stash of original characters. When he joined DC, he'd had big plans and plenty of characters to fill the pages of those plans. Now, with the failure of the Fourth World having exhausted the majority of these pre-existing characters and many of the stories he'd originally envisioned and set out to tell lost to him once more, Jack the King Kirby was running on empty, while under increasing editorial pressure to produce for DC at the time. Every misstep he made, every disagreement they had, every book of Kirby's that underperformed seemed to multiply the tension and problems between Kirby and DC. While he joined the company in a desperate gambit to escape the creative stranglehold and inhuman working conditions of Marvel as he saw them, as the months slowly ticked by, Kirby was faced with a devastating realization. He and DC were never going to be able to come together, not the way that he wanted. He would never be allowed the creative control and artistic freedom that he had been promised. The entire proposition had been an abject failure, and Kirby knew it. As time pressed on, Kirby began to increasingly feel that his last and only chance at doing anything he could call his own would be achieved by going back to the very place he'd just run screaming from. Jack Kirby wanted desperately to move back to Marvel. With Lee no longer involved, Kirby began to imagine Marvel might be a more creatively friendly and fostering environment, and eventually it feels like Kirby began desperately hoping that with Stan Lee gone, maybe now there would be room for him to have at least a modicum of control over his stories, or at the very least, receive proper accreditation and pay for his work. The only problem was, at the point he began to really believe this, and as a result pursue a return to Marvel, he still had nearly 3 years left with his contract at DC. After only 18 months with the company following the demise of his Fourth World, the cancellation of his magazine line before it had ever even launched without so much as an explanation or distribution, seemingly endless editorial struggles, and in the resolute belief that Marvel would finally be amenable to his input with Stan Lee out of the picture, there's pretty good evidence that Jack Kirby was already trying to get back into the good graces with Marvel and out of his contract with DC by the end of 1972. Years prior to all of this, back in 1966, Joe Simon had actually filed a lawsuit against Marvel surrounding the copyright of his creation, Captain America, which Kirby is credited as the co-creator of. The Joe Simon Captain America lawsuit is extremely important and also an entirely other episode all its own, and I'm going to do my best to only include what's important to Kirby's part in all of this and how it all ties into this documentary series. Most important to note is that Jack Kirby was at no point involved with the protracted 3-year legal battle that followed between Marvel and Simon, a legal battle that would have untold and long-standing repercussions no one could have foreseen at the time. While he was named in the suit, this was because he was the acknowledged co-creator of the character by Joe Simon, who as such named Kirby several times, specifically in reference to the origins and creation of Captain America. The other really important thing here is that even though Jack Kirby hadn't been part of the lawsuit, and from all accounts had actually tried to remain as neutral as possible as he could, as he was still working for Marvel at the time, when the suit had eventually concluded, even though Joe Simon agreed, took a settlement, and backed off, at least for the time being, for his own part, Jack Kirby had refused to sign the settlement contract. Even though the case had been settled in 1969, just prior to his departure from Marvel and during the height of his problems with the company, despite not making any moves for the character himself or even threatening a lawsuit, Kirby had stalwartly refused to sign the contract. This was presumably, at least partially, simply on principle. During the height of his contract negotiations, and just following Goodman's attempts to cut his page rates, refusing to remit rights to another of his creations to Stan Lee, Martin Goodman, or Marvel, was probably one of the few power plays that Jack Kirby ever made with the company. This despite the fact that, again, he made no legal assertions to control or attempts to gain monetarily from withholding his signature from the contract. Kirby had high hopes when he parted with Marvel, and I don't necessarily think he was thinking about the fact he might have to ever work for them again, and as such, he didn't feel any need to sign away the rights to another of his countless creations that Marvel had hijacked. As his time at DC continued and Kirby failed at getting his footing or even having a truly successful series, it feels like he became increasingly aware that a return to Marvel was all but imminent, despite whatever problems he might have with the company or how they treated him. After New Gods Forever People and Mr. Miracle had gotten the axe, Kirby subsequently put out 2 more titles, Kamandi, The Last Boy on Earth, and The Demon. While both books were created to be much more accessible than his Fourth World material, neither title ignited reader interest like DC hoped, and it seemed to be just more proof that Kirby was not a good fit at DC. Kamandi was a hit with a lot of young readers who were just getting into comics, but unfortunately it would be decades until it became clear the influence that that title had on the young minds of those that read it, many of which were radically altered and inspired to join the industry themselves. Kamandi didn't do awful or anything, but it definitely didn't light the industry on fire. A lot of people then and even now still rip on it for being Kirby's version of Planet of the Apes, but just for the record, and for my own edification, Kamandi is not just Kirby's version of Planet of the Apes. This is all the more interesting, actually, because Kamandi was supposed to be his version of that popular film. See, DC had failed to acquire the license, losing out to Marvel, and Carmine Infantino had then approached Kirby about a proposed series. Infantino told him to come up with his version of Planet of the Apes, to put a Kirby spin on things. The thing was, Kirby didn't watch movies. He'd never even seen Planet of the Apes and was only peripherally aware of it at best. He knew what it was about in the most general sense, having read some reviews, but rather than rack his brain or even watch the movie, Jack Kirby did what he always seemed to do. He just reached into his magic bag of tricks and pulled pre-existing ideas out to fit the occasion. While Infantino asked for a Kirby version of Planet of the Apes, Kamandi was actually a combination of 2 things Kirby had come up with decades prior. The basic story and premise is extremely similar to a story he'd written for Harvey Comics' Alarming Tales in 1956 or 1957, The Last Enemy. Elements of The Last Enemy were then combined with an abandoned script he'd been developing around 1958, Kamandi of the Caves. And yes, the name does appropriately allude to how much the Kamandi comic owed to the earlier strip, sharing nearly identical premises. While it drew from earlier sources and came from a few different places, Kamandi was undoubtedly Kirby's most simple book at DC, likely due in no small part to this, as well as the fact that it was a self-contained book and fairly easy to follow, especially when compared to his other DC work. Kamandi would go on to become Kirby's best-selling book while he was at the company, actually managing to outlast Kirby's tenure at DC. As with a great deal of his DC work, Kamandi would go on much later to garner a pretty decent cult following, and was a fan favorite of many young readers who would go on to become creators throughout the 80s especially. It outlasted him at the company, and Kamandi did okay, but it wasn't what DC expected of the so-called king of comics. They wanted a certified hit, a real sales juggernaut, and in their opinion, all they had gotten were a bunch of sprawling space operas and a moderately successful young reader's version of Planet of the Apes. In the face of Kamandi's moderate success and ease of accessibility to readers, The Demon was almost the exact opposite. Because of this, it seems to have been rather uniformly dismissed by both DC and a lot of their readers. Kamandi offered in every issue what many Kirby DC books never really did, a logical jumping on point, and it wasn't overly complicated. There was no mythology or pantheon of gods that you needed to learn about or to understand to read Kamandi. It was just a fun adventure book. The Demon, on the other hand, again dealt with mythology and all these other enormous concepts. Like most of Kirby's other DC books, it almost certainly required a good deal of actually paying attention and relied on at least a cursory knowledge of some
God, I love that drawing.
mythology of one sort or another.
God damn, that's a good drawing. No, I am not talking about my own. I am talking about this fucking demon drawing on the screen right now. Oh, what the fuck? That's so good. Oh man. We are just about in the home stretch. I am gonna take a break. And then when I come back, we'll stream until we're done. This one's going to be a bit of a longer break. I'm taking about like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. I'm liking how this is coming along so far. I'm really pleased with the line quality I've been getting from my G Pen nib over here. Always really happy with my G Pen nib. But you know, some days for some reason, maybe I'm just being more patient. I warmed up quite a bit today working on that Barda, so maybe I'm just like more zoned in to do some quality drawing, but I'm liking how this is coming along so far. Anyway, I will be right back.
another, and in this case, Arthurian legend. While the Demon, along with much of Kirby's work for DC, including the astounding Fourth World titles, would go on to find a healthy audience decades later and become highly lauded.
All right.
At the time, DC seemed to be reaching the end of their patience with what they viewed as Kirby's mad
Let's
science
get
experiments.
this last
Like
hour
most of
in.
Kirby's other books at DC, The Demon would last a paltry 16 issues before it was canceled in January of 1974 to little fan outcry. As The Demon was summarily failing
Let's
to
get that
realize
work
its
in.
potential or recapture readers' attention, and Commandy, despite being his biggest hit for the company, was met with a rather indifferent reception by DC. Kirby became convinced he had no other choice
Good.
other than to make the move.
Yeah, I feel like
as
I've seen
soon
your
as
work pop up
humanly
more so
possible.
recently
The
than
only
ever.
question
So
was whether they would even take him back. If you're
like
sitting
in the
there
last
thinking,
like month or
"There's no
so,
way
I
they
feel
would
like I've seen
take
a
him back,"
couple of your
you
posts.
need to remember how Kirby left Marvel the first time, and especially the ugly contract negotiations, if you could even call the one-sided conversations that. This all paled in comparison to the fact that at this time, Kirby still hadn't signed the agreement that Marvel had sent him when Joe Simon finally agreed to settle out of court with them in 1969 after nearly 3 years of continuous litigation and hearings. Kirby's apparent decision that going back to Marvel was his only choice is well evidenced by Kirby finally relenting and
What?
agreeing to sign
No,
the
dude, I
Captain America
definitely
suit
follow you.
in
And if I don't,
1972,
that's
more than
insane.
2.5 years later. With everything that was going down at DC, teamed with the
Yeah,
fact
man, of
that
course I'm
Kirby's
following you.
position on his work for Marvel hadn't changed. Kirby obviously was trying to make peace with Marvel, but this wasn't just because he knew that he had little choice but to come crawling back to the publisher either. Marvel publisher Martin Goodman had been fighting a losing battle since Perfect Films had taken over Marvel in 1972. He'd been jockeying and lobbying to retain his position.
If you and I have spoken and you make art,
adamant, and in fact, only
then there's a
agreed to
very
buy
good
Marvel
chance that I
so
follow
it
you.
was a part of the package deal. They could have seemingly cared less about Martin Goodman for the most part, a fact which Goodman apparently found irksome to say the least. Goodman had been informed that he was going to be getting the boot from Marvel. When he found out, he apparently started calling in all the outstanding loans that he had, including with Jack Kirby. While over the years, many have stipulated that Martin Goodman likely called in all of Kirby's outstanding debts with the company as a way of applying pressure to the artist in order to get him to finally sign the Captain America agreement. After more than 2.5 years of holding out, despite not making a legal move of any kind, this doesn't really make sense on a few levels. Martin Goodman was already in the process of leaving Marvel by this point, and not because he wanted to. He sure as hell wasn't happy about it, and I highly doubt that Martin Goodman had much of any interest in doing Marvel or anyone there any favors. Enraged that he'd been squeezed out of his own operation, Goodman left Marvel in 1972 in a huff to form another comic imprint, the terribly ill-fated Atlas Seaboard Comics, in June of 1974, a few years later. Goodman was notoriously upset about his dismissal from Marvel, and I can't see any reason he would be going out of his way to help them get Kirby to sign the Captain America contract, considering he was already being forcibly removed from the company by that point in 1972. It just does not make sense. Also, Kirby wasn't doing as well as he would have hoped, but he definitely wasn't broke, and he was still getting a steady paycheck from DC. The outstanding debt they called in at Marvel was a few $1,000s, but it wasn't anything that would have broke Kirby or left him destitute. So the actual loan probably isn't the reason Kirby took the paltry $2,500 settlement and finally agreed to relent and sign the contract where he completely gave up the rights to Captain America in perpetuity to Marvel, along with the understanding he could never legally challenge Marvel's ownership of that character in the future
That's
either.
crazy.
While that deal might sound like an absolute nightmare, as idea after idea, title after title, character after character seemed to fall apart at DC, after continued run-ins with editorial opposing views and approaches to storytelling and art, Jack Kirby was praying that he would be allowed to exercise a clause in his contract to get away from DC. Kirby reasoned that both parties weren't happy, and it's more than likely
Think someone just
Jack
knocked on my
Kirby
door?
was probably signing the Captain America
Oh, okay.
settlement, mainly because he knew
Got a
there was
package.
no way Marvel were ever going to
There it
hire
is,
him
got it.
back
So I'm not
without
going
signing
nowhere. We're
lawsuit
working.
paperwork challenging the company's ownership of one of their biggest characters. While he would sign the Captain America settlement, taking the paltry $2,500 offer in 1972, this neither engendered a positive response from Marvel, nor was Kirby ever able to convince DC to let him out of his contract. As unhappy as they might have been with his work there was no way they were letting Jack Kirby walk right back to their biggest competitor, a publishing house where Kirby had literally single-handedly dominated the superhero comic book market for nearly a decade. As things continued to unfold, Jack Kirby was being more and more marginalized and painted out of the picture by Stan Lee, who by this point had begun to really perfect his invented stories and rhetoric regarding the creation of Marvel's mighty universe of characters. Importantly, Marvel, who employed Lee as an ambassador, could essentially use him as a flagpole to lay ownership to any and all of Marvel's by then extremely valuable IPs without fear of legal repercussion on Lee's end. Because of this, they had a heavily vested interest in not only protecting but promoting and popularizing Stan Lee's claims of sole creator credit on nearly every one of Marvel's major characters. This would eventually get so out of hand that I've actually read interviews with Stan Lee who talked about creating Captain America. Captain America was published before Lee ever writing or even plotting books, and this fact is well documented as far back as 1966 when Joe Simon first sued Marvel over ownership of the character legally, as part of their continued plan to not only minimize the damage due to his public departure from the company, but do whatever they could to sabotage sales on Kirby's current books for their direct competition. During this time in DC, almost unbelievably, Jack Kirby actually had more Marvel material on the shelves than he ever did while he was with the company, as I mentioned. This well demonstrates that the power and the popularity of the King seemed rather undiminished at the House of Ideas in many respects. However, considering he wasn't getting paid a penny for his reprinted work, you might think that this would have put Kirby off from trying to go back to Marvel. And it did, despite his continued trouble with bullying by the company and especially the way his attempted contract negotiations had gone. Kirby still saw Marvel as the better deal. Considering the number of things that he's spoken openly about as being problematic with Marvel, this should pretty much tell you how things were actually going behind closed doors for Jack the King Kirby during his tenure at National Periodical Publications. This seems especially true post 1972, when Kirby appeared to be literally climbing the walls, trying to escape his contract with DC, which wasn't technically up until around the end of 1975. As it became clear this was not going to happen, however, Kirby knew he had to think quick on his feet and come up with something else for the expectant publishing house. Luckily, even following his signing the Captain America settlement, the cancellation of his Fourth World line, and the failure of both Kamandi and the Demon to capture audiences' attentions in a big way, Kirby still had one last idea up his sleeve. An idea he happened to have been sitting on since his days at Marvel, ironically, during his time on Captain America. In hopes of recapturing his past success at Marvel and utilizing whatever remaining material he had left from his time there, Jack Kirby made one final desperate gambit to please both DC editorial and their readers. Kirby's last grasp at creating something totally different and unique was none other than OMAC, or One Man Army Corps. Originally, OMAC was going to be some bizarre alternate version of Captain America for some as of yet undefined alternate future of the Marvel Universe. Much like the New Gods characters, which Kirby had obviously been hinting at in the pages of Thor for several years and ended up sitting on as he didn't want to relinquish rights and control of the characters to Marvel, Jack Kirby had been holding off on introducing OMAC in hopes that his position with Marvel would improve while he was there. Once he'd moved to DC, he'd once again put off doing anything with the character as project after project failed to connect with readers or please editorial. When this didn't happen, Kirby begrudgingly began working his way through the few ideas that he had left after the implosion of the Fourth World. Kirby truly had high hopes of getting out of his contract with DC, but as it became more and more evident that this was not going to happen, he was forced to relinquish more and more of the ideas he'd been stockpiling while things deteriorated with Marvel starting in the mid-60s. And again, if you're wondering why DC wouldn't let him out of his contract, it's not a difficult thing to ascertain. While neither party were really satisfied with the working relationship, I think that the major factor in DC's refusal to let Kirby out of his contract had to do with the actual reason that they had hired him to begin with. They didn't want Jack Kirby putting out books for Marvel. DC might have technically not been getting what they thought they would, or even what they thought they should have out of Jack Kirby as far as characters, titles, or sales, but they were smart enough to know that they'd managed to lure away Marvel's powerhouse artist. Despite the rocky relationship, and both DC as well as Jack Kirby's obvious annoyance at the situation that they found themselves in, DC were going to be damned if they let Kirby just waltz back to Marvel and start pounding them on the newsstands again, especially after the price wars had proven so costly for them, all pun intended. In this vein, DC continued to publish Kirby's work, trying desperately to find anything at the publishing house that both suited Kirby and sold well. An incredibly out there concept. Sadly, OMAC was far from the success Kirby had hoped, and the series was canceled almost immediately. While there would be other work, the last several years of Kirby's tenure at DC felt like he was just kind of waiting for his contract to be up and taking whatever assignments were given to him. This is mostly because he was. Kirby didn't belong at DC. He knew it, they knew it, it wasn't a good fit. Nothing that Kirby ever did for the company seemed to be what they wanted, and vice versa. While he never publicly hammered on DC like he did Marvel, there was plenty of stuff going on that absolutely drove him up the wall. Kirby was continuously forced to include characters that he didn't want in his books, once again having his stories meddled and tinkered with by people who didn't understand the scope, magnitude, or the complexity of what he was trying to accomplish with his fourth world material, or care for that matter. And Kirby was also once more assigned to titles he was entirely uninterested in and fundamentally did not belong on just to meet his contractual obligation of work. An obligation, I might add, of 15 pages a week. I mean, it's bad enough having to work on stuff that you're not interested in, but man, 15 pages a week is a lot. Even if you are invested in the material, that's just a ton of work for anyone, even the seemingly superhuman king of comics. Kirby kept up with the workload. There were few times in his career where he ever failed to do that, but he was done, and you could tell. The love and energy that had seemed to permeate his drawings for so long was draining from his lines bit by bit. He worked on a few books during this final stretch at DC. Probably most notably, Kirby was re-teamed with his longtime partner in crime, Joe Simon, and the two created Dr. Garrett Sanford, the Silver Age Sandman. While Sanford was later replaced by Carter Hall, also known as the Silver Scarab at one point, the world that Kirby built and Sanford inhabited is obviously an entirely different one from Neil Gaiman, Dave McKean, and Sam Keith's creation that would go on to revolutionize the industry in the 80s, though that series never would have happened if Kirby and Simon had not created this version of the character in the way that we saw it. Intended as a one-shot, Sandman did well enough that there were 5 more issues commissioned based on its popularity, and another story appeared in the Best of DC issue 22, intended for the unpublished 7th issue. Apart from Sandman, there was Kirby's proposed Kid Gang series, Dingbats at Danger Street. The first issue was canceled after it was entirely completed, but before it ever even went to press again, and it ended up getting repurposed as issue 8 of the first issue special series. Perhaps the one highlight for a lot of Kirby fans, as well as for the King himself, was his stint on one of DC's remaining war titles, The Losers. Even on The Losers, a war book in what should have been a place where he was totally at home, Kirby found resistance from both DC editorial and readers once again. As he was often wont to do, Jack Kirby dramatically changed the tone of The Losers when he took it over in 1974 from legendarily difficult and absolute dickhead Robert Kanigher. While Kanigher, who reportedly didn't like the changes either, wasn't the problem, if you read the actual issues, there are numerous letters from fans complaining about this complete tonal shift as well. A lot of people who read DC, it seems, really were like DC editorial. They simply didn't get what he was trying to do and fundamentally resented what they perceived as a lack of respect for the source material on Kirby's part. For himself, though, it had little to do with not respecting the work of those that came before him, but from a deep and abiding need to tell his stories his way. And his fundamental view of war, combat, and those involved in those activities. By this advanced stage in his life, Kirby actually having been a soldier, having seen some truly horrific stuff, Jack Kirby wasn't really big on promoting the more negative aspects of the war, and he especially did not appreciate Robert Kanigher's take in particular. Kanigher had begun to employ a tactic of negatively portraying any and all aspects of war, as well as many of those who served almost uniformly across all of DC's war titles following the start of the Vietnam conflict. The public outcry that followed and the massive shift in the perception of the U.S. armed forces that it caused. As was often the case, Kanigher used his editorial to ensure that this tone, his tone, was the prevailing one on all of DC's war books being published at that time. If you've seen my documentary on Bernard Krigstein, then you'll likely no doubt recall how pivotal a role he played in the decimation of Krigstein's career and the absolutely petty reasons behind this. Not to mention how dubious an individual Robert Kanigher truly was in general. In short, Robert Kanigher was not someone you crossed lightly, as with Mort Meskin and Green Arrow decades before, and I think having little to do with any sort of ego or belief that he was better than anyone else, Jack Kirby did what he thought was right. He tried to tell the best stories in the best possible ways that he could, and he wasn't going to let anyone, especially not some suit like Robert Kanigher, tell him how to write or draw his war books. This is despite both Kanigher's legendary anger and almost unparalleled ability to hold a grudge. Kirby could have seemingly cared less and summarily ignored much of Kanigher and in fact anyone else's work on the series, not to mention Kanigher's demands regarding the dark negative tone of any war story published by DC at this point. As I've said a few times before, Kirby had been changed during his time in the war. While he might not have been stationed at Normandy during the siege, he walked those beaches, bathed in the blood and strewn with the bodies of both his friends and his enemies alike. In many ways, seeing the aftermath of that battle had to have been almost as traumatic and life-changing as being involved for a lot of people. The more you learn about Jack Kirby, it just feels like the fight had gone out of him following the war. He absolutely detested conflict, negativity, pessimism. It all seemed so counterproductive and the complete antithesis of why he'd gotten into the industry, not to mention counterintuitive to what he was trying to accomplish by this point. Jack Kirby made comics to entertain people, to make them smile. I think in a lot of ways, Kirby's rebuttal and basic complete reimagining of the losers well exemplifies the type of differences that Jack Kirby often spoke to when in reference to DC's obsession with death. DC had become more interested in dark, complex imagery when it came to their war titles, and their titles in general. Jack Kirby just wanted to make a spectacular war comic the way he had in the past. The problem was that times were changing, or I suppose more importantly, that times were changing and Jack Kirby wasn't. In 1971, Jack Kirby had still been the same creative dynamo he was in 1961. Hell, in 1941, he was still bristling with ideas and bursting with creativity, and I think the Fourth World is excellent evidence of this, but by the end of his tenure at DC, while his mind might have still been willing, and he might have even still had some amazing ideas left in him, Jack Kirby's body just wasn't working the way that it had in the past. He'd been pushing himself to the point of physical and mental exhaustion in the comics field to an absolutely unbelievable but ultimately unmaintainable point for literally decades. 2 years shy of this man's 60th birthday, his left eye was really starting to bother him. His pencils were getting more loose and gestural, and The composition seemed to be slightly off at times, and if you were paying attention to his art, despite his inker's best efforts, it was becoming noticeable. While years later, his inkers would literally talk about having to try and compensate for a slant in Kirby's work because he was losing vision in one of his eyes, it hit a point where you just couldn't really hide it anymore. It still looked fine to a lot of people, but if you'd been following Kirby for any length of time, the artist's difficulties were obvious. On top of his physical ailments, the bevy of characters that he created over the decades leading up to Marvel, as well as most of those he came up while originally at Marvel, but hadn't ultimately used, had all been fed into a meat grinder by DC and were lost to him by 1975. The king was on the ropes and he knew it. He struggled to find his footing, but by the time his contract at DC was coming to a close, there was a lot of people who said that Kirby's time in the industry was coming to a close as well. As if his deteriorating eyesight, continued failed attempts at proper compensation, and facing some of the worst working conditions imaginable, the industry that once adored him so much seemed to have grown jealous and embittered, snidely poking fun at Kirby behind his back and taking pot shots at him publicly. Some began to even refer to him as Jack the Hack. While this obviously wasn't the prevailing thought on Kirby, hearing this kind of stuff, it hurt him deeply. He loved comics and just never felt like he really belonged or was appreciated anywhere he went. The only thing he had was the respect of his peers, and even that was beginning to evaporate in his eyes by 1975. With all that he'd managed to accomplish in his storied career, it was probably time for Kirby to have gracefully bowed out of the industry and start to enjoy the twilight years of his life along with Roz and his kids. The problem was comics had no retirement plan. Kirby had been chained to his desk, working himself to death, quite literally exhausting his body simply in an effort to stay afloat and keep his family comfortable. There was no way he could afford to just up and leave comics without some sort of out plan, and he had nothing of the sort. Because of this, despite the fact that the major reason he even entertained the idea of returning to Marvel originally was because Stan Lee wasn't overseeing the publishing or writing of their comics division anymore, he'd been desperate enough he'd talked with Lee directly about returning to Marvel on a few occasions while he was still apparently under contract. I don't know if this was in hopes Lee might be able to help him out of his contract with DC or what, but I do know that when Lee publicly stated in interviews in 1974 that he'd been in talks with Kirby about returning to Marvel in the past tense, it was to the extent the decision had all but already been made that he would be returning to Marvel no matter what. When his contract with DC was up in 1975, Kirby did indeed end up going back to Marvel, but it wasn't as the returning champion that one might expect. There was little fanfare, especially on Marvel's part, and while he'd only been gone for less than 5 years, a lot had changed at the publisher. For the first time in decades, the anointed king of comics was struggling. He'd hoped that by returning to Marvel, where he'd enjoyed so much success in the past and spent so many years harboring a rabidly loyal fan base that picked up anything he worked on, he could at least manage to recapture a modicum of his previous success. While he was gone, Marvel had refined and homogenized his approach to comics, though. Kirby would no longer be the sole artistic face of the company. He wasn't the man that everyone turned to when they were in dire need of the best, and he was certainly no longer defining the artistic aesthetic of the company, which had initially been basically entirely tailored around him and his approach to his art. Despite high hopes upon his return to Marvel, Jack Kirby once again found himself at a publisher who seemed to neither respect or know what to do with him. Join me next week as we look at Kirby's not-so-triumphant return to Marvel, the struggles and strife that followed him there along the way, and his first forays into animation, a field that would dramatically alter the outlook of Kirby's future and change his career forever in the process. But that's next week. In the meantime, I hope you all enjoyed, maybe even learned something. If you did like what you saw, make sure you hit that like button. Think about getting in the comment section below and letting me know. If you really liked what you saw, make sure you Hulk smash that subscribe button. If you do that, make sure you ding the little notification bell so you never miss a video or premiere again. If you feel like you're in a position to help the channel grow, think about using the link in the description below to sign up for my Patreon page. Patreon and other contributions make these videos possible. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to tons of behind the scenes posts, exclusive content like uncut interviews and early access to documentaries, merchandise discount codes, and you can even get your name in the credits. If Patreon is not your thing, but you still want to support the channel, have no fear. You can sign up for membership right here on YouTube. Just hit the little join button and select the tier and perks that fit you best. You can also use the Ko-Fi link to make donations towards specific goals or just tip the channel. And if that's not enough, you can even get your very own Jerk comic shirts like the ones you see on the screen now. As always, this documentary was made possible by the Jerk broadcasting system as well as generous grants from the Patreon, YouTube, and other contributors you see on the screen now. I'd also like to personally thank my loyal Wednesday Warriors, Channel 10, Chasen, Clinton Salvini, Mike Dolan, Lynn Sinnette, Jay Rainwater, Super Chasen, and Mike Dolan again. Thanks as always for sticking with me. I hope you all enjoyed, maybe even learned something, and as always, I really, truly, and honestly ask only two things. Keep hitting those local shops, and keep reading comics. Welcome back, boils and ghouls. It's time for another one of the greatest stories never told. This time, we're going to be tackling a subject that I've been wanting to get to for a long time. Jacob Kurtzberg, better known by his pen name Jack Kirby, and more affectionately and probably more aptly referred to simply as the King of Comics, is such a vast and inescapable part of the industry that doing his career any sort of justice is a difficult task, and I have to admit a fairly daunting one at that. I've wanted to get into Kirby's career for a long time, but I don't want to get too mired down in the he said, she said blame campaigns that seem to make up such a large part of the so-called historical examinations of Kirby's career. That's simply not what this channel is about. It's taken me a while, but I think I've finally found the inn I was looking for, and I can't wait to share this series with you all. Kirby's work in the comics field is widely known and continues to be researched and documented as thoroughly as possible nearly 30 years after his passing in 1994. While his comics work is well documented, Kirby's later work, his work outside of the industry, remains virtually a mystery to most people. Since I specialize in little-known facts about well-known creators and characters, I thought this would be an opportunity to examine the life and work of one of comics' inexorable legends through a fairly unique angle. Please bear in mind, this series should be in no way construed as a be-all, end-all examination of Kirby's work for either Marvel or DC. That's not the purpose of this series, despite the fact that we will be exploring facets of his work for both companies. Rather than attempting some impossibly long, all-encompassing series, I've instead chosen to frame his work at these companies against a story far fewer people are aware of, and one that remains surprisingly fairly undocumented. Kirby's work for the proposed film Lord of Light. While it might not sound very interesting on the surface, slated for production in 1980 despite the fact that Lord of Light would ultimately remain unproduced, the story of why the movie, a film that would have been the most expensive science fiction film of all time when it entered pre-production in 1979, never happened, and how the CIA subsequently ended up with not only the film's script but Kirby's production art, and how those illustrations played a pivotal role in the successful exfiltration and rescue of 6 real-life hostages during the 1981 Iran hostage crisis, all while the Lord of Light's production had their offices raided by a CIA-backed police force, were subsequently put on trial for embezzlement, and how the film's budget was mysteriously tied up in a legal black hole that took not one but 2 of the country's biggest law firms more than 24 months to unravel, and no one is able to really explain to this day, is so much more interesting. So join me for another one of the greatest stories never told, and a tasty tidbit of tawdry industry trivia, and another multi-part documentary series I like to call Jack Kirby's CIA Portfolio. In this week's episode, we'll be talking about Jack Kirby's not-so-triumphant return to Marvel Comics in 1975, which followed a series of devastating events during his time at DC, which had served to further diminish his already weakened spirit. How high hopes that Marvel would be a more creatively fostering and welcoming environment without Stan Lee maintaining a chokehold over the company's publications were proved entirely unfounded, and his aspirations during this time dashed to pieces once more, and how what would transpire during one of the darkest times in Jack Kirby's life would help to ultimately drive one of the most important, prolific, and talented creators who has ever worked in the industry out of comics almost entirely, while simultaneously opening up an entirely new avenue for his talents that would shape the rest of his professional career, and most importantly, finally earn Kirby a modicum of the respect and money he was so dearly due. Remember, if you enjoy these videos, do me a favor, let this video play to the end. The more people that watch all the way through, the more YouTube will promote it. If you like what you see, don't forget to hit that like button. Think about getting in the comment section below and letting me know. If you really enjoy what you see, make sure you Hulk smash that subscribe button. If you feel like you're in a position to help the channel grow, think about using the links in the description below to sign up for my Patreon page. If Patreon is not your thing, but you still want to support the channel, have no fear. You can sign up for membership right here on YouTube. And if that's not enough, you can make donations towards specific goals or just tip the channel using the Ko-Fi link in the description. And you can even pick up your very own Jerk Comic shirts like the ones you see on the screen. Patreon and other supporters do make these videos possible. But now, let's get into it. While Jack Kirby prepared to make his way back to Marvel with high hopes that Stan Lee wouldn't be there to monitor and interfere with his creations anymore, there were two pivotal publications that perfectly set the stage for the tragic events to follow, in my opinion. The first, Origins of Marvel Comics, was published in January of 1974, and the second, Son of Origins, in October of 1975. Both just prior, with Son of Origins in particular being only months before Jack Kirby arrived back at Marvel in January of 1976. I believe there's little doubt about why these books were produced, what they said, how they said it, and perhaps most tellingly, why they were released when they were. From all appearances, while he had eventually relented and signed them, Kirby took more than 2 years with the paperwork concerning the Captain America lawsuit. Perfect Films had not forgotten this. If Mort Weisinger or Jack Schiff, hell, even Robert Kanigher held grudges against him, I don't even know how to begin to describe the vitriolic hatred and loathing that Perfect Films felt towards Jack Kirby. Having fought Joe Simon for nearly 3 years, Marvel was going out of their way to ensure in any way that they could that something like this never happened again. Despite the paltry amount that it had ended up boiling down to at the time, there were copious court costs that had added up quickly, and more importantly, Marvel feared, and rightfully so, especially in retrospect, that this court case would open the door for a floodgate of others. The loss of any number of these rather dubious cases could easily topple their carefully constructed house of cards concerning the creation and rights to the characters that they had so carefully manufactured along with Stan Lee over the past several years, both in print and in public, wherever and whenever possible. As more and more money was involved, and as Stan Lee prepared to leave the comics division of Marvel, he became the perfect method to ensure that the creation credits and the rights to
Destroyer Duck. Did I miss something?
Marvel's biggest characters was safely
nice.
up, both legally and publicly accredited to Stan Lee, and as a result, secure with the company. While he never said as much, this is the reason that Stan Lee was most likely offered the six-figure income that he was when he prepared to leave Marvel Comics. There was a well-known, if unspoken, agreement between Stan Lee and Marvel that the seemingly generous income he was now receiving for his work outside of the comic division was essentially provided in an effort to pay Stan Lee to keep taking credit for the characters and promote his
That's
side of
incredible.
the narrative. Once this was done, in exchange for the handsome yearly salary, Lee would never legally challenge or support anyone who did challenge Marvel Comics concerning rights to their characters. If this weren't motive enough, Stan Lee also had a vested interest in vacuuming up as much creator credit as he could while he continued to peddle Marvel's IPs and stories to potential Hollywood executives, animation studios, and everyone in between.
That is
in an
absolutely
effort to
incredible.
see them adapted and finally rise above his simple comic book roots. Problematically for Stan Lee, while he felt that these projects were necessary for Marvel's continued survival, there were a number of things that had potential investors and producers spooked, especially concerning the rights to comic book characters. While there were a few big stories breaking, the big one was the abhorrent and duplicitous treatment of Superman's creators, which was starting to hit headlines across the nation with the release of the first Superman film. We'll talk a little bit more about that in the next episode, but what's important here is that Stan Lee hoped that his widely publicized sole creator credit and Marvel's unquestioned ownership of their characters would dissuade many of these fears. With no one to challenge ownership of the innumerable and highly lucrative characters in Marvel's stable, this solved one half of the equation, but Lee also reasoned that if he and he alone could claim credit for both the story and the character when pitching basically anything and everything that he'd ever worked on at Marvel, this would help to instill a great deal more faith in potential investors. In Lee's mind, this was akin to working with the author of a novel for an adaptation, and Marvel could become a one-stop shop, pumping out movies and television shows for the highest bidder. At a certain point, this appears to have become a big part of why he was so verbose and in people's face about the characters he created and the stories he wrote. Characters that historically I can empirically say with almost 100% certainty that Stan Lee had little or nothing to do with, and stories that were for the most part plotted and written by the artists he was collaborating with, not Stan Lee. Lee's greatest genius was getting everyone around him to do the heavy lifting while he took credit for it and spent most of his time in an attempt to publicly stoke that angle in any regard that he could. While he'd done it as a simple ego boost and likely as a way to control the public perception of Marvel in the beginning, it had become part and parcel for what he wanted to accomplish now. The numerous adaptations that he wanted to do weren't going to be possible if anyone else was horning in and worried about pesky technicalities like who actually created and wrote what. It was all just so much simpler if he took credit publicly and then begged for forgiveness later behind closed doors. Stan Lee had come to believe that this was the only way Marvel would overcome investors' potential hesitance to get involved with them. And it would seem he was right. Despite all odds and the slightly lower than average budgets that many of the Marvel adaptations that would follow would receive, for all of the things he had to overcome, and in the face of no one taking comic books seriously here, Stan Lee succeeded in selling a number of Marvel's biggest and best properties over the next 48 months or so. While few of the adaptations that Lee managed to get off of the ground around this time, aside from most notably the much beloved Lou Ferrigno, Bill Bixby, Incredible Hulk, would ultimately gain much of any long-term traction, there was a dizzying host of Marvel properties offered up on television over the next several years, as well as in some rarer cases even available for viewing by extremely limited film-going audiences. Between 1977 and 1979 alone, there was the CBS Amazing Spider-Man and wildly popular Incredible Hulk television shows. Overseas, Spider-Man, the much-beloved Japanese Spider-Man adaptation, went into production, which would ultimately produce 41 episodes as well as a film, and a myriad of toys and other merchandise in its short half-life of only 2 years. There was even a Doctor Strange, and no less than two, count them, two absolutely terrible Captain America films, all three of which were actually supposed to be backdoor pilots for shows that never ended up happening. While he would complain years later about his mistreatment and how no one in the production seemed to take him seriously or listen to anything that he had to say, and I'm sure he did have very little say in what would eventually be committed to film, but there's little doubt that Stan Lee was involved with and oftentimes even on set for many of these productions as he tried to live out his dream of becoming a Hollywood bigwig on the back of the host of characters he'd created. As half successful as this entire endeavor might have been for him, this was despite the fact that Stan Lee never really liked comics, and he certainly never took them very seriously as far as writing them was concerned. Making money with them, well, that on the other hand was something Stan Lee had become very adept and invested in over the decades. For all of his shortcomings as a writer and as a friend, he was a shrewd and cunning businessman, and he seemed to almost have a second sense about certain things. He was far from the cool guy, but somehow, and this is in the face of fundamentally not understanding them, Stan Lee knew what the people reading Marvel Comics wanted, and he wasn't afraid to give it to them. He wasn't concerned with telling good stories or featuring fine art. Lee and Martin Goodman, his uncle, the man bankrolling the whole thing for that matter, were interested in the bottom line. Lee had managed to build a struggling, immature imprint, albeit one fueled by an absolutely fantastic concoction of talent, into a literal publishing juggernaut who would topple DC from their place as the newsstand kings after more than 3 decades. With sales on Marvel books not only at an alarming low, but seemingly dipping completely without reason or warning almost entirely across the board, Stan Lee began to preach about a deep-seated belief that he had. With television and film becoming bigger and more integral parts of how people saw the world, consumed their entertainment, and what they were exposed to or paid attention to in general, adapting Marvel's characters was absolutely vital to Marvel's continued existence, in his opinion. This was the only way that Lee believed that they would bring in new readers, and for all his rhetoric and hot air, I think that Stan Lee actually believed this, like wholeheartedly and to the core of his being. He was sure that if something wasn't done, comics were going the way of the dinosaur, and as things stood, he would go with them. He had nothing else to rest his hat on, and this could not stand. As erratic sales continued to plague even Marvel's biggest titles year after year, Lee would continue to insist that shows, movies, and other adaptations were an indispensable part of bringing in the new readers and reinvigorating sluggish sales with old readers. While this is still a debate that's going on today, I don't think that anyone who grew up, especially in eras like the 1990s, with shows such as X-Men, Spider-Man, or Batman the Animated Series could honestly say otherwise. The interest and awareness shows like this cause is an inarguable truth, and Lee's argument is one that continues to become more relevant and valid as print media becomes increasingly viewed as a somehow obsolete format. Lee was right. And I find that fact somewhat frustrating sometimes because I think comics should be able to stand on their own, but they can't. They need boosts and shots in the arm, and I can agree with Stan Lee on this. The key thing that Lee was missing, and I think a lot of people still are, is that it has to be quality content. There's a reason I bring up that spate of early to late 90s animation. For decades, aside from those of us that still worshipped at the altar of Fleischer's Superman, or the attention that the few standouts like Superman had brought, comic media had enjoyed a checkered past, to say the least. The 90s were a true renaissance period for an otherwise utterly disappointing niche of the media market. If what you're making is only vestigially connected to what you're publishing, there's little hope of bringing in and retaining any level of serious readership or interest. This, as well as a true attempt at honoring the designs and characters from their actual comic book origins, is what makes these series stand out. No one started reading X-Men because they saw that Pride of the X-Men pilot or Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. Those series relied on suckering in people who were already interested in the properties to begin with, and then cashing in on this fact with detestably low budgets and zero respect for the source material. This is what Stan Lee was missing, and what would lead to his abject failure in his decades-long quest to adapt Marvel's biggest and best characters. While this would all change when Avi Arad came into the picture, that wouldn't be until much later, and at this point, Stan Lee was blindly charging ahead like a bull in a china shop. It feels like he thought it was more of a numbers game. If he just got enough stuff out there on television, or movies, or whatever, then people would take comics seriously, or more importantly, they'd at least take him seriously. Despite none of the shows that he developed at the time, aside from The Incredible Hulk having any real lasting impact, as I mentioned, there was a genuine explosion of money and interest that was going on at Marvel. This just so happened to also be during the period that Jack Kirby returned to the company. Sadly, he wasn't in any kind of shape to really partake of much of it, and this blitzkrieg of interest and a lot of failed projects would only serve to further complicate the final years of Kirby's work for the company instead. Beyond making his final tenure at Marvel uncomfortable, this entire scene helped convince Jack Kirby that it was time to try something different. Kirby was tired. He had exhausted himself trying to make his Fourth World, or anything he did there for that matter, at DC work, pouring much of what feels like was left in him both mentally and physically into the stories and characters. Following these taxing and ultimately unrewarding experiences, which had exhausted much of whatever fight and energy was left in him, Jack Kirby struggled to find his place at the new Marvel even more than at DC in many regards, and within months, Kirby dug in his heels and just waited out the time until his contract expired at the end of 1978. The alien landscape that he faced was both tumultuous and fraught with danger, as Kirby would quickly learn. While he'd only been gone 5 years, which might not seem like a long time, but a lot had changed. Without Kirby to set the tone and pace and kind of guide the company artistically any longer, Marvel had streamlined and homogenized what they believed to be the important aspects of Kirby's work to the point that any number of people could do what had made Kirby almost indispensable only a few years prior. I think it was a little bit more than a slap in the face when Marvel released How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way the year Jack left the company in 1978, as that book should have been called How Other Marvel Artists Think Jack Kirby Draws Marvel Comics. I mean, he was obviously slightly past his prime and becoming a bit of a handful to deal with, but this was not without provocation. Kirby had seen the absolute worst in the industry and for the most part been a victim of it. He had good reason for feeling the way that he did, and as he continued to feel increasingly threatened, he also felt like he was fundamentally at odds with the publishing house by this period. Marvel had gone in an entirely new direction. By 1976, they were really leaning into the darker, more real-world problems and plots that people seemed to enjoy so much. This wasn't as drastic as DC's obsession with death in Kirby's opinion, but it was prevalent enough that it certainly became problematic for Kirby when he came back to the company. Because he was allowed to tell the stories that he wanted to, for the most part this time around, it might seem strange that Kirby had any troubles with Marvel, but it's rather unsurprising when you begin to uncover the exact details of the nature of these problems. Most of them stemmed from the fact that this darker tone and more serious approach had found their way into the fundamental building blocks of most of Marvel's core books and their characters, especially ones like Captain America, for example. During Kirby's absence, the titular hero had discovered
All right,
corruption
I'm
at the
gonna
highest
stop. I'm
levels.
gonna stop this early because I don't think we're gonna get very far in, and I'd rather just start it from the beginning tomorrow while I stream. But we ended up in part 4. Destroyer Duck. Most notable thing to take away from today's stream is that that was a thing. That we all need to read it. I think. Hope hope the stream was fun for y'all. I hope you enjoyed the show. I'm probably gonna pick this back up tomorrow. There's a few references I want to pull up that I don't want to. I don't want to get ready, but not right now. Like Ghost Rider's bike and a motorcycle reference for Wolverine's Harley. Yeah, next stream will be tomorrow. I think I'm gonna do the same thing again, where I just stream from like 1 to 7. It's generally around when me and Meredith have dinner, so I can like take the morning and early afternoon to like take care of stuff around the house, and then I just stream until dinner. And so I'll be able to do that again tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. It was fun. I don't know if you saw this though, PJ. I was just gonna say I wanted to. I didn't know if you had caught um, this piece while I was working on it earlier. Oh, nice. Yeah, so we'll probably work on these again tomorrow. I'm very close to transferring this. I don't know if I'll be able to stream that. It's kind of awkward. Um, if I end up lightboxing it, I should be able to. But anyway, I'm very close to transferring this to the other side. That way, I can actually get to painting. So that'll be fun. You think I should open a commission list for Heroes Con? Yeah, why not, right? Yeah, I think I will make an announcement about that tomorrow and see if people bite at all. Yeah, me too. That'd be nice. Might even be able to pay some bills. I gotta send out some books tomorrow. I had a guy order some Hugh Marks comics. Um, I have to script the rest of that as well because I got to get to drawing that. Otherwise, I won't have it ready for Heroes. Yeah, yeah, it looks all right. It's June 18th, 14th, 15th, 18th. What is Father's Day weekend? It's always Father's Day weekend. 16, 17, 18. June 16, 17, 18 is Heroes Con. I only know because it's always on the weekend of Father's Day. But like what specific day that is, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, that was a stream. Nice long stream for everybody. Lots of work done. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully catch you tomorrow. Try and finish this. All right. Peace out, everybody. Good night. Thanks for stopping in. Have a good one. Peace.